The second stage of the Chunin exams was a massive battle royale, where teams needed to acquire both an Earth and a Heaven scroll before reaching the central tower. Team 7, much to Naruto's annoyance, was led by Sasuke Uchiha and making good progress, having already secured 3 Earth scrolls after defeating 2 other teams. However, things quickly went awry when Naruto, returning from a brief break, was blasted away by a powerful gust of wind. This was followed by the appearance of a nightmarish sound ninja who reveled in tormenting Sasuke and Sakura. Thanks to his quick thinking and shadow clones, Naruto managed to slay the giant snake attempting to devour him and rejoined his teammates against the strange sound ninja. The battle escalated dramatically with Naruto's return, as he was subtly empowered by Nine-Tails chakra throughout the fight. He moved like a blur, repeatedly striking and slashing at the snake-like ninja. Massive gusts of wind erupted from the clashes between the two formidable opponents. In the distance, Sakura struggled to breathe under the oppressive weight of the sound ninja's chakra and the malevolent aura emanating from Naruto. Sasuke, observing silently, found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Orochimaru glared at Naruto after their last exchange, his hands burning from the Nine-Tails chakra. His movements are growing sharper. Kabuto's intel suggests he lacks real talent for ninjutsu, explaining his limited use of jutsu so far. He's loud and reminds me of Jiraiya at that age, the attack first, ask questions later type. I could kill him instantly, yet it's strange, the longer I fight him, the better he adapts to my movements. Perhaps his lineage simply prevents him from being completely talentless, he mused. The hidden snake ninja decided to end the battle, planning to seal the tailed beast and then deal with Naruto. It was time to mark Sasuke and leave. He had stayed longer than intended. He was certain the Hokage, or at least Umbu, were approaching, drawn by the immense chakra fluctuations. Naruto tried to dodge, truly. He clearly saw the freak attacking him, but no matter how hard he tried, his body wouldn't respond in time. It was more frustrating than any fight he'd had with Sasuke, who was frozen, watching the battle. The snake was simply too fast for him to react. A hand, glowing with chakra and bearing elemental symbols on each finger, slammed into Naruto's stomach, directly over the Nine-Tails seal. Naruto's eyes widened in agonizing pain as he collapsed, almost instantly losing consciousness. He would have plummeted hundreds of feet if not for Sakura's quick thinking, who threw a kunai to snag his jacket on a tree branch, catching him. The last thing Naruto heard before darkness consumed him was Sakura calling out to Sasuke. Typical, he thought, likely on the verge of death, and she's calling for Sasuke. The Nine-Tails chakra, now severed from Naruto's network by the additional seal, allowed something to occur that had been impossible since he was 20 minutes old. All the chakra in his body was now entirely his own. Imbalance rarely leads to good outcomes. The core purpose of the second stage of the Chunin exams was to emphasize this. If one focused too heavily on physical strength, Earth, they would lack the mental fortitude, Heaven, necessary to succeed as a Chunin. Due to the yang half of the Nine-Tails being sealed within him, Naruto was overflowing with physical chakra but had a significant deficit of yin or spiritual chakra. This imbalance stunted his body in multiple ways. It explained his hyperactivity and his inability to control chakra like others. Unbeknownst to him, he was constantly and subconsciously trying to overcome this imbalance by siphoning off massive amounts of excess yang chakra to bolster his deficient yin side, striving for the precise ratio needed to perform jutsu. But now that the Nine-Tails chakra, which had slowly permeated his system since birth, was cut off, Naruto's body could finally achieve its natural equilibrium of mind and body, yin and yang. This allowed his soul, the very core of his and all shinobi's power, to reclaim its full potential, which had been suppressed since his birth. Naruto didn't know this, nor did anyone else, but he was born with immense power. It had been just beyond his reach his entire life due to his chakra imbalance. The leaves and trees gently swayed, and clouds in the sky began to disperse. Animals throughout the forest instinctively perked up. All of nature sensed a metamorphosis taking place. It was as if the entire world was welcoming Naruto's rebirth. Naruto's body was correcting itself after so long, like a freediver surfacing after a deep dive, taking a breath that had been impossible for nearly 12 years. This allowed his birthright to emerge and fundamentally alter the balance of the world. It had been a difficult few days for Team 7. Sakura Haruno was currently fighting 3 sound ninja with all her might, or what little she had left. The ninja found it amusing to taunt her with their strength, torturing her by not attacking all at once to finish the fight. She ran a hand through her now much shorter hair, sighing sadly, it had taken so long to grow. Oh well, the ugly sound girl had to go for her hair, despite taunting her by saying caring about hair was for children. Seemed she was just jealous because she was ugly and had terrible split ends and took it out on her. Honestly, how hard was it to use conditioner? Snapping out of her internal rant about the dumb bitch, she looked at her 2 teammates, both lying unconscious beside her. Last she checked, Sasuke had a fever, and Naruto's chakra wouldn't settle, making it difficult for her to remain hidden. Yet another annoyance. Even in this state, he's causing problems. Cha! I'm gonna smack the hell out of him after this, she fumed silently as she launched another volley of shuriken at the 3 sound ninja. Ha! "Is this the best you have, you stupid bitch?" shouted the one with strange arms and spiky black hair. Sakura hadn't bothered to remember their names. There was Ugly Bitch, Weird Arms, and Mummy Face. God, Naruto was rubbing off on her. She didn't let the taunt get to her, but she was at her breaking point. She had been awake for over 2 days, watching both her teammates, and had been fighting these three for a while. They weren't really pressing their attack due to the numerous traps she had set, but she had been hit by several air blasts from Weird Arms that she had no effective way to block. Desperation began to set in as her already dwindling chakra reserves approached zero. "Please, I need one of you to get up," she thought, clutching her last kunao. The sound ninja with his face covered in bandages stepped forward. "I will ask this once again, hand over Sasuke Uchiha, and we will leave you and your other teammate alive." "Dosu, why are we bargaining? We should just kill." The angry boy was cut off by a wave of chakra exploding into the air. Every ninja in the vicinity, Team 10 in the bushes, Team Guy in the trees, the sound team, and Sakura felt the immense chakra burst into existence across the immediate area. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as the oppressive weight of the chakra descended upon them. It was orders of magnitude larger than anything any of them had ever felt. Even the sound ninja, who had endured Orochimaru's terrifying presence, could only tremble in fear at the sensation of such power. They were stunned, none of them speaking as it became increasingly difficult to breathe under the pressure. Unbeknownst to the ninja in the clearing, they weren't the only ones feeling it. Everyone felt it. To those outside the forest of death, it lasted only an instant. Everyone capable of sensing chakra beyond a basic level felt their nerves scream, signaling the emergence of a predator. The third Hokage, in his office, felt his battle instincts flare to maximum, causing him to turn anxiously toward the forest, worried about who of that power level had managed to infiltrate the village during the exams. He was already signaling his personal guard to move out. Jiraiya the Toad Sage, sitting in a tree overlooking the hot springs in the southern part of the Leaf Village, snapped his pen and instinctively flared his chakra, preparing for battle. Unfortunately, the women in that particular spring were ninja and pounced on the pervert after noticing his chakra. Kakashi Hatake dropped his book. Might Guy fell from his handstand. Asuma Sarutobi dropped his cigarette. Korone Yui nearly tripped herself as she walked home. The Umbu were frantically mobilizing. The barrier squad members nearly passed out. All across the village, hidden in the leaves, shinobi felt the pulse of chakra that heralded the birth of one who would change everything. They would likely faint from shock if they knew it was coming from none other than the knucklehead Naruto Uzumaki. In the clearing, Sakura was the first to realize it. Being closest to Naruto, she managed to turn her head toward him and saw a minuscule amount of blue, partially translucent chakra glowing around his body. Her mind made the only logical connection. "Naruto," she managed to utter as the chakra pulse slowly faded. Her voice caused all the Leaf Ninja to turn to the unconscious blonde in shock. The Sound Ninja looked at her blonde teammate nervously. In the next moment, the chakra vanished from the area. Everyone could breathe normally and wipe the sweat from their faces. Some, particularly those who knew Naruto, dismissed it as a strange fluke and tried to forget about it. Until Naruto stood up. The air around the blonde seemed different, almost as if it awaited his command, as if the world itself was ready to happily comply with his demands. The hairs on everyone's neck stood on end, as if a massive tiger stood directly behind them, staring at their necks with drooling fangs. Again, it lasted only a moment before the feeling dissipated. Sakura looked at her now awake teammate nervously. "Naruto? Are you okay?" she asked quietly, mindful of the three enemies listening. Naruto took a deep breath and opened his eyes, taking in the scene around him. In a single second, he understood what was happening, which he mused was strange. His mind had never been this clear. He could perceive everything: the chakra in the air, the chakra flowing through the trees, the residual chakra from used jutsu. If he focused hard enough, he could even tell what type of jutsu had been used earlier. It was too much information. He couldn't focus. Then, in the next second, he somehow acclimated, ignoring the thousands of stimuli to look at his teammate again. "What do they want?" Naruto calmly questioned, ignoring her comments, as he pointed to the three Sound Ninja. Before Sakura could answer, the loud one with the strange arms yelled at him, "Hey! Yeah, stupid blonde bastard, we're." No one saw it, no one could follow it beyond a faint blur, but before anyone knew it, Naruto had crossed the distance to the Sound Ninja and slammed his fist ruthlessly into the boy's chest. A faint, glowing trail of blue chakra emanated from Naruto's fist as he flooded his body to enhance himself. The air was displaced around him by the force of the impact. Leaves scattered, and the ground where Naruto had pushed off was cratered. Rock Lee, observing from the trees, was blown away, unable to properly follow the attack. "He's become very dangerous," were the collective thoughts of Niji and Shikamaru as their highly strategic minds re-evaluated the blonde's capabilities from that maneuver, and they didn't like their odds. The Sound Ninja who took the hit coughed up blood before flying back into a tree, slamming into its base, completely knocked out. If his chest hadn't been moving slightly, everyone would have thought he was killed by the attack. Sakura couldn't believe it. In fact, none of the Leaf Ninja could. The boy who clumsily and awkwardly fought alongside too many uncoordinated clones had done that? Naruto stood up and shook his fist. Who the hell was that guy? He asked Sakura with a confused tilt of his head. Well, he was attacking us to get to Sasuke. All three of them were, she answered, glaring at the two remaining sound ninja, a vindictive flare in her eyes. Hell yeah, Naruto. I don't know what's going on, but kick those jerks' asses. Cha! Naruto turned to them, then back to Sakura. For real, they seem pretty weak, he asked with a frown, pointing his thumb toward the ninja in question. He had examined their chakra, its amount, density, nature, how and where it was channeled, and he simply couldn't consider them anything more than small fry. Then he turned to the other leaf ninja surrounding them. Also, why are all of you just watching this? Do you want to take our scrolls or something? He asked, rubbing the back of his head, trying to figure out who he would have to fight next. Six-Leaf Genin's eyes widened in shock as the blonde revealed he knew they were there. Team 10 emerged from the bushes, Shikamaru still visibly sweating. That chakra wasn't normal. It felt terrifyingly powerful, and I know it came from him. Those eyes, the change in his body, whatever happened. I want no part of it. We were going to jump in if Sakura couldn't handle it, Shikamaru gulped. Both Ino and Koji knew to let him take the lead here and remained quiet. Naruto smiled. Ah, that's nice of you, Shikamaru. Bushy brow, are you guys doing the same? He asked Team Guy, who were now visible in the trees. Niji stepped forward before Lee could answer. No, we were merely observing. We are leaving. With that, he and his team hurried away, Lee doing so at the glares of his teammates, who knew he wanted to speak to the blonde. They adamantly refused to allow it at the moment, unsure what Naruto would do next if they lingered too long. Why are they running off? Naruto wondered aloud. Well, it's not like their team isn't weird. I mean, anyone with a sensei that has eyebrows like that is surely crazy. Right, Sakura? He laughed, looking at his teammate with a grin. She could only nod dumbly, completely shocked by the shift in the situation's tone. Before, it was a life-or-death battle she was slowly losing hope of winning, and now Naruto had made it almost like a social gathering with no real danger. Dosu, the leader of the three sound ninja, felt his heart settle and knew when to cut his losses. We will retreat without a fight if you allow us. As an offering, here is our scroll, he said, setting down their heaven scroll. Naruto watched as they picked up their teammate before fleeing into the forest. I guess they didn't want to fight anymore, he laughed lightly, then clapped. Well then, I guess they were terrified of my sheer awesomeness, Sakura, pick the sleeping princess up, and let's get moving, we have the scroll we needed now, he ordered with a lazy smile. Sakura twitched at being ordered by her idiotic teammate. You know what, she met Naruto's eyes, causing her to flinch, and she went to pick up Sasuke without a fuss. He's so solid, she mentally squealed, rubbing Sasuke's muscles as she carried him. Naruto stared dumbly at her for a moment, before letting his eyes roam over Sasuke's form. What the hell? Who put such corrosive chakra into him? When did that happen? Why is it attacking his body and chakra network? What the hell, does that enhance him and cause withdrawals like a drug? Who could create that? Who would create that? Who would do such a terrible thing to Sasuke? That strange sound girl? What the hell did I miss? Naruto didn't realize it yet, but he thought all of that in the blink of an eye as his mind was now able to process information hundreds of times faster thanks to his newly activated bloodline. Hey, Shikamaru, are you guys coming with us? We're headed to the tower, he called out to Team 10, who were still frozen in the bushes, observing the recent events. While tempted, Shikamaru shook his head. We don't have the necessary scrolls yet. We'll see you there, he answered before rushing off, dragging both Koji and Ino behind him, the latter looking like she wanted to comment before being pulled away. Sakura watched them leave numbly. She didn't believe for a moment that they would have helped had it gotten worse. Had it not been for Naruto's new terrifying presence asking them why they were there, she doubted she would have even seen them in the first place. She was sure they would have stepped in either right before she died or right after, hopefully the former. Maybe I wasn't ready for this test, she thought sadly. She was behind Sasuke and even Naruto before entering the exams, and the trials of the forest had hammered that home. Naruto, completely unaware of Sakura's inner thoughts, walked over to Sasuke and jabbed a finger overflowing with chakra into Sasuke's upper spine with a frown. If he was right and what he was seeing was correct, then that should slow the spread of that evil chakra into his system. Sakura felt the impact and spun around to Naruto with a glare. The hell did you just do? She questioned him fiercely, her protectiveness of Sasuke overpowering her unease around Naruto. Naruto raised his hands with a smile. Hopefully slow the spread of that chakra from the mark on his neck. Let's get going, we're not that far from the tower, he answered lightly. Sakura didn't know how to respond to that and just decided to follow him silently. Her head was starting to hurt from the changes Naruto had just undergone. It took them 2 hours of walking to reach the tower. Naruto dealt with 3 teams that tried to ambush them with lightning speed, and they arrived at the tower without much hassle. Sakura was done trying to figure out what was going on with Naruto and simply accepted that he was somehow much better than before, following tiredly behind him. At this point, she just wanted a shower and a bed, she didn't care anymore. Sasuke was heavy on her shoulders, and it wasn't nearly as fun carrying him anymore. Inside the tower, they saw a sign displaying a riddle concerning heaven and earth. Sakura didn't even bother reading it, she let Naruto's new brain tackle it. Aha! We need to open one of each type of scroll simultaneously, Naruto exclaimed, his fingers snapping. Sakura sighed, sure, let's try it. Wahoo! Naruto cheered, wiggling with excitement as he opened both scrolls at once. Sakura, utterly exhausted, let her crush drop unceremoniously to the floor and sat down. Naruto's boundless energy only amplified her fatigue. A cloud of smoke erupted from the scrolls, and their academy teacher, Irika, materialized. Irika's initial smile at Sakura faded into a worried frown upon seeing the unconscious Sasuke. His heart then stopped as he turned to Naruto. The chakra emanating from him was identical to the terrifying pulse from earlier. Were it not for the absence of Nine Tails chakra, he'd have thought the demon was free. What the fuck happened to Naruto? He reeled, speechless. He couldn't even process the glowing eyes that made his head spin. Oblivious to Irika's internal turmoil, Naruto waved cheerfully. Irika-sensei, long time no see. We finally finished in the forest, thank goodness, because there are a bunch of weirdos in there, I'm telling ya, he laughed. Irika chuckled nervously. Is that right? Well, I was supposed to tell you about the meaning behind heaven and earth scrolls, but I think we need to get Sasuke to the medics. And Naruto, you might need to see them too. Naruto waved dismissively. Nah, I'm fine, not hurt at all. Sakura's out of chakra, though, and her coils are pretty strained. Also, someone needs to look at Sasuke's neck mark, it's poisoning him with chakra. He picked his ear as he delivered the information. Irika gasped in recognition at Sasuke's neck, then turned to Naruto, baffled by his insight. From her spot on the ground, Sakura merely sighed, trusting Irika-sensei to catch on eventually. Naruto spent the rest of the time before the second part of the exams in his room, staring out the window into the forest and pondering. He hadn't fully grasped it when he first awoke, but he was beginning to understand how his eyes worked. He'd need to name them. They were clearly an ability similar to Sasuke's Sharingan. The best way to describe it was like someone who saw the world on an old, basic television now viewed it through a cutting-edge hospital monitor. He instinctively understood chakra and could control it with near perfection. Not to mention, he could recall everything he saw perfectly and process information at incredibly fast speeds. Naruto could see everything in incredible detail, even focusing to see things with greater clarity than his normal vision, like individual threads making up leaves on a tree. He flooded his body and muscles with chakra, mimicking more experienced ninja to enhance himself. He discovered that not only could he do it, unlike before, but he could do it to a level he hadn't thought possible. Earlier, against the sound ninja, he'd rushed forward and punched him before anyone could react, and he wasn't even pushing himself. Another observation was that his eyes didn't deactivate like Sasuke's Sharingan, they were always active. The constant influx of information was useful during a fight or when quickly understanding a situation, but when just lounging around, it was a bit annoying. He'd started closing his eyes when he didn't need them, finding he was still very much aware of his surroundings even with them shut. He'd have to devise a better solution, as he was sure he looked odd walking around with his eyes closed but still moving as if he could see perfectly. Since the chakra pulse, people were viewing the exams differently. Jonin and Umbu were stationed around the tower to monitor for whoever or whatever was responsible. Jiraiya abandoned any pretense of organically running into Naruto and headed directly to the tower to meet with the third Hokage to investigate. Upon arriving with Jiraiya and Kakashi, the Hokage was immediately pulled aside by Irika. Irika faced what were likely the three most powerful Leaf Ninja with a serious expression. It's Naruto, he stated gravely. All three, each with varying degrees of attachment to the boy, narrowed their eyes at Irika, hoping it wasn't bad news. Irika gulped. That chakra, it was Naruto. He's different. You'll see when the prelims start. He's in his team's room now if you want to see him, but I think addressing Sasuke Uchiha's curse mark is more pressing. They did precisely that. Thankfully, Sasuke was still unconscious upon their arrival, making it easy to bind the curse mark with a sealing jutsu called the evil sealing method. Sasuke woke shortly after, groggy and confused. While more irritable, Sasuke wasn't significantly different after being briefed on his location and the seal situation. Though currently safe from the seal's effects, Sasuke mentioned his chakra felt a bit wilder than usual. The trio moved on, deciding to wait until the next day's prelims to witness Naruto's changes. And there they were, all gaping at the blonde's glowing blue eyes and terrifying chakra barely contained beneath the surface. The other Jonin, both from the Leaf and elsewhere, reacted similarly. Meanwhile, the blonde chuckled at Sasuke, who blared back hatefully, only making Naruto laugh harder. Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. Have you? No, the sage answered seriously. That's something I've never seen. If I couldn't feel his chakra and see that his whiskers are somehow gone, I'd assume he was just pushing a lot of chakra into his eyes for some reason, and nothing was all that different. But they are different, and the glow is unnatural. Neither Minato nor Kushina had anything remotely similar. Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan briefly to observe the blonde. I'd ask a Hyuga to confirm, but his chakra is calmer than I've ever seen it, and his eyes have a tremendous amount of chakra flowing through them, similar to an activated ocular jutsu like mine or Suzuki's Sharingan. Hiruzen hummed, his mind working at light speed. We will see what changes have come in the coming moment during his battle. I suspect things are going to be a lot more interesting soon. Kakashi and Jiraiya both agreed. In the far corner, a concealed Orochimaru stared at Naruto, mouth agape in complete shock. What the fuck, the snake uncharacteristically thought, a sentiment shared by everyone else in the room who had met the blonde before. Down with the genin, Naruto was still enjoying himself, laughing at Suzuki, who remained in his usual grumpy mood. You know that evil chakra is sealed off, right? So why are you acting all moody? Sad Sakura's not babying you anymore, he asked with a mocking frown. Suzuki continued to glare at the blonde, while Sakura stared straight ahead, completely over it. Naruto had been teasing her and Suzuki since they arrived at the tower, and no matter what they did, they couldn't shut him up. Yelling only made him laugh harder. It was a terrible day when the class clowns/pranksters suddenly became all-powerful. The third Hokage appeared before the crowd of Chunin hopefuls, a smoking pipe in his mouth and his hands clasped behind his back. Congratulations for making it this far, he said gravely. Naruto smiled at the old man, then tuned out the rest of his speech. He got the gist, this was a substitute for war, and they needed to fight for the village. He understood, they were show ponies for their respective villages' futures, meant for potential clients. When asked if anyone wanted to drop out, the guy with the info cards quit for some reason, even though he wasn't hurt or low on chakra. Naruto rolled his eyes, assuming he was a coward. Despite being stronger than virtually all the genin present, the guy still ran off, so Naruto didn't give him much thought. After that, another monologue began, and Naruto decided to be himself. Ah, old man, we get it. Can we move on? I'm about to pass out here. Naruto whined, throwing his hands up in exasperation. The Leaf Jonin momentarily forgot Naruto's new presence, reminded that he was, in fact, an immature idiot. Many glared at both him and Kakashi, who nervously rubbed his head, as Naruto's disrespect reflected poorly on him. Truly, do you understand? Hiruzen asked in amusement. Duh, you damn geezer. Naruto retorted, earning hisses from many Leaf Ninja and a small snort from Jiraiya on the Hokage observation platform. We're show ponies for the old fogies, and there are too many of us for the main event, so you've got to weed out some weaklings. I swear you take 100 words to say 20. The disrespect was ignored in favor of the surprise that Naruto, of all people, understood the situation when he clearly wasn't paying much attention. Well, very good, a surprised Hiruzen muttered with a nod. I leave it to you. He turned to a sickly-looking Jonin, then moved to his platform with Jiraiya. The man introduced himself as Hey-8. If you would all look to the monitor, he said with a small cough. Names began flashing, and after a while, it was Suzuki's, against someone named Yoroi. Naruto looked at his teammate's opponent and saw that his chakra seemed to have special properties around his hands. Suzuki, watch out for his hands, he said quietly. Suzuki barely heard him, and before he could ask why, someone else did. Kakashi, suddenly leaning down with his head next to Naruto's, whispered, "Why's that?" Naruto fell back in shock, he hadn't even noticed Kakashi arrive. "Whoa, how'd you do that, Kakashi-sensei?" he asked in bewilderment before answering. His chakra, it's got something interesting going on with his hands. He whispered to the two gazing at the boy in question. Kakashi hummed in interest, confirming that Naruto's eyes did possess some type of ocular jutsu allowing him to see chakra. "Well, you heard him, Suzuki. Let's get up to the second level, Sakura, Naruto," Kakashi said with an eye smile before walking towards the stairs. Moments later, it was just the Uchiha and the strange genin left, and their fight began. Suzuki quickly dispatched his opponent, aided by Naruto's warning and his sharing an enhanced hand-to-hand combat. Naruto cheered loudly and obnoxiously. "Woo! You did it, you beat that guy," he shouted, earning glares from some others in the room. Kakashi clapped with a nice smile next to the blonde, while Sakura was on the other end of the stands next to Kurone, pretending she was in Team 8. Fights continued for a while. Naruto made a genuine nuisance of himself by jokingly calling out everyone's weaknesses as they fought, then offering both helpful and unhelpful suggestions. "Shino, your bugs are really gross. I mean, they're inside that guy's arms. Yeah, they should eat that chakra, it's like an air cannon. Whoa, Koji's extra fat. That sound guy will have an easier target now. Hey Hinata, he's hitting those chakra point things inside you, you should block that. Fuck you, Hyuga guy. I'll kick your ass. Is he a puppet? Think Bunbun will notice it's a wind jutsu. These sound ninja are all on brand, huh? I mean, genjutsu from a bell? Think they go out of their way to stick to their niche? Oh cool, Shikamaru won. The only ones enjoying Naruto's commentary were Kakashi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya. All three would have been bored senseless watching Genin fight. Also, Naruto's observations provided insight into his eye's new abilities. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inyazuka. Oh, hey, I get Kiba. Naruto cheered. Ha! Akamaru, we get an easy one. Kiba cheered, petting his faithful companion, who lay on the ground, refusing to move. Ha, what's wrong? Naruto jumped down to the arena before turning to Kiba. He's scared, he called out happily. Kiba glared at the blonde. As if. He probably doesn't want to waste his time with a dead last. No worries, I got this myself. Kiba said arrogantly, not noticing Akamaru shaking while looking away from Naruto. It was unfortunate that his enhanced senses were primarily in his nose, as he didn't quite notice how much Naruto had changed beyond his eyes, which he simply thought Naruto was using for attention. Heiei looked between the two nervously. The blonde made him nervous, not Kiba. Then started the fight on the Hokage signal. Everyone, from the Genin to the Hokage, leaned forward in anticipation. Naruto watched Kiba approach him as if in slow motion. He could see every muscle twitch and minuscule detail of the boy's approach, feeling like he had hours to respond. And Inyazuka punch flew at Naruto at speeds he likely couldn't have dodged before his evolution. To everyone's shock and Kiba's horror, Naruto vanished, then was suddenly behind Kiba, looking in the direction of his punch. Who was that aimed at? He lightly taunted. I'd advise you to start moving a bit quicker, or you'll never hit me, he added with a chuckle. Kiba shouted in anger before unleashing a barrage of attacks. Each time, Naruto would vanish, then blur behind Kiba with a laugh, never once going on the offensive. In the stands, everyone was shocked at the blonde's new abilities. It was unbelievable how he went from one of the weaker idiots in their generation to this. What the hell? Korone muttered in shock. Kiba was a very talented genin. She was confident he had a chance to beat nearly anyone here. Now he was being led around like a child by someone who should have been useless. Kakashi observed with his Sharingan active. He's supplementing his body with chakra. I don't think a single drop is being wasted, he said lightly, hiding his surprise. Guy looked down seriously. Lee, he is going to be a tough one to beat, he said lowly to his apprentice, who nodded seriously. Niji had his Byakugan active and watched in shock. When did that blonde moron get a bloodline? His eyes have chakra running through them similar to how mine or the Uchihas do when our eyes are active. Everyone heard his comment, confirming their suspicions. Jiraiya continued to watch closely. The young Hyuga confirmed what Kakashi was saying. We'll have to talk to Naruto after the prelims, sensei. Something changed Naruto, and I'll bet my fortune it has to do with Orochimaru attacking Sasuke in the forest. It was the only thing that made sense. Hiruzen nodded. I agree. I'll have Kakashi bring him to us afterwards. Although I'm sure he would have anyway. Sasuke glared as he watched with his Sharingan. I don't get it, that idiot didn't have a bloodline before, he said in shock. Sakura walked over. In the forest, while you were both unconscious, Naruto's chakra and body changed, she said with a frown. He was different, or rather, his presence was. He's still an idiot, just able to take out an enemy in the blink of an eye with no effort. Kakashi turned to her. Yeah, he asked lightly. While Naruto's current performance supported her claim, Kakashi was still curious about his improvements. The sound Geninzaku, the one Shino fought, she answered. I'm honestly surprised he managed to make it here after that. Naruto hit him harder than anyone I've ever seen. Shino, who was near them watching with his team, spoke up. Then that would explain where the broken ribs my bugs felt came from. I found it odd he was that injured and still fighting, he commented. Down below, Naruto was having a great time, but found he was getting bored. Hey, I'm gonna attack now, okay, he said to the huffing Inyazuka. Similar to before, Naruto blurred forward and punched Kiba. This time, he made sure not to hit him nearly as hard as he did the sound guy from the forest. Still, Kiba was blasted off his feet and sent rolling back until he hit the wall, completely out cold. Naruto frowned as he looked at his fist. Am I that much stronger, or is he that weak? He turned to Kakashi. Did I hit him too hard? I expected him to be okay at that level. I didn't even put that much chakra into it. Kakashi answered from the stands with an eye smile. Naruto, there was enough power in that punch to knock out any Chunin I've met, he said with a thumbs up. He didn't mention that some Jonin would likely have been taken out due to the impressive speeds Naruto just showed. Naruto listened to his sensei before turning to Kiba, who was starting to come to. Hey, dog breath, you suck. Oi, bronchitis, call it, he's finished. He called to the proctor in amusement. Heiei's sweat dropped. Is he referring to me? He looked at Kiba for a moment, who was failing to get to his feet, before nodding to himself. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto hooped, then jumped back up to the stands, smiling at his team. That was pretty easy. He laughed with a comical expression. Teammate sensei, Korone, gave him a side eye at his disrespect but didn't call him out. Shikamaru, who hadn't been able to think of anything else since Naruto's awakening in the forest, stepped forward towards Naruto. His personality is the same, so he may answer me here. "What's up with your eyes?" he asked nonchalantly. Everyone subconsciously leaned forward, hoping for answers. Naruto perked up. "Oh yeah, I have super awesome eyes now," he said with a grin. Everyone in earshot fell over at his answer. Shikamaru shot up. "I get that, you idiot. What's new about them?" he shouted, much to his team's shock. Naruto leaned away from the Nara. "Whoa, why are you all upset? I mean, I can see way better. Not to mention my chakra control is really good now. Honestly, it's not too big of a deal, I'm as awesome as I've always been," he said with a devilish grin. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead tiredly. "I don't know if he's messing with me or just the same old dumbass." Kakashi smiled at the interaction. "Interesting, I guess we'll have to talk to him later. At least his ego isn't too much bigger," he thought with a chuckle. Sakura no longer cared about her troublesome teammate's weirdness. Meanwhile, Sasuke was staring at Naruto with his Sharingan active, trying to understand him. "Stop gazing into my eyes, you bastard." "Shut up, loser." Naruto watched sadly as Sakura and Ino fell to the ground in a spectacular double knockout. The fight was boring, they were moving slower than anyone else so far. The only interesting part came when Ino managed to slam her mind into Sakura. Who would have thought that Sakura has a second personality? Naruto thought cheerfully. Shame that she lost, it would have been nice for all three of us to make it to the finals. But, with a showing like that, maybe it's for the best. Kakashi set Sakura down against the wall, with Asuma doing the same next to him with Ino. Team 10 and Team 7 gathered around their unconscious members. "Well, that wasn't a lame showing," Naruto said simply. He turned to the two jonin with mock disappointment and pointed to the two girls. "That's your fault. I mean, they were so weak they both lost." Kakashi thumped Naruto on the head while Asuma glared at him but said nothing. Sasuke looked at Sakura sadly. "I expected more from her. She did well to protect us in the forest," he grumbled. "Yeah, but that was against the Sound Ninja, and we've seen they're pretty weak. I mean, Shikamaru beat one without throwing a punch," Naruto said, then chuckled. The only remaining Sound Ninja in the room, Dosu, could only glare at Naruto, too terrified to respond. Kakashi thumped Naruto again. "Don't insult other countries," he chastised, barely. Naruto swiftly extended his arm and playfully thumped Kakashi's shoulder, unable to reach his head, catching his sensei by surprise. "Stop that," Naruto whined, his face contorted in an exaggerated frown. Kakashi chuckled, waving off his student, thinking he really hasn't changed, just as this crazy ability enhancing his skills. The next match pitted Rock Lee against Gaara of the Sand. Naruto and the others watched as the fight began with strictly hand-to-hand combat, Lee mostly defending against Gaara's omnidirectional, chakra-infused sand. "The sand is filled with chakra," Naruto stated with uncharacteristic seriousness. Kakashi, Guy, and the others frowned, turning towards him as Lee backflipped then blitzed forward to re-engage. "Obviously, otherwise he couldn't control the sand," Sasuke retorted, narrowing his eyes, unknowingly echoing the Jonin's thoughts. Naruto shook his head. "Yeah, sure, I wouldn't have mentioned it if it was just his chakra. But that sand has 2, no 3, different chakras in it. Strange," he hummed. The Jonin who overheard narrowed their eyes at the information, especially Kakashi, who uncovered his Sharingan. Guy leaned over as his rival confirmed his student's observation. Kakashi sighed, covering his eye. "Whatever he sees, it's beyond me. To me, the sand just has chakra." Lee landed on the statue after a series of dodges, and Guy, with new insight into Gaara, allowed him to remove his weights. Rock Lee, genuinely excited, happily revealed and held up the weights from beneath his leg warmers. Gaara watched silently, his face still devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. Naruto smiled, not fully grasping the moment's significance. You wouldn't think taking off a few weights would make someone that happy," he wondered. "Who knows with those two?" Kakashi sighed tiredly, long past trying to understand Guy's eccentricities, which his student unfortunately inherited. Everyone watched the weights fall, wondering what the big deal was. The Sand Ninja watching didn't believe it would matter much. Then, the earth shook from the weights hitting the ground. The reaction was universal, from Genin to supervising Jonin, Orochimaru in disguise, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage observing from above. "They're insane." Naruto shook his head in amusement. "I'd love to fight Lee. He's got incredible strength if he's that fast with those weights and no chakra." Lee shot towards Gaara, moving several times faster than before. Guy cheered him on as the Genin muttered in shock at the speed. Naruto easily followed the fight despite the incredible speed. Lee's speed, that is, Gaara seemed just as surprised and unable to keep up with the green beast as the rest of the Genin. After removing his weights, Lee's movements became not only faster but far more precise. Naruto decided to watch him more closely, soaking up every detail with glee. How Lee's muscles contracted, his foot placements, his shoulder angles. With his brain processing information hundreds of times faster, Naruto could now analyze the fight in incredible detail. Lee's fighting style revolved around striking very hard and very fast. Naruto, knowing his own technique needed work, resolved to incorporate these movements. Simultaneously, Gaara maneuvered his sand more broadly, directing it with his hands. Naruto observed the various chakras commingling within the grains as Gaara attacked. What's he doing? His bandages are moving. Naruto wondered aloud, causing Kakashi to snap his head towards him before watching the fight more closely. True to Naruto's observations, Lee kicked Gaara in the chin, launching him into the air, then followed with an impressive series of kicks. Each impact reverberated through the room, making the genin flinch at the powerful display. Lee then grabbed Gaara with his bandages, spinning the sand ninja into the hard ground. Naruto tilted his head in wonder, watching the turn of events. He glanced at Kakashi and Guy, who were talking lowly, then at the genin around the stands, watching with impressed anticipation at Lee's capabilities. Then, for fun, he decided to ruin it. That was a pretty good substitution by Sandboy, Naruto said with a devilish smile. Hope Lee isn't hurt too bad by the backlash, since he didn't really accomplish much. The ninja around him looked in shock, Team Guy in horror, before turning back to the fight to see Lee's attack revealed as wasted. How the hell? Tenten muttered, watching Lee barely dodge the sand due to the pain from the lotus. When? Niji muttered. Guy was frantic, watching the fight progress. I didn't even see it, he shouted in shock. It was during the kicks, Kakashi answered, Sharingan exposed. When you closed your eyes to pray, he switched out in a flash. I pull him from the fight, Guy, he's in no condition to continue. Guy glared at his rival, but before he could speak, Naruto lazily interjected, Nah, he's gonna be fine. He's pushing chakra to those inner blockers, give him a minute or so, and he'll have quite the boost. Blockers? Sasuke asked, not seeing what Naruto was talking about with his Sharingan. They're called gates, the 8 inner gates to be exact, Kakashi answered, turning his Sharingan-enhanced glare to Guy. And you taught how to open them to a genin. You're going to cripple that boy. Guy gave his rival a side-eye before focusing back on his struggling student, leaning forward over the railing, his fingers digging into the metal from nervous squeezing. You wouldn't get it, having everything come to you so easily, he said in a low baritone. For the rest of us, we have to claw and crawl for every bit of strength. It's even worse for Lee. Even the most basic ninjutsu and genjutsu are beyond him. His expression softened as Lee slowly got faster, overcoming the backlash of the primary lotus. Lee just wants to prove he's a splendid ninja with his hard work. I only did everything in my power to help him with his dream, he proclaimed proudly. Naruto smiled down at Lee, genuinely impressed with the boy's drive to achieve his dream, not to mention the evidence of thousands of hours of hard work given his lack of ninjutsu or genjutsu. I think he's gotten there already, Bushy-brow-sensei, Naruto interjected lightly. Something I've learned is that ninja don't always improve on a slow curve, it can be a sharp and immediate increase as well. Lee's movements sharpened further as his body acclimated to the 8 gates activation. His eyes flared with incredible power, his entire body shining brightly with green chakra. Every movement was perfectly executed and delivered with tremendous force, destroying the fighting arena. Gaara pushed even more chakra into his sand, trying to keep up with the green genin speed, but was sent flying by a rapid aerial combo. I mean, he's already adapting and improving every second. I can tell he's become way better than before this fight. If he keeps going like this, he'll no doubt become one of the best taijutsu users the Leaf Village has ever seen. Naruto finished with a small smile, his glowing eyes taking in every detail. Guy looked down happily, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you for those words, young Naruto. I'll trust those eyes to see Lee's incredible potential. Naruto laughed in response. Leave it to me, he said with a thumbs up. The rest of the fight was both incredible and terrifying for those watching. Ino and Sakura had woken up just before Lee fully opened the gates and were captivated by his skills, both realizing they were way out of their league if those two were potential opponents. Lee's explosive use of 5 of the 8 inner gates showed Naruto that there was so much he didn't know. Observing the world with his new eyes allowed him to begin understanding it better, but he was only now realizing his fundamental lack of knowledge to connect the dots. Otherwise, he could put things into words beyond limit thing, chakra wall thing, or different chakras moving all strange. It was just hard to articulate what he instinctively knew. As the fight reached its climax, Lee, completely unable to fight, fell to the ground, his body giving out under the stress of the 5th gate. Gaara didn't hesitate, shooting his sand at the boy with a bloodthirsty smile. The Jonin, Guy in particular, were about to rush to save Lee, but a blur shot forward first, stopping the sand from even touching Lee. The resulting impact blasted all the sand away, making most turn away from the shockwave. Naruto had shot forward, swatting the sand away with a hand packed with dense chakra. He frowned at Lee. Based on the injuries, it would likely take weeks, if not months, of rehabilitation to get back into fighting shape. It would have been nigh impossible if Gaara had crushed Lee as he intended. Hey, Sand Boy. You won, no need to go that far, Naruto said with a frown, standing guard in front of Lee as he subconsciously released his chakra. Gaara began breathing heavily at Naruto's appearance, his chakra moved erratically as his instincts flared beyond anything he'd ever felt. Naruto's presence drove Gaara to near hysteria as the beast within screamed to flee for their lives. The next moment, Baki, the visibly nervous Sand Jonin, appeared in front of Gaara with arms spread. Guy and Kakashi also landed in front of Naruto, looking serious and bored, respectively. "Ah, you guys didn't have to help me out, I would have taken these losers out." Naruto laughed, picking up Lee, his grin becoming fiendish. "I mean, that Sandy Jonin over there seems pretty nervous just looking at me." Kakashi sighed tiredly, "Please try not to cause an incident with the hidden sand village, Naruto." Baki interjected, "I think we can end this and move on." "Gaara, go back to the stands to Temari and Kankuro," he ordered, somehow snapping the frantic boy out of it and getting him to leave in a swirl of sand. That seems to be a very uncomfortable way to travel," Naruto muttered lightly, thinking getting sand everywhere would be miserable. Guy moved to take leave from Naruto. "Thank you for jumping in, Naruto. I was hesitant to interfere, but that was the right call," he said shamefully, holding his nearly crippled student. He knew that had the sand wrapped around Lee, it would have been the end of his journey. Kakashi patted his rival on the back before grabbing Naruto to body flicker back to the stands. "Try not to interfere again, they may disqualify you," Kakashi chastised lightly. Naruto frowned in frustration at the thought of being disqualified for saving a comrade, which caused his chakra to flare and eyes to glow brighter subconsciously. He didn't even notice it escaping him. Everyone in the room who hadn't been in the clearing during the second test felt the weight of Naruto's chakra in person for the first time. It was very different from an instinctual fear from the flare. Now that they had a front row seat to it, the genin were visibly terrified and unable to move, while the Jonin and Hokage became extremely wary. Somehow, Sakura of all people smacked Naruto on the back of the head. "Stop it, you're scaring everyone, dumbass," she told him tiredly. Her hand was shaking, but she held firm, knowing in her heart that he was still the same Naruto for the most part. Naruto's presence instantly returned to normal, and he looked around surprised. Everyone from Sasuke to the other Jonin sensei looked at him warily. It was a different look than what he was used to as a kid, one of loathing and apprehension. This was just plain fear. He didn't really understand why, as he wasn't trying to scare anyone. He turned to the high stands where the Hokage and some other old dude were standing and shot over. He needed to figure out what was going on with everyone's reaction to his chakra, and the old man knew more than most about stuff like this. He was really strong himself. Hiruzen and Jiraiya could follow Naruto's approach, but they were blown away by the boy's speed. He was easily on par with skilled Jonin, although his movements weren't exactly skillful. It was due to his masterful chakra control allowing the speed, not physical skill. Landing on the railing, Naruto frowned at the Hokage, then felt a bit vindictive, which caused his eyes to crinkle in amusement. "Hey, old man, is everyone here so lame that I scare them that much? I don't get it," he asked with a whispered shout, making sure everyone could hear him to twist the knife. He found it pretty funny that everyone was so scared of him now. That prankster personality and his normal ego take on a much different tone now that he's this capable, Hiruzen mused. Had it been anyone else, he would squash such things here and now, but Naruto's childhood flashed into his brain, and he felt the blonde probably deserved some respect as recompense. Jiraiya was the one to answer. "You may not get it, but your chakra presence is far stronger than most would have ever encountered, much less greenhorns like we have here," he said seriously. He didn't want to mention that the number of people he'd felt that scared him more with just their chakra were, in fact, just two. The third Hokage and Hanzo of the Salamanders. Naruto nodded, then turned to Jiraiya. "Who the hell are you?" "Yeah, old man," he questioned comically. Instead of being put off, Jiraiya grinned happily at the question. "Who am I, you ask?" he shouted, striking a pose and readying his summoning jutsu. Hiruzen interjected. "He's a former student of mine, Jiraiya," he answered, making Jiraiya fall over and sulk due to his intro being interrupted. Naruto stared at Jiraiya for several moments, causing both Hiruzen and Jiraiya to look at him curiously. Jiraiya felt like he was being broken down to the smallest details by those eyes and found he didn't like it one bit. Just as he was about to say something, Naruto turned around. "So, he's an old guy like you. Cool, I guess. Your chakra is very interesting, geezer," he said lightly before speeding back over to his team. Jiraiya turned to his sensei with a serious face. "I don't know what happened to him, but he's unlike anyone I've ever come across. I didn't sense a speck of the Nine Tails chakra either. It was like it was completely gone from his body," he said, watching Naruto get lightly reprimanded by Kakashi for bothering them. "I'd like to learn more about his eyes and what he's able to see, but for now let's assume it's unique to him and be thankful he's been given such a gift with those men out there looking for him," Hiruzen said with a puff of his pipe. "Not to mention Orochimaru lurking around itching to cause trouble. We may have need of Naruto's newfound strength soon. He'll need some growing up to match his power-up before he's all that reliable," Jiraiya said with a snort, getting a laugh out of the Hokage. "Ha! He's always been a brat, now he's a brat with terrible power. You saw how fast and strong he was in that match," Hiruzen said lightly. "If he were to hammer in the basics of taijutsu, he may become faster and stronger than any of us with just chakra enhancement. We also don't know what he's like when pushing it to the maximum. I would honestly put him on a level above most shinobi in the village. We need to see his abilities with ninjutsu and genjutsu to really understand, but as of now, only the very best would be able to face him and win. It was a crazy thing to say, but Jiraiya believed it after getting a small up-close look at him. Naruto didn't know it, but he was giving off a vibe of supreme confidence that, when mixed with his strength, made him all the more fearsome. He supposed this was why even experienced jonin like Asuma and Guy were wary around him at the moment. Indeed, Hiruzen agreed. I would have normally allowed you to meet and train him in your own way, but as of now, we will be dropping all pretenses. He has awakened a new bloodline that has granted him unknown abilities. After we speak with him, he is to be with you at all times. I do not want Danzo to have time to approach him. That is the last thing anyone needs, and I do not want to hear about it from the other elders that he needs to be trained properly. Jiraiya could only nod silently, mourning his precious research time in the coming weeks, but even he could understand the gravity of the situation. It wouldn't take long for Naruto's awakened abilities to spread through the village, then the continent. Mixing his now uncanny resemblance to Minato now that his whiskers were gone, things are going to change. In his expert spy opinion, Naruto would have the month before everyone in a position of power had at least heard a rumor about him. In their discussions, Hiruzen and Jiraiya didn't notice that the last of the prelim fights had finished and the winning genin were gathered on the floor again to determine their opponents for the finals. Heiei gestured to a small podium with a box atop it. We're not going to make it complicated, pick a number. Number 1 will fight number 2, and so on. Sasuke Uchiha, please step forward. Sasuke walked up silently and drew his number. Funnily enough, it was number 1. From there it continued. Naruto watched as it was decided that the puppet guy would fight Shino, Shikamaru would fight the wind girl, Dosu the sound guy got the highest number meaning a free round, and finally, he drew his number with a comical expression. He showed it to everyone else. He had hoped for 2 to fight Sasuke, but he got 3, meaning the Hyaga. But that means, Naruto thought warily, looking at Gaara who, by process of elimination, was to be Sasuke's opponent in the first round. He locked eyes with Kakashi, who gave him a reassuring eye smile that only made him worry more. Sasuke could only clench his fists, staring forward, ignoring everyone. So these are the matchups for the first round of the finals. We need time to allow the dignitaries in Kaze Cage to arrive, so you have 1 month to train. I would keep everyone in the finals in mind as you prepare. You don't know who you could end up facing should you win, instructed Heiei to the Chunin hopefuls. With that, the second exam was officially over, and everyone began leaving. The supervising Jonin and Chunin left to perform their duties, while the sensei gathered their teams to lead them out of the forest towards their designated training areas. Unlike the rest, Kakashi led his team to the Hokage, who then gestured for them to follow him out of the forest to his office in the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya silently accompanied them, while the Hokage Sambu guards followed from the shadows. Standing in the Hokage's office, Naruto absent-mindedly took in the room as the old people got settled. It was an interesting room, not due to the items within, but the residual chakra that had seeped into the environment. The desk the old man sat behind was practically glowing from the chakra of 4 of the most powerful people in history having sat behind it. Naruto, the blonde's head shot up at Sakura's shout to notice everyone in the room staring at him. He tilted his head in confusion. I wasn't listening, he said plainly. Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads in embarrassment. Their teammate was as annoying as always, while Kakashi laughed awkwardly from his spot on the wall. Naruto, what can you tell me about your eyes? The Hokage asked, his gaze fixed on Naruto's new eyes. Naruto thoughtfully pursed his lips. Well, I can see chakra, you know, but that's too simple. It's like I truly understand chakra and its place in the world, he explained with a light shrug. What do you mean, its place in the world? Kakashi latched onto that. It's like the difference between knowing salt is in ramen and knowing why and how much salt makes ramen taste best, Naruto answered. Though a strange explanation, the Hokage and Kakashi actually understood his point. Jiraiya looked amused, smirking at Naruto's attempt to explain. Sasuke and Sakura weren't surprised ramen came up, so they accepted it and moved on. Honestly, I can fully understand what I look at, but I'm struggling to put it into words. Like the desk you're at, old man, it was created by water and earth chakra bound together by yang chakra, Naruto continued, pointing at the desk. Then there are faint, almost invisible traces of the same natural chakra flowing through the wood. I guess since the first head would style, that's where it came from, he must have been incredible. Everyone was spellbound by the insight Naruto's eyes provided, especially Jiraiya, who had experience teaching someone with tremendous eye powers. These abilities aren't too dissimilar from the Rinnegan that Nagato possessed. He, too, could perceive and understand chakra. There's a test to see just how similar, he thought, moving to Kakashi. I need chakra paper. I know someone eclectic like you would carry some around. Kakashi didn't quite get why but handed over the small stack of chakra papers. The sage moved to the 3 genin and gave 1 to each. Sakura, please push chakra into that paper, Jiraiya instructed the girl, who did so curiously. A moment later, the paper crumbled to dust. An affinity to earth jutsu, very nice, something you and I share. Sasuke, please, he gestured to the Uchiha, who stared intensely at his paper. After a moment, instead of bursting into flame, his paper crinkled. Kakashi mused from the wall. Interesting. Sasuke looked down melancholily. It would explain his issues with using the fireball jutsu in his younger years when learning from his father. It seemed he wasn't as inclined to fire as the rest of his clan, and that made him look lesser to his father at the time. Lightning, interesting for an Uchiha, but with your teacher, it may be a blessing, Jiraiya mentioned, thumbing towards Kakashi. Then he turned to Naruto, the real reason he asked for the papers. The Rinnegan gave the user completely malleable chakra, able to utilize all 5 elements as if each were the primary affinity. He and everyone looked at Naruto as he held up his paper. After a second, Naruto grinned fiercely, and the paper began to glow a subtle blue. He turned to Jiraiya and waved the paper happily. Ha! I broke your little test. Jiraiya felt his body weaken at the unique reaction. Never in his life had he seen such a thing. No one had no affinity. Nagato's paper reacted with all elements simultaneously before turning into a strange black metal. Kakashi activated his Sharingan to look at the paper, and Hiruzen frowned, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Just kidding. Naruto laughed, and in the next moment, the paper sliced in half. Wind, Jiraiya muttered in shock, then glared at Naruto. What did you do, brat? He demanded, as that earlier reaction to his chakra wasn't natural. Naruto threw the scraps away with a shrug. Oh, well, I was watching when Sasuke and Sakura used their paper and noticed what was happening. The paper is so sensitive that even the faintest trace of elemental chakra causes a reaction, yeah? So I removed any and all elemental traces from my chakra, he explained happily with a grin and an amused glint in his glowing eyes. Kakashi felt a bit lightheaded. The level of control needed, he said in astonishment. The Hokage felt similar to Kakashi. He grabbed a chakra paper and tried to do the same. After several moments, when he felt he might have succeeded, the paper burst into flames, showing his fire affinity. Not even I could do it, he hummed. Jiraiya didn't bother trying himself. If Sensei couldn't do it, then no one alive could. Maybe Tsunade, as she's intimately familiar with her chakra and never spent much time learning elemental jutsu. But that's beside the point, both she and Sensei have literal decades dedicated to learning and perfecting their chakra control. Naruto did it on a whim to mess with me. I think I'm understanding just what he's capable of now. Last test, and this will seal it. The sage walked up to Naruto, who looked up at him curiously. Everyone in the room watched curiously. Do this, Jiraiya demanded, holding up his palm and creating a perfect Rasengan. Hiruzen and Kakashi connected the dots and felt sweat build on their heads at Jiraiya's implication with this test. If Naruto succeeded, it would mean he had literally infinite potential with chakra, internally and externally. Naruto stared at the orb, drawn in almost hypnotically. It was incredibly dense, made up of hundreds of streams of rotating chakra. The orb was completely self-sustaining and would likely pack quite a punch on whoever was unfortunate enough to be on the receiving end. He could tell this would be an incredibly difficult jutsu to learn. It required too much focus and control to create, likely taking months of practice to make it usable in battle. Whoever designed such a jutsu was on a whole other level in terms of smarts and ingenuity. Yeah, give me a second. Naruto cupped his hands and focused hard, looking directly at the jutsu then back to his hands. After a moment, it started to form. It was slow and sloppy, barely holding the proper form at first as wisps of chakra leaked out. It was slow, taking well over a minute to create, but after a moment, it was done. Naruto extended his hand right next to Jiraiya's, and the two orbs of destructive chakra danced next to each other almost identically, save for color. Jiraiya's held a faint tinge of red at the outermost layer as his natural chakra color made itself known. Naruto's, meanwhile, was a deep blue with a white core, similar to his eyes. That's, Kakashi exclaimed in shock, unable to put it into words. The Hokage had long since put his smoking pipe down lest he drop it on his stack of papers. Neither could articulate the implications of what they were seeing. Sasuke had his Sharingan active and was unable to copy the jutsu. Sakura frowned as she watched. She recognized the Rasengan from textbooks and knew how absurd the feat Naruto had just accomplished was. Naruto drained the chakra from the orb and put his hand back down. I think that was the perfect jutsu for me. I've got some interesting ideas from it, he said happily. He'd never considered chakra manipulation like that, which made him think he was thinking too small about what jutsu he should start learning. Jiraiya let go of the orb and rubbed his eyes. Naruto, you didn't copy it like the Sharingan, did you? To me, it seems as if you just instinctively know how to use chakra at nearly perfect levels. That, and your ability to see and comprehend chakra, enabled you to create a Rasengan after just learning of the jutsu. Correct, he asked, already suspecting the truth. Pretty much, yeah, Naruto said happily. You know, you're making it easier for me to understand these eyes. I know what they can do, but I don't really get it. But I'm getting it now. Hiruzen latched onto that with a smirk. You were a truly terrible academy student, Naruto, he said lightly, eliciting snorts from Sasuke and Sakura, who knew firsthand how true that was. I believe you both know the best path forward for Naruto's training, he asked Jiraiya and Kakashi, both of whom nodded with a small snort of amusement. Oh, yeah, Naruto asked. What's that? Kakashi walked forward and patted Naruto on the head. You need to study. You have a fundamental lack of knowledge impacting your understanding of your newfound awareness thanks to those eyes. Speaking of which, we'll have to name them, it's a new bloodline after all. I don't know, Kakashi, you know who had the worst naming sense I've ever known, and if Naruto was anything, Jiraiya laughed but was interrupted by Naruto, who was staring past everyone out the window behind the Hokage's desk with a serious expression. The Six Eyes, he declared, causing a shiver in some in the room. In my heart, I know that they are called the Six Eyes. I figured that would be the case, Hiruzen mused. Similar to other bloodlines that could be named one thing or another, there's always the true name that people who awaken them instinctively know. Lava style, rather than magma, is one, boil style and steam style both being their own branches, everything has a true name, and it would seem that the Six Eyes are no different. Very well, then Naruto will henceforth be known as the first user of the Six Eyes bloodline, declared the Hokage, settling the issue. That being said, news will spread on its own due to the Chunin exams, but until that is the case, I urge everyone not to mention them to anyone that doesn't already know about them, much less their abilities. Sasuke, you understand the danger of being one of the only users of an ocular jutsu. Sasuke frowned and gave the Hokage a nod of affirmation. When he was younger, he always had an ambush shadow for the sole reason of protecting him from kidnappers and thieves. Security was tight for people like him ever since the Cloud incident with the Hyuga. Naruto laughed and waved a hand. Don't worry about that, I'm plenty strong enough to take care of some small fry going for my eyes. Please, spread word of my awesome abilities, he demanded with a devilish grin and outstretched arms. He received dead eyes from his teammates in response, making him sweat drop. Jiraiya and Kakashi just ignored him. That concludes everything I wanted to go over, Hiruzen announced, subtly hinting for them to leave. I had a question, Naruto said simply with a hand raised. What are we going to do about the snake girl? She was the one to mark Sasuke with the evil mark that's actively trying to poison him. Jiraiya stepped forward and lightly whacked Naruto on the head. Leave that to us, that girl was, in fact, my old teammate in disguise, Orochimaru, who's perhaps the most dangerous traitor the Leaf has. I bet I could beat him now, Naruto responded without acknowledging the smack. Speed, strength, and a Rasengan won't be enough to do that, and we don't want him going for your eyes, Jiraiya responded seriously, now starting to understand how deep Naruto's ego ran. Naruto shrugged without care. Pretty sure the fourth became feared above all others with those three things, but whatever, I'll step in if it gets bad, he declared before turning around and leaving the office. The rest of the room watched him leave dumbfounded. Sasuke and Sakura decided to follow his lead after bowing to the Hokage. After the three genin were gone, Kakashi turned to the Hokage and Jiraiya seriously. How could this have happened, he asked, voicing the thoughts of the other two without knowing. Jiraiya shook his head. No idea, there's never been a concrete reason for bloodlines existing. The Byakugan and Sharingan have been around for thousands of years, so their origin is nearly unknown. The first Hokage's style was said to be a mutation unique to him as a result of his titanic life force and the Senju family's affinity to earth and water. Hiruzen stood and looked over to the pictures on the wall, particularly of the fourth Hokage. Naruto hails from a very esteemed bloodline in Kushina, the only daughter of the Uzumaki clan's main bloodline in that generation, and was a distant cousin to Mito, who hailed from the same family. Both were born with powerful chakra that allowed them to subdue even the Nine Tails. But that isn't the only family Naruto was born from. Are you suggesting that Sensei's family had the Six Eyes? Kakashi questioned incredulously. No, that's not possible, Jiraiya said with a shake of his head. Hiruzen raised his hand to stop them. No, not in the way you're both thinking. First, we know nothing of Minato's family. He was an orphan from the Second War as far as we were able to trace. No, I mean that Minato was always able to understand things quickly, and for a person without the Sharingan, he was able to perfectly move and react at immense speeds. It could be that his unique natural talents and Kushina's immense chakra power merged into what has been born into the Six Eyes that Naruto has awakened. We also shouldn't completely ignore the presence of the Nine Tails in both Kushina and Naruto. The third Hokage sank into his chair tiredly. At the end of the day, mutations becoming bloodlines is something no one really understands. Orochimaru drove himself insane trying to understand the world because of things like this. He sighed. At the end of the day, the how doesn't exactly matter, Jiraiya said with a sigh. What's left is to see where Naruto goes from here. We don't have to worry about his potential anymore. I don't think anyone has been born with more than him. Kakashi nodded. Agreed, with all this taken care of, I'm going to be taking Sasuke to train for the month. He needs to be ready for Gaara, he said before leaving the office. The room was silent for a moment before Jiraiya spoke. It could be him, Sensei, Jiraiya said, full of melancholy. The child of prophecy. Nagato was killed, as was Minato. Perhaps it is Naruto who has the best of both worlds, powerful eyes, immense power, and Minato and Kushina's spirit. Hiruzen gazed at his former student fondly. Perhaps you are correct. Good luck with him, he added lightly. 1 month later, Chunin exams arena. Naruto walked through the tunnel leading to the open area where the finals would take place. In the last month, it wouldn't be an understatement to say he had changed in incredible ways. At the demands of Jiraiya and the Hokage, he was forced to spend every morning poring through textbooks he had pointedly ignored during his time in the academy. A benefit they learned of the Six Eyes was an increased processing power for his brain. With that, he finished his required readings after the second week. From then on, it was just practicing taijutsu maneuvers to get his body up to the required level of a Chunin. By Jiraiya's estimate, he had the raw skill of an experienced genin rather than a Chunin hopeful, as he was expected to have. Again, with practice and training, he mastered the Leaf Village's basic forms, Jiraiya's personal advanced steps, and several grappling techniques he found interesting. Without chakra enhancement and his eyes closed, he was at a solid Chunin level in raw skill, which was a drastic increase. Naruto smiled as he looked around. While not completely off, with these glasses on, he was able to limit the amount of input his eyes gave him. This way, he could do things like eat dinner, walk around the village, and water his garden without the constant stream of information his eyes allowed. It didn't tire him out or cause him headaches or anything, just a bit annoying sometimes when he just wanted to relax and enjoy his ramen. In addition to his sparkling blue glasses that mirrored the color of his eyes, he changed his outfit as the colors and style clashed fiercely. Instead, he opted for a slightly oversized black, almost blue-tinted jumper over a black shirt with similar pants. The shins weren't taped down like most, as he didn't mind the bagginess, then typical shinobi sandals to round it out. In Jiraiya's own words, he didn't look like a moron anymore, which actually meant he looked good. That was something he learned about Jiraiya as well. The guy was a true taskmaster and refused to hand out even the slightest compliment. It was so bad that Naruto had to compliment himself during training to combat this. Jiraiya seemed flustered by this, often scowling in the direction of the forest. All in all, if Naruto were to be completely honest, he didn't think anyone in the village would be much of a challenge anymore. Thanks to learning the Raise-Nan, he had devised a couple of interesting techniques that bolstered his already incredible ability to insane heights. Reaching the end of the tunnel, he noticed that other than Sasuke and the sound guy with the bandages, he was the last to arrive. Everyone turned to him and had various reactions to his new appearance. Most were just curious at the change. Naruto grimaced a bit but didn't say anything. The guy with the cough was gone, and now it was someone else. "Hey, oral fixation, where's bronchitis?" he asked, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Most of the genin sweat dropped at his lack of respect while Genma felt his eye twitch. "Things change, I'm the proctor today. Also, don't call me that. My name is Genma." Sure, strange guy." Naruto waved him off and stood to the side, smiling at his soon-to-be opponent, Niji Hayaga. After a bit, Genma touched his ear and nodded. "Got it," he said lightly. "Slight change of the order. Sasuke is running late, so his fight is to be pushed to the last of the first round. Niji and Naruto, you're up." Genma then announced the same loudly for the crowd, who had various reactions to the news of the last Uchiha. Sakura sat down with a worried frown. This was out of character for Sasuke, although very in character for her sensei. She really hoped that it was his fault they were late and not that the tardiness was rubbing off on Sasuke. She looked down at the crowd of genin and felt a slight longing to be part of the group fighting for promotion. In the last month, she had been training very hard, with Naruto of all people, or she assumed it was him and not a clone. She was learning the basic form of chakra enhancement from him, as well as how to convert her chakra into earth-natured chakra. Jiraiya, who was training Naruto, even gave her some pointers and jutsu scrolls with low-level beginner elemental jutsu for earth style. That, mixed with her daily dedication to physical conditioning, put her several levels above where she was at the start of the exams. She actually felt like she could have competed now. If only Kakashi had taken the time to train her like this prior to the exams. "Where's Sasuke?" Ino asked as she sat next to her. Sakura observed her rival and felt that she wasn't the only one who had busted her ass training in the last month. Her chakra felt different, and she held herself with far more poise than before. "No idea, I'm sure it's Kakashi-sensei's fault. He couldn't arrive on time without a blade to his throat," she complained with a sigh. A booming laugh came from behind her. Team Guy, sans Niji, were all seated there to watch the finals. "My eternal rival is always so hip and cool, he never arrives on time," he gushed and complained at the same time somehow. Lee was fired up at his mentor's words while Tenten just sighed with an amused smile at her team's usual antics. "Yosh! With that announcement, it's going to be Niji's turn," proclaimed Lee with excitement. Tenten turned to Lee. "You think he has a chance against Naruto Uzumaki?" she asked. "If he continues to fight with the flames of youth that Guy-sensei taught us, then he will have a great showing," Lee said with a raised fist, his movements a bit sluggish as he was still feeling the effects of the gate. Guy looked down as the genin not fighting were sent to their own observation area, leaving only Naruto and Neji with Genma on the field. He was confident that in raw fighting capability, there weren't any genin in Fusion and that Neji wouldn't be able to beat after the month of training. Just seeing the blonde, supremely confident. His past performance against Kiba, the chakra flare in the second exam, and his insight during the prelims led Guy to believe Naruto was more like a Jonin than a Chinin. He hoped Neji would showcase his ability. While confident in all three of his students, he was also realistic. Naruto stood across from Neji, smiling, his glasses twinkling. Neji appeared serious and prepared, not planning an immediate smash, as that wouldn't be sporting. He'd start defensively, letting the Hyuga dictate the pace. Begin! The crowd roared as the finals started. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes as the bloodline flared. Naruto observed the activation curiously, particularly the way chakra coalesced around Neji's eyes and brain. He wanted to keep watching, but the fight had begun, so he shifted his attention to Neji. Neji's chakra flared throughout his body, and he shot forward with great speed. His movements, refined under Guy's tutelage, and his internal chakra control were better than ever. As soon as he was in range, Neji jabbed with a palm thrust that Naruto easily dodged. Another attack was similarly avoided. Naruto danced around each incoming attack with minimal wasted movement. Neji began flooding his body with even more chakra than he could readily control, gaining a boost but draining himself faster due to leakage. Naruto felt he'd shown enough agile movement and decided to respond. He caught Neji's next palm thrust, pulled him off balance, and slammed a ruthless fist into his face, knocking him airborne. Still holding Neji's hand, Naruto yanked his arm, causing him to spin mid-air but not fly further. Quickly, Naruto spun in place and landed a devastating kick, sending Neji tumbling away until he stopped, wincing from pain. Naruto began limbering up, waiting for Neji to recover and re-engage. Neji got to his feet and continued the fight. Hayashi Hyuga watched his nephew battle the blonde Uzumaki with a fierce glare, typical for him. He disliked seeing his incredibly talented nephew treated like an unskilled child before the entire village and foreign contingent. However, he wasn't entirely surprised. He and other clan heads had learned about Naruto's new situation a week prior when questions about the chakra pulse during the exams finally made the Hokage reveal what happened. He and several others had demanded Naruto's presence, but the blonde denied the messenger shinobi, who was then sent packing to the infirmary. All they learned from the Hokage was that Naruto's new bloodline, the Six Eyes, was a terribly powerful ocular jutsu that could challenge anyone. Next to Hayashi, his youngest daughter frowned, her Byakugan active to better see the fight. "Father, why does that boy Naruto possess an ocular jutsu? His clan is Uzumaki, not known for such things." Hayashi spared her a glance. "He recently awakened a genetic mutation called the Six Eyes. No one is really sure where they came from, but that's often the case with new bloodlines." Hanabi knew little about new bloodlines but hesitated to ask her father more while he was so focused on the match. She wished her big sister were there to explain and answer her questions. Sakura wasn't entirely surprised by the turn of events. Naruto had been faster in the forest. She also knew he had significantly improved his taijutsu skills, making him drastically better overall. She was intimately familiar with his raw skill improvement as his sparring partner that month. Lee, on the other hand, cheered wildly for Neji, likely feeling kinship with the Hyuga now that he was the underdog against a bloodline user. "You can do it, Neji. Let the power of hard work and youth explode." Lee cheered, tears streaming down his face. Everyone in the stands looked at him blankly before turning to Guy, hoping he'd rein in his genin. "Yes, let the springtime of youth explode, Neji," Guy cheered, also crying. "What did I expect?" was the collective thought of the audience. Naruto genuinely enjoyed himself, slapping away Neji's latest attack. Neji's movements were impressive. Unfortunately, the fight had gone on for a while without Neji landing any attacks, so Naruto knew the crowd was getting bored. As Neji tumbled back, frustration overtook his calm. When he looked up, instead of Naruto passively waiting, he saw the blonde moving towards him at frightening speeds. Knowing he had no other option, Neji flared his chakra and began spinning quickly, utilizing one of the Hyuga's prized jutsu, rotation. A large, spinning dome of chakra burst to life, forming a nearly impenetrable barrier around Neji, the Hyuga's ultimate defense. Naruto's eyes widened, and a savage grin lit his face at the challenge. He burst forward at speeds only a select few could see, appearing above the spinning dome with his right hand hovering over it. Those familiar with rotation knew the only way to overcome it was to back off until it finished, usually a few seconds. For Naruto, a more amusing way would be to overpower and cancel the rotation with ruthless efficiency. The power and precision required were likely only possible for him, but he didn't care because he was him. Neji, mid-spin, felt his body come to a complete stop, rattling from the rapid deceleration. His Byakugan was the only reason he wasn't completely disoriented and understood what had just happened. Naruto had overcome his clan's perfect defense, something that had literally never happened. Knowing he needed to escape, he rolled, got to his feet, and hopped further away to gain distance. Naruto lazily watched his opponent back away. Might as well show off a ranged attack. I know I need to prove a wide range of abilities to get promoted. I certainly didn't have a good showing in the first part with that written test. Thanks to the Raise-Non, Naruto's idea of potential jutsu had expanded, and he had a whole month to experiment. For someone who mastered the Raise-Non in minutes, that was plenty of time to try various things. Naruto's study into chakra and theoretical chakra mechanics over the month taught him many things. It was said that the tailed beast bomb, the strongest attack, formed from a perfect ratio of hypercondensed positive and negative chakra. Not exactly helpful for most outside academic research, as separating chakra at that level was practically impossible for normal people. But Naruto had already proven he wasn't normal. Naruto raised a finger, a slow smile spreading across his face. By molding my chakra and forming it with primarily positive chakra, compacting it and coalescing it into a compact ball, I can make something quite powerful. Surrounding the compacted orb of positive chakra with a shell of negative chakra holds it together, further building volatility. The reaction is quite something. Naruto thought as a small, glowing orb of blood-red chakra gathered at his fingertip, emitting an eerie glow even in the harsh sunlight. Chakra Enhancement Jutsu, Red. Naruto intoned as the orb cracked and power burst forth towards Neji. The shockwave from the attack was so powerful that the crowd was pushed further into their seats, unable to move. Genma flashed away from the arena to a position behind Naruto to escape, while Neji, the target, could only try to use rotation with all his might. "Father," shouted Hanabi in shock, trying to cover her face from the wind. She had been on the edge of her seat as her cousin was mercilessly beaten down by the blonde. Now, she was actually scared for herself. Hayashi gritted his teeth tightly, both in anger and fear, as his Byakugan showed him how terrible Naruto's attack was and how close it came to obliterating Neji. Only Neji's desperate rotation, fueled by every drop of chakra, kept him alive and not a stain on the arena wall. He felt even more anger when he saw the clear amusement on Naruto's face as he lazily watched the fallout from his attack. It was bad enough that the brat effortlessly overcame their rotation, now he was displaying jutsu strong enough to be classified as A-class on a whim. That boy was no genin. "It's over, no one is injured, Hanabi, settle down," he commanded. Sakura thought she couldn't be surprised by Naruto anymore, but then he blew up half the arena, and she had to shield herself from the debris as dust and dirt flew everywhere. Next to her, Ino, Koji, Kiba, and Hinata did the same. Guy grimaced as the jutsu died down. Next to him, Lee and Tenten shouted in worry for Neji. He'd never seen that jutsu before, nor anything like it, so he assumed it was either an ability granted by his eyes or something he created with their help. Likely an A-class jutsu in pure destructive capability and chakra consumption. If he weren't so confident in Neji's rotation, he too would have feared for his student's life. What was Naruto thinking, firing something of that magnitude at a comrade? Wow, that was way stronger than I was expecting. Naruto laughed, staring at the fallout. A large trench was gouged into the earth in front of him, all the way to the wall. Leaves were blasted off trees in the attack's direction, and grass was torn up. In front of the wall, Neji heavily panted inside a small circle where his rotation protected him. The wall itself had a large crater with a web of cracks spreading dozens of meters. I didn't put my all into that, I could have made it much stronger. If I were to estimate, that was about 40% of the power I could safely put into red right now. I had a feeling Neji would be able to block that much with his remaining chakra and rotation skill. Hopefully, we both look good enough to pass with that. Naruto pushed his glasses back into place and walked over to Neji with a happy little skip. "Neji, that was a good fight, but I win," he declared with a grin and a thumbs up. "Hey, oral fixation, call the match, he's out of juice," Naruto yelled to Genma, who had been following him towards Neji. Genma's eye twitched at the name but didn't disagree, calling the match in Naruto's favor. Naruto soaked up the crowd's attention, feeling admiration, excitement, unease, and fear from the onlookers. But excitement won out as they roared with approval at the match they just witnessed. Instead of going to where the other competitors were, Naruto shot up to the roof of the left building overlooking the Chunin exams arena. The rightmost building housed dignitaries, being the most shaded. The center was for the Hokage and Kaze cage with their guards, and the left building was for everyone else. On the roof of the left building, Jiraiya sat alone, sipping sake under an umbrella to shade himself from the harsh sun. He acknowledged Naruto with a nod. "Old man Jiraiya," Naruto greeted with a grin. "What did you think? I tried to make it look as good as possible for both of us to get promoted," Jiraiya hummed, pouring more sake into a saucer. "I think you may have drawn it out a bit too long, but no one will hold that against you for making it more of a show in this context. After all, excitement equals more business for the village," he explained, then took another sip of sake. "I would say both of you have a very good chance of promotion. Neji didn't get to show off much strategy since he couldn't really do all that much against you. Again, I don't think Sensei will hold it against him. I made him very aware of how strong you are." Naruto chuckled at that, leaning back onto his elbows next to Jiraiya. Oh yeah? Naruto asked lightly. He'd be very curious about that conversation. Jiraiya flicked Naruto on the head. I'm not adding to that ego by telling you that. You think well enough of yourself already, brat, he said with a twitching eye. Jiraiya's attention returned to the arena floor. I believe even within the first few moments of this match, the Nara has shown strategic thinking on par with any Chunin. He'll most likely be promoted, Jiraiya said with an impressed look. Naruto gazed down at the match. The Wind Girl was pretty good, and Shikamaru managed to stay a couple of steps ahead, keeping him in the fight despite his lack of offensive power. His shadow manipulation could be far better, Naruto commented lightly, watching the shadow stretching across the ground speeding towards the Wind Girl. He has a far better grasp on it than his ability would suggest. It's like he's putting barely any effort into commanding the shadow. Then he tilted his head thoughtfully. You know what, that's pretty on brand for Shikamaru now that I'm thinking about it. Jiraiya snorted in amusement. Yeah, he's the Jonin Commander Shikaku's son. That man wouldn't get out of bed if his wife wasn't there to nag him. He laughed. Not surprised his son has a general lack of urgency at this age. Shikamaru's dad is that important, huh? Naruto said in wonder. He knew his father was the Nara clan head but didn't know he held a position of that level of importance. Yeah, Shikaka Nara, he's one of the most brilliant minds to ever grace the village. In terms of pure strategic thinking, he's likely the best, Jiraiya responded. Naruto turned to him curiously. Even better than old man Hokage, you, and Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya barked out a laugh. Me? I'm no strategist. I wouldn't call myself dumb, but I'm more of a solo act and can adapt better than most to a variety of circumstances, but commanding others isn't really my forte. Kakashi is an excellent mission leader, but he's never had to effectively lead more than a handful of shinobi. I would say Sensei is a close second, with an elder by the name of Danzo in third. Both of them have experience leading large numbers effectively and winning battles without having to be there in person. That's what it means to be a true strategist, using what's available to you to achieve the best outcome without having to be there. Naruto hummed in thought. Then I'm not much of a strategist, he mused simply. Jiraiya shook his head. You and I are similar in that regard. We're solo acts, able to adapt to any situation and come out favorably, but not really suited to leading great numbers without being in the front, he replied. Down below, gasps were heard as Shikamaru had effectively ensnared the Wind Girl with his shadow, securing the victory. Naruto fell over laughing when instead of accepting the win, he decided to forfeit, saying he was out of chakra. He's still got plenty, Naruto laughed. Jiraiya started laughing after hearing that. Then he just didn't want to compete anymore, just like his father. It seemed the puppet guy had forfeited his match to Shino, which was why Shikamaru was fighting just now. That meant next up was Suzuki and Gaara, but the former still wasn't there yet. Naruto frowned, wondering why Kakashi and Suzuki would be so late to something so important. Jiraiya looked to the sky with a sigh. While we're waiting, I should tell you something. That Gaara, he's like you. He holds the one-tailed beast within him. I was able to confirm it during our month of training. Why tell me? Naruto asked with a frown. Jiraiya sighed. Just in case things go south with this match, I want you to know what's really going on. I believed it was a bloodline similar to the fourth Kaze cage that allowed him to manipulate sand, but it's a byproduct of having the demon sealed within him. And all I got from the Nine Tails was the hatred and fear of my countrymen, Naruto commented lightly, hiding how much it still stung thinking back to his childhood. Jiraiya just looked away, not wanting to respond to that. Below, the crowd grew restless, waiting for Suzuki to show up for the exams to continue. Naruto frowned as a thought occurred to him, his brain processing information at unrivaled speeds thanks to the six eyes. Why do you think Puppet Guy surrendered without a fight? Naruto asked suddenly. It doesn't make sense, right? Sure, it's not a terribly great matchup for him, but he's still trying to be promoted here. Jiraiya looked over at him with a frown. Who knows, I've long given up trying to understand greenhorns, he said offhandedly. Naruto sat forward and leaned over his crisscrossed legs with a frown. Or, would it make sense to not want to show off his puppets in front of so many people, he mused. Exactly, he likely doesn't want to show his hand to everyone here. Jiraiya replied with a disinterested hand wave. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. I suppose, but do you think he has some sort of ulterior motive for the exam, wondered Naruto. The puppet kid? Jiraiya asked incredulously while pointing in the direction of said person lamely. Naruto glared at him. I see what you mean, you really aren't a great strategist. No, I mean the Sand Ninja, he is one of them if you haven't noticed. Naruto explained with an eye roll. Jiraiya frowned and turned his attention to his sensei as he sat speaking to the Kaze cage in their booth. There wasn't much to how they were interacting, and the Kaze cage had his face coverings on, so he wasn't really sure what was going on, though he doubted it was much fun over there. Raza isn't the type to wage war with the only ally he has, he said lowly, his tone becoming thoughtful. I don't think the Sand Village is in any place to wage war, they aren't exactly at full power these days. Naruto shrugged. If there was one thing he was still pretty ignorant about, it was the current situation of the world at large. His last month of learning helped him with general information but not the latest stuff. With that in mind, he decided to defer to Jiraiya and lean back on his elbows. Still pretty odd, yeah no. Genma was at the end of his rope. Between the constant stream of displeasure aimed at him from the crowd and the arguing from the shinobi side on whether or not to disqualify Sasuke Uchiha, he was about to decide himself and take the punishment. Somehow, as the face of the finals to the crowd, he was getting the feeling that they thought he was the person at fault here. Gaara was already standing ready, his gourd full of sand open, and a thin, wispy cloud of sand around him that didn't truly convey the danger of the boy's jutsu. He hoped whoever faced him was up to the challenge, or they just had Naruto fight him, which would likely settle it without much issue. Genma sighed as orders from up top came into his earpiece. Genma, we have given him as much time as possible, you may move on. It seemed even the last Uchiha didn't have an infinitely long rope. Right as he was about to speak, a burst of smoke exploded next to him. The crowd gasped while he rolled his eye. This had Kakashi written all over it. The smoke cleared to show Kakashi standing in his usual laid-back manner, while Sasuke was clearly ready to fight. Curiously, Sasuke's attire had changed into an all-black jumpsuit with white bandages around his left arm. Perhaps Team 7 had a joint shopping trip for new looks? I really hope we're not too late? Kakashi asked, a worried, nervous smile on his face. Sasuke, standing beside him, bristled but remained silent. Genma shook his head with an amused smile. Right on time. I was about to disqualify you. The usually stoic Uchiha cracked a small smile, relieved he was still in the running. Before anyone else could speak, Naruto appeared beside them with a wave. Yo, you're late, ya bastard. Naruto laughed, stepping forward. I was sure Kakashi-sensei's lateness rubbed off on you. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a moment, then smirked. You won, right? Of course, good, I'm excited to fight you. Kakashi walked over and patted Naruto's head. Interesting new look, Naruto. Congratulations on winning, though I can't say I'm surprised, he said offhandedly. Naruto smiled at his sensei before turning to Gaara. Hey, Sand Boy, I hope you give Sasuke a good challenge. Good luck, you two, put on a good show, he cheered before shooting off away from the arena grounds. Kakashi nodded to Sasuke. Good luck, and remember what I told you, he said seriously, holding Sasuke's gaze until the younger ninja nodded in return. Then, he vanished in a swirl of leaves, heading for the stands. Genma looked between the two genin, a slight feeling of unease directed towards Gaara, who simply gave off creepy vibes. He slashed his right hand through the air. Begin! Naruto landed next to Jiraiya and settled back under the umbrella with a content smile. Sasuke became strong, he said suddenly. The movement of his chakra and its density have improved drastically from what I last saw a month ago. Kakashi isn't one to train in half measures, Jiraiya responded. He may seem lazy, but when he gets serious, few train as hard as he does. Just getting him to that point lately is tough from what I hear. Naruto snorted. Yeah, the guy didn't exactly train us into the ground. Down below, the fight began with Sasuke shooting forward at far greater speeds than before. To most, he was a blur, darting in and out of Gaara's range to pepper him with testing blows. Sasuke tried every avenue of attack, shuriken, kunao, punches, and kicks, and as he expected, none broke through the sand. Gaara soon went on the offensive, sending a wave of sand that Sasuke had to body flicker away from to avoid being crushed. As soon as Sasuke stopped moving, he unleashed a titanic fireball towards Gaara. Even in the stands, they felt the terrible heat of the fire jutsu as it neared Gaara. As expected, sand rushed to block the fire, and when contact was made, there was a large explosion that blasted away all the loose debris in the immediate area. Sasuke's jutsu are stronger thanks to his improved chakra and control over it, commented Naruto. Jiraiya hummed. He'll need more than speed. Lee in the preliminaries was faster, and that didn't win him the match, he said seriously as he watched the young Uchiha battle Gaara. Sasuke flipped away from the sand until he was halfway up the arena wall. He frowned down at Gaara, nothing he did seemed to get through, and now Gaara had encased himself in a dome of sand that brute strength wouldn't penetrate. Knowing this was the scenario he prepared for, he began flashing through seals. Oh? Naruto said lightly as the sounds of thousands of chirping birds filled the arena. Interesting, that should do it. Curious jutsu to teach a genin, Jiraiya commented lightly with a frown but added nothing more. Sakura gasped when she saw the familiar lightning jutsu, then turned to Kakashi. You taught him the jutsu from the bridge, she shouted in shock. Kakashi's eyes smiled at her. It was the best way for him to penetrate Gaara's defense. Sasuke and I are quite similar too, since we both share a lightning affinity and possess the Sharingan. It felt right teaching it to him, he said while watching Sasuke charge forward at ludicrous speeds towards Gaara. Lee, in the seats next to them, frowned. It took a genius like Suzuki a month to catch up to my speeds, he whispered to himself. Guy narrowed his eyes at Kakashi as he stood. After you gave me trouble for passing on the 8 gates formation, I didn't teach a genin an assassination jutsu, he reprimanded Kakashi for his hypocrisy. Kakashi only narrowed his eyes in response, continuing to observe the fight. I only really have one shot here. Need to make sure I make it count. Suzuki mentally screamed as he blitzed forward with lightning speeds and slammed his Chidori into the sand dome, causing a wave of lightning to blast out in a dome around the point of impact. The world froze for a moment before a terrible scream erupted from the sand dome. My blood! This is my blood, screamed Gaara as shock and pain overtook his mind. The sand dome exploded outward with spikes that forced Suzuki to jump away. With his Sharingan, he noticed a strange, thick chakra spreading outwards from the sand as the screams grew in volume. Then everything went to hell. Naruto looked down at Gaara, his glasses held in his hands, completely exposing his glowing eyes. The 6 eyes told him what was happening with perfect clarity. He's leaking-tailed beast chakra at very high levels, commented Naruto with a frown before he noticed a wave of chakra cover the entire arena, reaching him and making him feel drowsy for a moment. Genjutsu? Naruto thought before breaking it. Jiraiya shot to his feet, and a moment later, there was an explosion from the cage booth on the roof of the center building. Maybe you were right, shouted Jiraiya before jumping off, but not before calling out to Naruto, deal with Gaara. Naruto turned back to the field where Suzuki was being accosted by several sand ninja. He burst forward at top speed, slamming into one of them, smashing the guy into the ground with enough force to shatter all the bones in his body, turning the ground into a blood-filled crater. Naruto slowly stood and glanced at the remaining sand ninja, making them wary. He turned to Suzuki, I'll deal with Gaara and these fools. Get out of here. Naruto commanded, and to his complete shock, Suzuki actually listened. Naruto was about to engage the sand ninja when a senbon shot into the neck of the one on the left, and Genma walked up next to him. I'll take them, Gaara's all yours, said Genma with a grimace. Naruto assumed he didn't like leaving a genin to face someone like Gaara. Though, in the back of Naruto's head, he didn't like the thought of fighting Gaara, but he pushed that away for now. Naruto nodded to Genma, then turned and shot over to Gaara. A Rasengan formed in his hand, growing to the size of a melon in a flash. The sand dome was no match for the jutsu and was blasted open, causing massive amounts of wind and sand to fly everywhere. Naruto wasted no time, shooting his arm forward to drag Gaara out of the dome and throwing him away. Gaara frantically got to his feet as sand gathered all over his body, turning the right side of his body into a grotesque, clawed sand arm. His face was taking on the appearance of the one tail as a single sandy tail waved behind him. He's half possessed already. It would be trouble if he completely turned into the one tails in the center of the village. Which must be their plan, Naruto thought as he shot forward and re-engaged Gaara with ruthless attacks. Gaara, while empowered to levels that most Chunin and Jonin would be unable to overcome, was being taken to task by Naruto with ruthless efficiency. Gaara was unable to follow the blonde's rapid attacks and felt his body take substantial damage from each blow. If he didn't have the one tail's chakra healing him, he would have likely been killed already. A claw slash was diverted with a kick, followed by an uppercut to the chest. A tail slam was caught, and Gaara was sent crashing into the ground. Naruto ducked under another swipe from the massive claw and TSKED. I know I'm hurting him. I bet he's being healed by the one tails almost as fast as I'm injuring him. Which means I need to hurt him worse, he thought with a frown. Movement from his peripheral vision had Naruto jump back in time to dodge a blade of wind that shredded into the earth where he had just been standing. Gaara's sensei and siblings arrived shortly after and landed around him protectively. Naruto grinned, after being so scared of him till now, all of you cowards think you'll protect him? I hate wishy-washy people like you, he said while pointing at them, his eyes glowing menacingly. Suppose I'll have to deal with all 4 of you, commented Naruto before moving to engage them. As soon as Suzuki's strike caused Gaara such terrible pain, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was in a whirlwind of motion. First, the booth exploded. He had avoided the blast by jumping up but was caught in the air by the Kaze Cage, who held a blade to his throat. Then he foolishly realized that his student had taken the place of the Kaze Cage and was using the exams as a means to destroy the village. Truly, Orochimaru, I have failed you, Hiruzen said mournfully, completely unconcerned with the kunao at his throat. Behind him, Orochimaru TSKED, having noticed the Hokage's calm aura. Foolish old man, you think you're in control here, he demanded angrily. In the instant he asked, to which Orochimaru would later admonish himself for making such a mistake, he was blasted backward into the roof tile by a release of hyperdense chakra. If it weren't for the barriers surrounding the two of them, the Umbu watching the fight would have found themselves forced to their knees from the pressure. The third Hokage of the Leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor and proclaimed god of shinobi, had activated the full weight of his chakra for the first time since the 9 tails had rampaged through the village. Orochimaru shot to his feet and grit his teeth. Surely you don't think a showing such as this would intimidate me, he demanded. I saw you in your prime, and this is a far cry from those days, sensei. Hiruzen sighed. Did I teach you nothing of looking underneath the underneath? I may be old and have lost a step in terms of chakra capacity, but did you think I would allow myself to grow weak? You're a fool if so. I bled for every bit of my strength, and I would sooner die than let it go easily, he proclaimed with a visible aura of chakra shrouding his body with fiery red wisps flailing around him. Orochimaru stood and released the full weight of his chakra in response. A purple, viscous aura surrounded his body, and the roof tiles were further destroyed around them. Different from the Hokage's hyperdense chakra, Orochimaru's was a vast lake of power that was begging to be unleashed towards his opponent. A single seal from the Hokage sent a terrible river of mud blasting into life to remove the snake's footing, sending him tumbling away. With another seal, the air on the roof superheated, followed by a sharp tongue of flame blasting the mud river, hardening it. 3 seals, and the Hokage slammed his palm on the roof. Chakra glowed over the mound of hardened mud that turned into a brilliant explosion where Orochimaru had been buried. In the time it would take a Jonin to cast a single B-class jutsu, the third Hokage cast 2, followed by a combination jutsu with ruthless efficiency. Such was the level of skill of the once touted god of shinobi. Hiruzen glared at the smoke billowing out from the jutsu's epicenter with disgust. Get up! If that was all it took to kill you, then I'm sure you would be long dead, demanded Hiruzen as he tore his Hokage robes off to reveal his battle attire. Further away from the epicenter of the blast, Orochimaru rose from the ground, looking burned but not altogether that injured. He was grinning at his sensei as if he found that show of power amusing. Perhaps you've still got some power left in that rotting carcass, sensei, mused Orochimaru before slamming his hand onto the roof for his jutsu. I had meticulously prepared this reunion for you, please enjoy it, sensei, he said as 2 coffins rose from the ground, followed by a third that failed halfway up. Hiruzen stared at them in horror. You've defiled them. They were at peace, he whispered to himself as the dead faces of his predecessors were revealed to the world. Kakashi had known something was off today, duck under a kick, stab a kunao into the femoral. It was odd that the Sand Village would send a Jinchuriki to a foreign country's exam when they were as unstable as Gaara. Parry a slash, then slice the throat. Now he was back in the familiar dance he mastered during the Third Great Ninja War. Next to him, Guy was smashing Sound and Sand Ninja with every punch and kick. Both of them were doing their utmost to protect the civilians who were incapacitated from the genjutsu, as well as the genin huddled in the stands. Naruto is fighting Gaara, Sasuke shouted as he got back to the stands, slightly out of breath. I did as you asked and didn't fight Gaara if he went ballistic, he said with a frown while not meeting Kakashi's eyes. It was a stipulation Kakashi imposed before their training began. In return for learning the Chidori, Sasuke would swear that should Gaara lose control of himself, he would back off and surrender. Sasuke didn't really care about being promoted and just wanted to learn the jutsu, so he reluctantly agreed. Kakashi smiled at his pupil. Good, he should wrap it up quick. New mission for you and the others. It's A rank, I need you all to move to the academy and make sure that the students are evacuated. Sasuke, you're in charge, Shikamaru, you're second. Sakura, Kiba, and Shino will accompany you, ordered Kakashi while killing yet another enemy. The academy is far enough into the village that it should be further from the main battle. They will be away from the worst of it and still doing a vital service protecting the young ones. That being said, there is no guarantee they all survive this, thought Kakashi grimly. He hated that his students were being put into a situation such as this, but it was the life of a ninja. He was doing the best he could to put them into a favorable situation. Sasuke stared at his sensei for a moment before nodding, then turned to the others. Let's go, he ordered before jumping off. Shikamaru followed him with incredible reluctance, while the others hurried to keep up. Guy looked to Lee and Tenten. Keep close. Lee, form a perimeter around the civilians and stop any who get past me and Kakashi. Tenten, long-range support, he ordered seriously, a far cry from his usual joyful personality. The two in question shot into action, showing their experience as genin. Kakashi put his back to Guy as Sound Ninja moved to surround them. This could get a bit difficult with all the civilians around. Be sure not to send them into the stands when you send them flying, Guy. It will be tough, but we can do it, Kakashi, Guy said firmly as he lowered his stance while staring at the ninja in front of him. An instant later, both shot into action, cutting and smashing their way through all the enemies. Naruto chuckled as he diverted a massive claw of sand into the ground, then kicked off it directly into a puppet. He flooded his body and arms with chakra as he crashed into it, causing the puppet to be crushed under him in multiple pieces. In the distance, the puppet boy himself was smashed into the ground by his shadow clone. Naruto didn't have time to take in the victory as Gaara shot a blast of wind and sand pellets that he was forced to avoid. The area he and the puppet had been was shredded by the attack. Naruto decided that the next problem to deal with now that the poisonous puppet was gone was the Jonin. He had been a nuisance with his attacks and hit-and-run maneuvers. It seemed none of these sand ninja were too keen to trade strikes with him. The Jonin was keeping his distance to fire off wind blades that would cut him in half had they landed. So Naruto turned and went after Wind Girl, who was peppering him with powerful gusts to take him off balance. Her eyes widened, and she moved to run, but he caught up to her before she could take a second step. Naruto kicked her in the stomach, uppercut her falling head, grabbed her arm that was reflexively sent out to restore her falling balance, took it, and turned then twisted it behind her back. Ruthless excitement filled him for the first time as he went to snap her arm. The girl let out a silent scream as he applied more and more pressure to the arm. And there he is, Naruto thought as an arm shrouded in wind was slashed at his neck from his right side. While the Jonin wouldn't rush to Gaara's defense, Naruto assumed that he would for the other two if he were going to kill them, and he was just proven right. Naruto's arm lashed out at blinding speeds, and with chakra coated and hardened around his hand to protect him from the wind blade, he grabbed the Jonin's wrist. The shock on the Jonin's visible eye showed that he realized his mistake by rushing in. Naruto's face split into a grin, and his 6 eyes glowed brighter. Baki, the Sand Jonin, was pulled forward by Naruto, and as he went to protect his face from the incoming punch, his stomach was kicked with force enough to cause him to vomit blood. Naruto didn't stop and released the wrist he was holding onto, then delivered a roundhouse kick to Baki's face as he was leaned over from the first kick. This isn't a very strong jutsu, but it should be enough in his current condition, thought Naruto as he pointed at Baki's body that was sent flying. Naruto formed a small spinning orb that was barely bigger than his finger. It was a mini Rasengan, and while lower in power, it allowed Naruto to do something a bit different. He formed a protective coating of chakra then blasted it forward similar to his red jutsu. Chakra technique, sinister spiraling shot. The flying Rasengan shot formed on Naruto's finger and shot towards Baki before he even landed from Naruto's roundhouse kick. Naruto watched as the projectile covered the distance and slammed into Baki's side, digging into his flesh like a superheated drill. An instant after hitting Baki, the jutsu destabilized then exploded. Naruto's 6 eyes observed the fallout of his jutsu in perfect detail. The jutsu didn't have the raw power of a Rasengan even by half, but it was incredibly fast to make and fire, so it was more than worth it. Baki was completely taken out of the fight, quickly losing consciousness from the pain and injuries. Barely 2 minutes after joining the battle, Baki, Temari, and Kankuro were taken out. Naruto turned to Gaara, who was forming hand seals, seemingly unaffected by the defeat of his sensei and siblings. "You're pretty cold-blooded, Gaara," mused Naruto lightly. He gestured to the 3 sand ninja. "Don't mind that your family and sensei were taken down, even a little bit?" he asked. "I care for nothing, but giving mother your blood," Gaara seemed to growl before his face became deranged. "Let me prove my existence," he screamed as he unleashed a sand twister at Naruto that was destroying anything in its path. Since awakening the 6 eyes, Naruto has felt content and confident in his abilities. He had an awareness of the world and chakra that filled him with a sense of self-assurance that he didn't really feel anything but amused by the people he came up against in the exams. For the first time since awakening his 6 eyes, Naruto has felt something other than amusement while fighting someone. He wasn't scared, not in the slightest. No, he felt sad. Because Gaara shared a burden with him, they both held a beast within them, and neither of them asked for it. He wasn't dumb, well, not anymore. He knew now that people like him were treated like trash everywhere. Gaara, despite having a family, seemed to have none. Naruto wasn't amused to fight him, instead, he felt a profound sadness facing someone he considered a brother, not by blood, but by shared burden. "I'll break through, Gaara," Naruto thought. It wasn't raining, nor was it nighttime or particularly cold. Yet, Naruto sensed Gaara needed the warmth of an outstretched hand, one unafraid of him, and Naruto was determined to offer it. Naruto's thoughts raced in the moments between a sand twister appearing before him and him disintegrating it with a burst of hyperdense chakra from his palms. This was akin to the gentle fist, but hundreds of times more potent. He essentially swatted the jutsu away. Deciding to go on the offense, Naruto shot forward, landing a hook punch to Gaara's side followed by a rising kick to his chin, launching him airborne. Naruto leaped after him, grabbed his leg, twisted sharply, and slammed Gaara into the arena wall with full force. Gaara's face twisted into a silent scream as his beast's chakra flared, exploding into the air and saturating the arena with its malevolence. Naruto moved to stop him, but a mountain of sand enveloped Gaara, protecting him and slowly forming into the one-tailed beast, with Gaara perched on its forehead. At the apex, Gaara performed a jutsu, swapping his consciousness with the beast's, allowing it to take control. "Oh, well, I may have taken a bit too long here," Naruto said with a nervous laugh. "I should probably pick it up now." He knew the beast's mere appearance would terrify the ninja. No one older than him had forgotten the havoc a tailed beast could wreak on the village. Naruto had no desire to let the beast linger. Naruto flared all his chakra, strengthening himself to his current limit. His eyes perceived the beast's consciousness forming from the jutsu, set to take control in roughly 1 second. He needed to move. He wouldn't be in time for its awakening, but he would counter its subsequent actions at his top speed. "Yeah, I'm free, baby," the beast roared, its voice so loud the entire village heard it. It was interrupted by a commotion on its head. Naruto landed in front of Gaara in a flash, the sand from his path erupting from the force of his steps. He didn't hesitate, noticing sand tentacles forming around Gaara to prevent him from hitting its host. Naruto's fist ruthlessly impacted Gaara's forehead, jolting him awake from the jutsu and destabilizing the fully realized beast's chakra. "No!" screamed the One-Tails, futilely fighting Gaara's rapidly returning consciousness. Every leaf ninja in the village breathed a sigh of relief as the One-Tails vanished as quickly as it appeared. The only damage it caused was from its formation along the arena walls. Gaara woke mid-fall and stared at Naruto in horror. "No, no, no, no! I won't let you take it away! I won't let you destroy my existence," he screamed in terror, trying to summon his sand but finding himself utterly drained. Naruto landed on his feet as Gaara fell face first, hitting the ground roughly. Naruto walked forward and sat cross-legged in front of him, a frown on his face. How are you so strong?" Gaara asked in a broken voice. Naruto's eyes, usually glowing with unimaginable power, were now dull with sadness. As much as he enjoyed fighting and defeating people, he found no joy in this victory. "It's unbearable, right?" Naruto asked, frowning. "Being alone? I know the feeling well. I was spat on, kicked, and hated for the beast within me. I was alone, and in the silence of my solitude, I hated them. I hated everything. I wanted to crush them to get back at them for treating me this way when I didn't even know why. Perhaps even a part of me still resents them," Naruto mused as the sounds of battle echoed in the distance, Gaara listening, enraptured by his words. "But I was saved, by my friends. By those I now hold precious above all else, even myself." Gaara's eyes showed his shock at these words. "It is for them that I fight so hard. I won't ever lose, and I won't ever let anything happen to them. If you or anyone else tries to harm them, I'll kill you," Naruto said with a fierce glare that shook Gaara to his core. Suddenly, between Gaara and Naruto, 3 sets of feet appeared. Naruto looked up to see a heavily exhausted and injured Team Baki standing in front of Gaara, wary but fully committed to protecting the down boy. Naruto looked at them for a moment before he smiled. "I see," he said lightly, noticing that in the eyes of the 2 siblings there was no longer wariness or fear of Gaara, but worry and fear for him. Baki was similarly worried, much like Kakashi had been for them when he faced Zabuza. "Gaara, you have a fine team," Naruto said with a smile. "I trust that all of you will leave?" Baki nodded firmly. "Yes, the Kaze cage is not leading us," he said, pointing to the barrier where Orochimaru was visibly clashing with the 3rd Hokage. "I will be signaling the retreat. Enough blood has been spilled over a vendetta that was not ours." "Then go," Naruto said, but in the next moment, the full weight of his chakra bore down on them, and his eyes glowed ominously. "But know this, I will not hesitate should we face off like this again," he warned. Baki and the 2 standing siblings nodded silently, while Kankuro reached down to pick up Gaara. Gaara couldn't meet his gaze as he muttered something lowly to his team. It must have been out of character, as all 3 of them turned to him in shock before speeding off, leaving the battle. Naruto only smiled as he watched them leave. It was likely the wrong move in terms of politics, but he didn't care much for that, nor would he really care what the higher UPS in the village thought. They had treated him like trash his entire life due to his status and lack of talent. He wasn't going to bend over backward to please people like them now that they were interested in his newfound power. After all, he hated wishy-washy people like that. Oh well, time to go see if the old man needed any help. The Umbu captain, Tiger, watched the battle between 3 Hokage and Orochimaru impassively, already resigned to the fact that a barrier they couldn't overcome separated them. The battle was epic in proportion. The first Hokage's taijutsu and later would style jutsu were incredible to witness in person, and Tiger felt awe at the level he must have been at when alive if this was only a fraction of his actual strength. Then the second Hokage, with water jutsu so superior to anything he'd ever seen, they were monsters in human skin, but none more so than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who fought both of them and Orochimaru with only his faithful summon, Monkey King Inma, by his side. While the Hokage's power held up well enough, he was noticeably holding back from using too much ninjutsu, favoring chakra enhancement and bajutsu for the fight, though he was clearly at the end of his rope. Tiger was only thankful that the appearance of the One-Tails paused the fighting between them long enough for the Hokage to catch his breath. Though the break wasn't much, it clearly helped. "How's he holding up?" Tiger spun around at the sudden voice and was face to face with the now infamous 6 eyes that had been whispered about at Umbu headquarters. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at him dispassionately as he waited for an answer. "The battle is tough, he's favoring a direct approach to not exhaust his reserves," said Tiger as he turned back to the battle. "I don't know how long he can hold out against 2 undead Hokage on top of Orochimaru." Naruto grimaced and turned to the barrier, or rather, barriers, as the 4 ninjas sustaining it created one on either side of them. The barriers held properties of fire chakra as well as hyperfirm chakra walls. Likely, anyone who physically touched the barrier would burn to death. Well, anyone that wasn't him. Naruto's 6 eyes allowed him to perceive and understand chakra at a level where he could do things others only imagined. He was able to completely remove his elemental affinity from his chakra and master the highest form of shape manipulation in minutes. So, with a solid coating of chakra around his body at an opposite ratio of what the barrier was comprised of, he was able to simply walk through. To the chakra-based and static barrier, it couldn't fight something that was its inverse, it would simply react in the inverse. So, instead of a fire barrier, Naruto was faced with an opening that molded around him like water as he passed through it. The four ninjas sustaining the barrier had to grit their teeth to fight the shock threatening to destabilize the barrier from his actions. Naruto stayed away from the fighting for now, waiting for his opening. It was a very fast-paced battle for now. Orochimaru was hanging back while the first and second Hokage tried to bind the third. Just as the old man burned away the approaching tree roots, Naruto shot forward and nailed the second with a kick that launched him out of the recently made forest, then moved to stand by the Hokage. "Looked like you needed help, old man," Naruto said with a grin. "These two aren't going to die or go away until Orochimaru releases the jutsu. I don't think we can disrupt this jutsu, perhaps seal it," he mused with a frown, his eyes dissecting the jutsu with hyper-efficiency. "You shouldn't have come, Naruto," Hiruzen said with a tired sigh, seemingly resigned to the situation. "The second Hokage jutsu can only be cancelled by the caster or sealed. I only have one jutsu that fits the criteria in this situation." Naruto turned to look at him. "What's the plan, old man?" he asked. Hiruzen glanced at him before gripping his staff firmly. "You will stay back and provide support at range and nothing else." Orochimaru made himself known at this point. "Ah, young Naruto, welcome," he shouted gleefully. "I simply must bring you home with me. Those eyes of yours are a scientific marvel I'm oh so curious to research." Naruto turned to him with a disgusted frown. "Oi, I have no intention of going with you. You're lucky the old man won't let me kill you," he shouted back. "Enough," the third shouted before he rushed at the first Hokage, who mirrored his movements. Naruto watched impassively as the old man made easy work of the first with his staff, its range and power allowing him to easily dispatch the revived Hokage. It was like the old man was capable of shredding the wood with no effort at the speed with which he dispatched every jutsu the first sent at him. The second wasn't going to sit out of the fight as he wove a single seal to produce a massive water dragon that raised the humidity in the barrier tenfold. Naruto watched as the chakra in the air folded in on itself hundreds of times over, utilizing the water in the air to form massive amounts of water for the jutsu. He didn't think he'd have been capable of ever doing something like that if he didn't have the six eyes. Seeing the wood style in person also showed him the depth of power the first Hokage had at his disposal. Witnessing these feats of strength from the three Hokage in front of him led Naruto to understand something. He wasn't the strongest, not yet. As he was now, Naruto was supremely confident in his ability to fight anyone. He was sure he wouldn't lose to Orochimaru, even, but seeing the Hokage fight, even at weakened levels, showed him that the summit of power he would need to reach to be called the strongest was still above him. That wasn't to say they were too strong to jump in as they currently were. No, the old man was likely capable of beating him with his sheer jutsu knowledge and adaptability, but Naruto had things no one else had. Complete unpredictability. Mix that with his six eyes, and he wasn't going to be ignored. Naruto flared chakra within his body to the maximum his body could withstand. He tsked to himself as the power flowing through him was a bit heavy on his muscles, and he could tell he was pushing them to the maximum. Hiruzen spun his staff at immense speeds around himself as he severed all incoming roots. The instant the wood was dealt with, Hiruzen jumped straight up, flashed two one-handed hand seals, and released a compacted stream of lightning towards the second Hokage, who was building up water for a jutsu. Hiruzen didn't bother to watch the jutsu as he extended the staff towards the first Hokage as the dead ninja was rushing to attack. Before Hiruzen could do anything more than slam the first Hokage into the roof with his staff, a blur entered the fight. The first Hokage, after getting smashed into the ground, was attacked by Naruto. The first Hokage quickly responded to the blonde, some of his body reforming under the effects of the reanimation jutsu. Naruto ducked under a kick, lashed out with a jab that was caught by the first. Naruto's eyes narrowed in response. As his fist was caught by the first, the dead Hokage lashed out with his own punch that Naruto caught. He noticed with his eyes that the first was using chakra enhancement differently than normal. As he caught the dead Hokage's punch, he felt the effects as he was nearly blasted away from the Hokage by the sheer force of the punch. He'd never experienced that level of power. He doubted Lee with the fifth gate open hit that hard. "You're quite strong, I'm honestly impressed, Lord First Hokage," Naruto said with an honest smile on his face as he held the Hokage in place. "Not going to talk?" he asked when he noticed that the Hokage's face hadn't changed expression since he joined the fight. Naruto kicked the first off of him and quickly molded his chakra on the tip of his finger. "I'll put even more behind this than last time," Naruto said with a grin as he formed a red on the tip of his finger. "Old man," he shouted in warning. As soon as Naruto saw Hiruzen blur towards him, he fired off his jutsu. Unlike a wind jutsu, chakra enhancement technique, red was a powerful reaction of positive chakra violently condensed in on itself into a tightly compacted orb. The resulting fallout was a shockwave of pure force that displaced the very air. The force behind the jutsu was such that the ground rumbled even outside the barrier. He noticed that both Hokage tried to form barriers with their respective elements, but they were blasted away the moment the jutsu reached them. Naruto lowered his arm with a grin. "Well, that was fun," he cheered with a grin as he turned to the third. But I don't think it really matters until we deal with Orochimaru. My predecessors were sent into the barrier, completely burning their bodies away. The rate of regeneration will have them returned in less than 2 minutes, informed Hiruzen as he formed a set of seals with a speed Naruto would have never comprehended without his 6 eyes. I want you to engage Orochimaru, the third said with deep reluctance on his face. Your speed and strength are at a level he won't be able to ignore. However, I will move in as soon as this jutsu is ready. When that time comes, get out of the way. Naruto turned to the old man and stared at him for a moment. The chakra swirling inside of him was a mixture of so many different elemental ratios that he was genuinely curious about the outcome. But the power in the jutsu he was building showed the old man's resolve to finish off his former student, so Naruto could only nod with a happy smile. As Orochimaru shook off the disorientation of the red attack, he barely noticed a blue blur coming at him. Naruto slammed a ruthless kick into the snake's ribs that stole his breath. A two-punch combo followed the kick at top speed. Knowing he needed distance, Orochimaru lashed out with a dozen snakes from his arm and jumped back. Naruto tore the incoming snakes apart with his bare hands, laced and coated with chakra, and moved to reclose the distance. Orochimaru smirked then regurgitated a sword. Naruto's face contorted with disgust as he flew towards Orochimaru. Who keeps a sword inside them? I knew you were a freak, he said with wide eyes. Ever heard of seals? You can keep all sorts of things inside them. Like a sword, and it's way less crazy than swallowing it. Wait, you're a sword swallower, aren't you? I can't say I'm surprised, and this explains your interest in Seisu. Enough, screamed Orochimaru as he swiped his sword in a wide arc. Naruto's 6 eyes noticed the chakra flowing through the blade, causing it to grow. He was aware of the sword's ability before it had grown 5 millimeters, such was the processing speed of his eyes. To those watching, the blade grew nearly in an instant as Orochimaru went to bisect Naruto. The Umbu held their breath as Naruto was midair while the swipe came for him, and they saw no way to avoid the attack. Behind them, molding chakra at a furious pace, the third Hokage gritted his teeth at seeing it. He's got me with this timing. I guess this is the level of battle that I am just able to reach at my maximum. I need to increase my base level. This is the max my muscles can be enhanced without shredding them. Oh well, getting thrashed by Jiraiya more than made that clear. I guess I have to use infinity even though it's not totally ready. Naruto thought as he watched the elongated blade cut through the distance towards his neck. In the month before the finals, Naruto's training consisted of learning all he had missed during the academy and as much as he could about chakra in the remaining time. Naruto's attention span during his academy days made it hard for him to sit and read or listen to his teachers, making it difficult for him to properly understand what he was seeing with the 6 eyes. It didn't take long to go through everything he missed and ignored. From there, he pushed to learn the basics of elemental chakras, shape, form, barriers, positive and negative principles, and finally, time and space jutsu. Naruto was able to form and manipulate theoretical chakras due to his perfect perception, control, and understanding of chakra with the 6 eyes. Red came from manipulating pure positive chakra. Blue, a jutsu he hadn't totally finished, was the inverse. Time and space jutsu, which from what he was understanding were basically teleportation and wormhole jutsu as they were now, were the highest level of ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. However, Naruto thought of separating time and space jutsu for a technique. Manipulating space by itself or time by itself, at large scales, the level of energy would be impossible with the levels of chakra he possessed, but at small scales, he could influence them. So he created a defensive jutsu, more of a barrier than anything else, but the chakra that formed it was in fact time and nature. It wouldn't have been possible without witnessing Jiraiya use the summoning jutsu, a time-space jutsu, albeit at a lower level than the second and fourth Hokage's flying Raijin jutsu. Seeing the chakra in action allowed Naruto to try and form it. Thus, infinity was born. In Jiraiya of the Sunnin's own words, it was the most incredible jutsu he'd ever seen or heard of. The blade of Orochimaru sliced towards Naruto, who lifted his left hand into its path and formed 3 one-handed hand seals. The blade made a sound as it made contact, and Naruto's eyes shone brightly as his jutsu held firm. The point of contact between Naruto's hand and the blade was separated by inches. Orochimaru on the ground, holding the blade, gritted his teeth as he tried to close the last bit of distance but found it impossible. At this moment, this is the 3rd time I've been able to activate infinity. It's only the size of my torso, and I need 3 seals to properly mold the chakra, but with time and practice, it will cover me. Naruto grinned at the thought of his perfect defense. Those watching the battle to sound ninja, the Umbu, Orochimaru, and finally, Naruto's grin widened savagely as his gaze locked with Orochimaru's. The slashing blade met Naruto's defense, lasting barely 2 seconds, yet they remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding. Naruto, the 3rd Hokage's shout echoed from across the rooftop. Humming contentedly, Naruto used the slash's momentum to push himself back, landing far enough for the Hokage to attack. Orochimaru could only turn to his former mentor, a long-forgotten fear gripping his every cell, for he recognized what was coming. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, earned his title through many feats, most notably his mastery of all chakra shape and form changes. He had perfected all 5 elements to a primary affinity level, could mold his chakra into any desired shape, and uniquely wielded both yin and yang chakra, a feat unmatched by any shinobi save the ancient sage and Rinnegan users. The third Hokage's ultimate jutsu was the Requiem of the Sage. It began with molding all elements, preserving their strongest qualities: the shredding wind, the earth's solid foundation, lightning's piercing energy, fire's power, and water's ever-shifting form. These were bound together with pure yang chakra as the unifying force. Hiruzen pressed both hands together in a prayer-like gesture. Black lightning crackled erratically around them, accompanied by a white halo of chakra sparking with blue lightning. Shadows obscured his face, hiding his expression from both Naruto and Orochimaru, though they sensed immense concentration. The instant Orochimaru shifted his gaze from Naruto to the Hokage, a blinding flash engulfed the rooftop, followed by a sonic boom that sent shockwaves through the entire village. Naruto witnessed a beam of violent energy, swirling with chaotic arcs, annihilating everything in its path. Orochimaru could only harden his body with chakra, hoping his nature chakra would ensure his survival. The twin barriers enclosing the rooftop tore like paper as the beam continued, impacting a building across the street and blowing it sky high. The ninja atop that building were shredded to dust, leaving only rubble in their wake. Naruto could only describe his current state as utterly impressed. He turned back to the Hokage and gasped audibly. The old man's chakra coils were burned out, his body quivering, and his face showed extreme exhaustion. Naruto rushed over, just ahead of the now able Umbu, catching the Hokage before he collapsed. He needs emergency medical attention, all his chakra coils are severely burned. Naruto yelled to the Umbu. A green-haired Umbu immediately began attempts to heal the Hokage. Naruto frowned, looking where Orochimaru had been before the attack. Nothing remained of the area, making confirmation of his survival impossible. However, 2 things were undeniably present. The first and second Hokage moved forward, their facial expressions now shifting as they gazed at the third. Naruto no longer felt danger from them, but he remained ready. The first noticed this and smiled gently. "Please, young ninja, do not worry, we are not long for this world. The jutsu controlling us is breaking, and we will soon be free," he reassured. "Oh, Sarutobi, you have more than surpassed me," he added with a fond smile. The second Hokage knelt for a closer look. "I believe he will survive, but his future ability to wield chakra is uncertain. Find a replacement, monkey, you've more than earned your rest," he commanded firmly, his eyes holding the softness only a proud teacher could possess. "The old man will be fine, I'll make sure of it," Naruto declared, his fist raised in determination. "If we can't heal him here, then I'll find someone who can, I swear it." The brother smiled fondly at the boy, the second observing him more closely. "You have an interesting ocular ability. What is your name?" he asked. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, wielder of the 6 eyes, and I'm going to be the strongest Hokage of them all," Naruto stated with supreme confidence. Both Hokage's figures began to crumble, their souls breaking away and ascending. They looked out at the remaining skirmishes across the village. The sand had retreated under Baki's command, and most of the sound ninja were defeated and fleeing. Both acknowledged that today was difficult and filled with loss, yet they felt pride in the village they built and died for, remaining strong so long after their passing. Then they looked down at the young Uzumaki, who watched them leave with his otherworldly eyes, and they knew the village's future would rest with him. Crazy as it seemed, they felt no hesitation in entrusting their village's future to a young boy like Naruto. Naruto sat atop his father's head on the Hokage monument, a bored expression on his face. Much had transpired since the Chunin exams concluded and Orochimaru of the Sunin led the subsequent invasion. Sounds of repairs filled the village. The damage wasn't so severe as to halt normal operations, but many businesses and homes were destroyed. Overall death tolls were still being counted, but civilian casualties were thankfully mitigated due to the rapid response Chunin force. Genin, Chunin, and Jonin deaths were lower than expected: 4 Jonin, 94 Chunin, and 11 Genin. For an assault force of over 2,000 from the sand and sound, suffering only 108 deaths defending the village was incredibly impressive. Naruto surmised that his own actions, along with Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, and Sasuke, contributed most by eliminating key players or defending vital points. Unfortunately, not everything was amazing. Orochimaru isn't dead. The fact that his curse seal is still active on Sasuke and Anko Mitarashi proves it. So the old man's insane jutsu was only useful for ending the fight and disrupting the snake's control over the first and second. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the thought. The third Hokage had been comatose since using Requiem of the Sage, an S-class plus jutsu, one of, if not the only, of its kind, something even a young Hiruzen struggled with, let alone the old man he was today. According to the head doctor, the old man would be lucky to retain chakra use, and his days as an active S-class combatant were over. Naruto dreaded contemplating his survival odds if his coma wasn't addressed soon. No one in the village can heal him. Head Dr. Tori could only ease his pain. Carp, head of the Umbu's medical squad, was similarly ineffective. "I can think of only one person on the planet with a chance," and wouldn't you know it, it's the last of the Sunin, Tsunade Senju. Therein lay the problem, Naruto thought, glaring angrily. With the third in his current state, decisions were made by the advisory council, the major clan heads, Umbu commander, Jonin commander, and the third's old teammates. It seemed with the god of shinobi out of the picture, hidden agendas were surfacing. All of them can go die in a hole. I'm giving Jiraiya until sunset before I go after his stupid teammate. It was earlier, during a troubling conversation with the council, that Naruto confirmed his earlier suspicions about them. Earlier in the council chamber, Naruto stood in a large unadorned room, occupied by the council currently deciding the village's fate. Torches lined the walls, there were no windows, and only random chairs, some occupied, others not. Clan heads for the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Inyazuka, Abarame, and Nara were seated around the room. Umbu Commander Lion sat cross-legged on the ceiling behind Naruto, while Jonin Commander and Nara clan head Shikaka Nara stood before Naruto with crossed arms. Oh, and the three idiots were also present. At a high table sat the third's three former teammates Koharu, Homura, and Danzo. Despite lacking reputable clan ties or power beyond that of a typical Jonin, Danzo, from Naruto's Six Eyes observation, was intriguing. They certainly held themselves above everyone else there. Naruto didn't hold back. He walked right in and declared, "I'm not here to waste time with old fogies like all of you." "Insolence!" Hayashi shouted. Naruto silenced him with a glowing glare. "I'm here to tell you that with the old man in his current state, he needs the medical attention of Tsunade Senju." Danzo interrupted with a passive expression, drawing the room's attention. "Do not think your new bloodline makes you the only one capable of thought. She is the only one alive with the expertise to potentially heal Lord Hokage." Lord! This guy hates the old man's guts. "I've known that since I was 7, Naruto thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Great, then we're done here. I'll leave right now to hunt her down and bring her back." Naruto grinned and started to turn. Yamanaka Inoichi spoke before he could fully turn. "You believe that the best course of action is to bring back a traitor?" he asked with a glare. Naruto paused, frowning, but it was Choza Akimichi who spoke up. "Inoichi, Tsunade isn't a traitor." Inoichi turned to his former teammate. "Of course she is. She abandoned this village after the Second War. How many have died because she ran away?" "Lady Tsunade's disappearances and has been excused by Lord Third," interjected the distorted voice of Umbu Commander Lion from the ceiling. "Then what's the problem?" Naruto asked. This entire conversation reeked of politics, and he truly couldn't care less. "The problem, you shitty fucking twerp," Saminyazuka shouted from her position atop her dog partner, "is that many won't, nor should they, take kindly to that woman's presence back in the village. Like they said. Who cares?" Naruto shouted, glaring at the council. "I could care less about any of that. I'm going to bring her back to heal the old man, anything after that, he can decide." He then turned to Shikaku. "I wasn't asking to leave or asking to bring her back. I was notifying you as a courtesy." "A courtesy?" Danzo asked, not letting the frowning Shikaka speak. "You've outgrown your station, Genin. You will do as commanded by your superiors, and in this case, it is not to leave the village. Too many eyes are on you. Not even a week has passed since the invasion, and already your profile is in the bingo books. The leaf cannot lose the 6 eyes or the 9 tails." And there it is, Naruto thought, glaring furiously at the three idiots who all agreed. Some clan heads also agreed to varying degrees. "The bugs will go with the most logical choice. The dog doesn't like me because I pounded on her son Kiba," likely a similar case with the Hyuga and shaming Niji so publicly. The Inoshikacho trio were all strangely quiet. Naruto turned to the Nara and tried to lock eyes, but the man was staring at the ground, seemingly torn on whether to speak up. Naruto wasn't sure if that favored him or not. "Oi, Scarface!" an irate Naruto shouted, causing Shikaka to twitch. "You really agree with all this?" "He agrees as he knows it is the right choice," Hayashi Hyuga stated, walking forward. "Mr. Uzumaki, you are not in any place to demand anything of this council, nor are you to leave this village without supervision." "Supervision?" Naruto thought, his facial expression unchanged. He forced himself to remain calm, sensing they were building to something. Koharu chimed in. "Hiruzen may have tolerated your disrespect out of amusement, but it is high time you learn your station. It was already bad enough you had no control over the 9 tails as our Jinchuriki, now you have no regard for your new bloodline's importance," she stated with a frown on her wrinkled face. Naruto was suspiciously quiet as they spoke. Shikaka began looking around the room with a frown. "I do not allow Hyugas to leave without a seal to keep the Byakugan safe. I would consider the same for Naruto. The 6 Eyes have turned a pathetic genin into a powerful shinobi, not something we should let leave the leaf due to carelessness," Hayashi stated, receiving approving looks from the three and considering ones from the rest. Homura stood from his chair. This council has already been working to place you in a new cell, with better training conditions, which will allow you to perform your duties as the fourth Hokage intended. Naruto's eyes snapped open at that point, glaring at the advisor. Oh, is that what my old man wanted? To be your little attack dog? Naruto wondered with a half-lidded glare that glowed with unimaginable power. Those in the room felt hairs on their necks stand up before his words registered. Boy, that isn't, Kohara shouted, alarmed, but Sim interrupted her. No fucking way you're his son, she shouted in disbelief, her hackles raised. You're that woman's son, the Uzumaki outsider. Outsider? Naruto murmured before a titanic amount of chakra was felt throughout the room. All individuals in the room were war veterans, some from multiple wars. Not since the Nine Tails was unleashed in the village 12 years ago had they felt such primal fear. Naruto's body shimmered with a blue glow of chakra, and the ground around him cracked under its weight. If the third Hokage's chakra was like a hyperdense blanket, and Orochimaru's was a malicious swamp, Naruto's was like the deep ocean, and no one in the room could force their bodies to move under the weight. Danzo's lone eye opened as he stared forward, but he didn't move to speak or act, merely observing Naruto. Naruto continued in an icy tone, "Do not refer to my mother as anything other than Lady Kushina, dog," he said to Tsum, who gulped, then turned to the rest. "I have never liked any of you, the so-called High Council," Naruto growled. "Before the old man was put out, you had no power and were more than happy to let him lead the village, and his body isn't even cold before you try and take control." Naruto's chakra pulled back into him, making the glow around his body resemble blue fire. He raised his hand in a claw-like motion with narrowed eyes. "I believe you all need." Suddenly, a hand slammed roughly onto Naruto's shoulder. Had he not recognized who it belonged to, he would have torn the arm off. The air in the room was once again saturated by powerful chakra, but this time it lacked the fearsome intent of Naruto's. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, not even turning from the nervous council. Jiraiya smiled down at him goofily. "Seems you and I had the same idea. I'll take it from here. I'll meet you outside." He grinned. Naruto snorted and relaxed his chakra and stance. "Fine," Naruto sighed, throwing a pebble from atop the Hokage monument. The council was clearly trying to prevent the old man's recovery and leash him. He didn't care about their reasons or intentions, they were cowards, too scared of the old man to act until he was out of the game. From loyal advisors to ambitious swine, he hated wishy-washy people like that. It had been roughly an hour since he sat on his father's monument, and he was sure Jiraiya would be done soon. He was anxious to leave the village and find Tsunade Senju. "The old man is stable at the moment, he isn't going to die if they can maintain him as is, but I believe that he will cross a point of no return in 3 weeks. The way his internal network was burned by his jutsu, that woman better be worth it," Naruto thought with a sigh. "Don't think too hard, Naruto, you're far too young for wrinkles," Jiraiya commented, landing beside him and plopping down. Naruto spared him a glance before turning back to the village. "Did you talk sense into those fools?" he asked, not particularly caring at this point. He was leaving come nightfall. Jiraiya slapped him on the back. "Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm quite persuasive when I need to be," he exclaimed with a beaming grin. Naruto looked at him then shook his head. "I can't believe those fools. He's not even dead," Naruto said with a frown. Jiraiya sighed tiredly. "Crazy as it seems, Sensei's teammates Koharu and Homura are the two who care most about preserving his vision of the village. They're just quite pragmatic and don't have his attachments to you and others that soften his decisions," he explained softly. Naruto turned to him with a raised brow. "Soft?" The old man was many things, but he wasn't that soft, wise and kind, sure. But he never held back after a prank went too far on my end. Jiraiya laughed. "Yes, soft. If you weren't like a grandson to him, he'd have had you trained since you could walk and wouldn't have tolerated anything resembling a prank from you. Remember, Naruto, you're a deterrent for war, a Jinchuriki, and many would consider Sensei a fool for not treating you as such. Several of whom are in this very village, I suppose, and the rest of those fools? I didn't think the clan heads would act like that." "Yeah," Jiraiya mumbled. "That's a whole other issue. Many of the clans are still trying to figure out their standing in the village and the Fire Lord's court since the Senju and Uchiha were basically wiped out. You present an unfortunate obstacle for their family's rise in acclaim." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Explain." "There are currently 3 great clans in this country and this village, the Senju, Uchiha, and Sarutobi. You, or the Uzumaki, are being considered to be the 4th great clan right now. It's not confirmed yet, but it's all but set after this," Jiraiya said, extending a small booklet. Naruto took it and briefly looked. International Bingo Book. He opened to a marked page, his eyes widening in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto. Wanted for 50 minutes Ryo by the village hidden in the sound. Danger rating, S-class. Note, wields a bloodline known as the Six Eyes Ocular Jutsu. "Ha," Naruto snorted, handing the book back. "The snake is a bitter one." Jiraiya tucked the book back into his pocket. You are now the third-fourth if we still count Sensei, and the international community still does for now S-class individual aligned with the Leaf. The Cloud Village boasts 3, the Sand boasted 2, the Stone boasts 4, and who knows what's happening in the Mist with the war and constant defections. In the Fire Country's court, the 3, now potentially 4, great clans have 3 of the continent's 4 S-class ninja, you, Sensei, and Tsunade. This is why those clans in there are less than pleased with you, as you blocked one of the only times an opportunity to raise themselves has come in years. As they barely boast an A rank, much less S, they know they can't compete with you in terms of strength. Add to your pedigree the Uzumaki being a once massive and powerful clan, and your father being who he was, it was almost a no-brainer to elevate you and the Uzumaki to great clan status, Jiraiya explained with a tired sigh, looking out over the village. Naruto scratched his head, frowning. The hell does all that even mean? I get that S-class means I'm considered an elite ninja, but who cares about great clan? Is it really just status that's important to them? Don't underestimate the power of status. Tsunade has had benefits that have prevented her from being labeled a deserter due to her clan status. Even if she was a non-elite ninja, her name alone would grant her many opportunities and leverage most would only dream of at the capital. Sasuke will have many privileges as the last of the Uchiha, loyal at least, once he comes of age. That is without the economic advantages and ears of people in the capital that can make big things happen. Many of the clans in the village would greatly benefit from such things, as most of them provide a service outside of producing ninja. Jiraiya grew serious, emphasizing the elevated status of being S-class. While not a military rank, this level of power and prestige grants significant privileges and leeway to ensure loyalty. Naruto was now a face of the continent in the Leaf. To be treated as such, even an orphan like Jiraiya lived comfortably after attaining S-class. Honestly, though deserving, Naruto was probably the weakest of the 3 of them right now. Naruto lightly shrugged, suggesting they revisit that comment once he mastered Infinity, prompting Jiraiya to thump his head. Naruto then jumped up, asking, "So now what? Are we leaving to get the old broad?" Jiraiya hastily shot to his feet, warning, "Don't say that. She's incredibly vain, and insulting her will make our job infinitely harder." A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Naruto silently raised his hands in surrender. Jiraiya took a breath, calming himself. "Next, we leave at first light for a roughly 2-week journey. I have a few leads, so hopefully, we'll finish sooner." "Sounds good," Naruto replied. "I haven't met up with my team since the invasion. Have you heard anything about them?" He admitted feeling a bit guilty for not looking for them, but he'd spent the past week at the hospital with the old man or training. Jiraiya explained, "Sasuke and Sakura are fine, their light injuries were treated after the fighting. Sasuke led the team protecting the academy well, rumor has it he's due for a promotion. Kakashi was low on chakra but has been in and out of the village on emergency duties." Jiraiya then grew thoughtful. "That's another reason the council didn't want you leaving. They didn't want the village without an S-class for protection, and they knew I'd be leaving to get Tsunade." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I'm sure it was for a reason like that. They need their strongest here. Really making me feel like I have some type of privilege right now," he said sarcastically, knowing that was a minor consideration for the council, who were eager to control him. "I didn't say it was the only reason, just a reason," Jiraiya countered with a smile. "In their own way, they believe they're acting in the village's best interest. Unfortunately, the Umbu commander, Shikaku, and some are practically the only active ninja left on the council. The others have internal village duties, so their pragmatism might be a bit skewed nowadays." Jiraiya suddenly stopped. "By the way, when did you learn about your old man? I heard you mention it in the council chamber and just went along with it." Naruto snorted with a grin, pointing to his eyes. "Ever since I got these bad boys, I've been able to think far clearer and figure things out way faster. I saw a picture of him and knew instantly. Then I broke into the record room at the Hokage Tower and found out about my mother. I didn't really bring it up because it wasn't super important at the time, I guess. I was just happy to know who they were," he said softly. Jiraiya wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "They would both be incredibly proud of you, never doubt that." "Thanks," Naruto said with a smile. "That being said, I am pretty annoyed, but I want to talk to the old man before I let it out." After leaving Jiraiya, Naruto decided to stroll through the village, looking for his team. He took in the sights, surveying the invasion's damage. Shops and signs were broken, but surprisingly few were completely out of commission. Civilians chatted in the street, sharing their invasion stories with relieved smiles. Some who looked at him had surprised expressions, a few even appearing slightly odd. "Word spreads fast. I'm sure my actions with Gaara and Orochimaru have given me a new image to the people of the village," Naruto mused with a smile, basking in the attention and offering smiles and waves to everyone who looked at him positively. "Can't say I hate this development." As he walked, he overheard whispers, saying he took down the tail beast himself. "Makes sense considering. Heard he fought alongside Lord Hokage. Husband is a Chunin, said he's to be considered a lord soon. Who would have thought that boy would turn out like that? Still pissed he turned all my linens pink last year. Heard he was the only to lure the messenger birds over the Homura shop to cover it in bird poop. Naruto had to suppress his laughter at the last few. He'd worked hard on those pranks, and he was happy their legend endured. He felt a warmth in his heart hearing positive whispers about himself. It wasn't long ago he had to steel himself just to walk home. Instead of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto headed towards his team's frequent training grounds. After a bit more walking, he witnessed a sight that, if his six eyes hadn't confirmed its reality, he would have thought was a genjutsu. Sasuke and Sakura were locked in a spar. Sasuke didn't have his Sharingan activated, and it seemed to be hand-to-hand only, but they were going at it. Sakura's fighting style had evolved over the last month. Under Naruto's tutelage, with Jiraiya's assistance, she transformed from an academy fighter into a vicious opportunist. Sakura ducked under a jab, spun outside Sasuke, and lashed out with a kick that he was forced to absorb before responding. Sasuke threw a continuous combo that Sakura deflected, dodged, and countered with incredible precision. Sasuke ducked low and went for an uppercut. Sakura saw it coming and leaned back, which was exactly what Sasuke wanted. He spun for a jumping back kick that she took full onto her chest. Not out of the fight, she rolled with the momentum and slid back to her feet. Bursting forth with speed levels beyond her exam performance, she unleashed a two-punch combo that Sasuke ducked and deflected, following it with a calf kick that Sasuke deflected with his shin. Sakura front-flipped from his shin and came down with a high kick to Sasuke's chin, knocking him off balance. She shot forward and went for a haymaker that Sasuke dodged, grabbing her arm and holding it behind her back. Naruto decided to announce himself then. Wow, Sakura, that was great, soon you'll be a worthy teammate. He laughed with a grin. Sakura deflated at hearing his voice. Shut up, you moron, she shouted back, still held by Sasuke. Sasuke turned to Naruto. She's improved quite a bit. I heard she was training with you last month. Yep. I needed someone to practice on. She has insane potential for hand-to-hand. I actually have a few more ideas for her, Naruto said with a wide smile, walking forward. Sakura, your chakra control is good, but your chakra enhancement is wasteful and poorly channeled. Work on that, and you'll be way better. I'm getting better at maintaining optimal enhancement, but it's tough to keep it steady while fighting. Sakura sighed as Sasuke released her. I have a few ideas on how to train. I think it's just going to take time. Kakashi-sensei had me enhancing myself at all times, and he would call out different levels, and I would have 2 seconds to match until it was second nature, Sasuke said, stretching lightly. Though I haven't been able to maintain it for very long before tiring myself out, I have a few minutes at my maximum. Naruto wrapped an arm around Sasuke's shoulder. Keep training and you'll get it, Sasuke, he cheered with a high-pitched voice. Sasuke responded with a shove, glaring at the trees. Sakura, keep training, I'll help when I get back. I'm going to be gone for a few weeks to get Tsunade to come heal the old man, Naruto explained, then became sheepish. Don't tell anyone where I'm going or that it's for the old man. Don't think I should have mentioned it. No, you should not have, came Kakashi's voice as he appeared next to them out of nowhere. Sasuke and Sakura turned from Kakashi's sudden appearance to Naruto. Why are you in the loop with Lord Hokage, asked Sakura. Well, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to share, but since you're my team, I'll just trust your discretion, Naruto said with a lazy smile. Kakashi quietly sighed but didn't interrupt. I fought with the old man, so I was there. He's out of the game, unfortunately, but with Tsunade's help, he'll be up and about in no time. She's the only one who can help, so it's become top priority. Jiraiya and I are going to get her. Kakashi perked up after hearing that. Both of you? I'm surprised they're allowing that, he said, his lone eye showing a bit of surprise. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kakashi. Don't tell me you're on those fools' side. I'm not sitting around while the old man is in that situation. I don't care about my status, and if it makes you feel better, I should be able to return at a moment's notice if necessary. Kakashi just raised his hands in surrender. Status? Asked Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. I've been dubbed S-Class, so they want to shackle me here, among other reasons, Naruto grumbled with an eye roll. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened comically. S-Class, they shouted. Sasuke's eyes fell to the ground, frozen in thought. Kakashi calmed them down. Yes, it's more than earned considering his actions in the invasion and who they were against. It's customary for all of the Great Five to have an S-Class, usually their cage, guarding the village at all times, and with Lord Hokage indisposed. Kakashi trailed off. Naruto, Sakura shouted in shock. You can't leave if Lord Jiraiya is going. What if? Naruto interrupted with a raised hand. The old man's situation isn't known by the public. As far as anyone is concerned, he's resting. Even those within the village without Jonin clearance don't know, he explained. Wait, what do you mean you could return at a moment's notice, asked Sasuke. Naruto blurred forward and hugged Sasuke. I'm glad you asked, Sasuke, he shouted, getting a face full of Sasuke's hands as he tried to free himself. After unceremoniously dropping Sasuke, Naruto went through 11 hand seals, ending with the snake seal. There was a slight flare of chakra and a whoosh sound. In 1 second, Naruto was in front of them, then the next, he was behind them. All three turned from where Naruto was standing to where he was standing several times. Kakashi chuckled in disbelief, while Sasuke glared at the grass beneath his feet, and Sakura looked a bit excited at the development. I did that by playing with space-natured chakra, Naruto shouted joyfully. Basically, if I consider where I am point 1 and where I want to be point 2, I reduce the space between the 2 points to 0, and I'm warped to that point. The fourth Hokage did something similar but with seals as the medium, and his was easier to make combat ready. Though with time, my jutsu will be so superior no one will even bring him up, he shouted with a wide grin and his sunglasses shining in the setting sunlight. It isn't as complicated as it sounds, Naruto mused. I basically apply my infinity jutsu in reverse. I'm not expanding time to constantly slow down incoming attacks but reducing the distance to 0 using space chakra. I should be able to do it over long ranges eventually, but at the moment, I can only do it to places in eyesight after 11 hand seals to get the chakra ratios right, though I do have the anchor to help in my apartment for emergencies. Space chakra was more tangible than time-based chakra, allowing for more manipulation. Time was incredibly dangerous. He didn't want to mess with it too much and get sent into the freaking past or something. Looking back towards his team, he saw Sasuke and Kakashi off to the side, talking about lightning jutsu, completely ignoring him. Sakura, however, was staring at him with wide eyes, clearly appreciating his genius. You're going to tear yourself in half doing stuff like that, Sakura said with wide eyes. Do you even understand the physics behind what you're doing? Cause if. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. I tested with clones. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, you done? He shouted. Oh sorry, did you say something Naruto? Asked Kakashi as he and Sasuke turned back to him. Nope, he's not getting me with that, Naruto thought before weaving seals to reactivate his jutsu. See you in a few weeks, losers, he said before warping out of the clearing. Naruto and Jiraiya enjoyed a pleasant stroll through the forests of Fire Country, heading towards where Jiraiya's intel suggested Tsunade resided with her aide, Shizune. So what's the big deal here? Naruto asked, hands in his pockets. Why is getting this lady so involved? I mean, at the end of the day, she's a leaf ninja, active or not. Jiraiya sighed. You're right, but remember what I said about great clans and S-class privilege? Well, she's taken advantage of both to be given indefinite leave, so the trouble isn't finding her, it's getting to her without her sensing us and bolting. If she knows we're coming, she'll run, and we'll be on a chase I don't particularly want to be a part of. Naruto snorted. She sounds like a real handful, he laughed. I guess I won't complain too much, it's nice to be out of the village for a bit. The silence continued for a while, but Naruto had another question. So, why are you so focused on finding her? I'm more than enough to bring her back, and the old fogies would be happy to have you stick around. Not like they'd really trust me with anything like they do you. Well, that's cause you're still a twerp, Jiraiya said with a grin, earning an eye roll from Naruto. In all seriousness, it's because there are rules, and despite having more knowledge of chakra theory than any Jonin I've met, you are sorely lacking in the political knowledge of our country and the others. Especially as a new S-class, there are rules, even in this country, we have to follow, more unspoken, but rules all the same. Naruto turned to him with a raised eyebrow. Maybe I can force the snake to rescind the rating cause this is becoming annoying, old man, he grumbled. Jiraiya laughed. With strength comes responsibility, Naruto. You have tremendous strength, so. I got it, sighed Naruto. So what am I missing? There is a balance between the Hokage and the Fire Lord. While ninja villages are largely independent of the capital, there's a back and forth. The Fire Lord in the capital is in charge, and there are 5 advisors, all of whom hold significant influence in the country and trade throughout the continent. Trade we need food, cloth, resources, herbs, basically things that don't grow or exist naturally in this country. With that, the capital also provides funds to the village in times of need, such as after the Nine Tails attack, where we needed all the help we could get to quickly rebuild so as not to appear weak to the other 4 great nations. Naruto hummed. I suppose it doesn't come for free, Jiraiya nodded. Exactly. The Hokage ninja are tools to complete missions, and those with money can hire us. The Fire Lord and the 5 advisors often have work that needs to be done, from being political diplomats in other nations to taking care of rivals. Naruto saw Jiraiya giving him a deadly stare and understood the rivals weren't always in other countries. None of this is hidden from the Fire Lord or Hokage. In fact, it's actually encouraged to keep everyone sharp. We may not have the public history that the Bloody Mist does, but the Land of Fire has its own history of infighting. Besides the Fire Lord, the Hokage has the most authority in the country, with the 5 advisors being below that, then are the great clans. See why it's important. Naruto rubbed his hair with a groan. Yeah, I get it, so what's the rules? You explained all that but didn't answer my question. Jiraiya thumped him on the head. I was getting to it, he said with a glare. You and I are the go-to hire for those in the capital. Our power and reputation make us ideal emissaries, as we can go most places to deliver messages that would normally kill all that approach from the leaf. Last year, I went to the Rock Village to deliver the updated trade agreement from the Fire Lord to the Stone Lord. I know you know how that's impossible for most others. Naruto nodded with an impressed face. Even with your rep, you have some balls, Jiraiya. Naruto laughed. I mean, you're the one who trained my old man, who tore those losers apart. Jiraiya snorted. They hate us and him especially, but that Tsuchikage isn't a stupid man and knows there isn't a point to starting another war. For now at least, he trailed off tiredly. Think they're losing it over me? Naruto asked excitedly. I mean, I look so much like him. Not to mention I'm getting pretty famous thanks to the bingo book. Oh, I hope they've seen it, Naruto said with a wide smile. Jiraiya went to thump him on the head again, but Naruto ducked away and laughed, haha, old man. Then Naruto felt a thump on his head and turned to see a clone poof away. Seriously, when did you make that? Naruto asked with a blank expression. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Like an hour ago, he shouted. Naruto blew a raspberry at him. Whatever. Jiraiya sobered back up after a bit. Back to the rules, because we're the Goto, we have to always be ready to drop what we're doing to answer a summon to the capital. Knowing you, if you were summoned while out here alone, you'd ignore it, and that would just cause all sorts of issues. Naruto nodded. Makes sense. Anyone besides you do these things? Jiraiya nodded. Yes. I do a majority of the political things, sometimes Kakashi as well, as his rep is incredible, and his strength isn't anything to scoff at. But for the work, sometimes an Umbu captain will take the job. The issue is the Hokage decides who gets the assignment, otherwise they would demand me for everything. My mission rate is very high, but they have practically unlimited money. Naruto perked up. Oh, what would my mission rate be? He asked. He wasn't exactly well off financially, having only been on 10 missions, 9 of which were D rank. I'm sure it's gonna be higher than Kakashi's, so likely 2 million minimum, Jiraiya said with a wave. Mine is 10, he said with a grin, to which Naruto laughed back. Naruto suddenly stopped and turned to Jiraiya with a curious expression. By the way, are we just letting those guys follow us the whole time, or should we do something about it? He asked, pointing a thumb to the forests behind them where he knew they were being followed. Jiraiya shrugged. They're here for you, you take care of them. I was hoping they'd have the guts to start the fight. In the next moment, 6 ninja with no headbands arrived in front of them with a body flicker. Naruto looked at all of them closely. There wasn't a common elemental affinity among them that would give away a village affiliation, nor were there really any visual cues. All of them had very few defining standout features. Okay, I give. Where are all of you from? Called Naruto with a tilted head. Jiraiya took a few steps back. They're unaffiliated scouts, they want to get a feel for you. This means that every lord in Cage now knows of you and wants to see if you live up to the hype. After all, S-class win wars. Naruto stepped forward while cracking his knuckles. Got it. Now I want all of you to give it your all. Don't make this boring, he shouted before blitzing forward and kicking the one in the center. To the ninja's credit, he managed to raise his guard, but Naruto felt both arms break from the kick. Naruto's eyes glowed, and he blurred past the ninja he kicked to get behind him, swept his legs from out under him, and rained down punches with ruthless force. Once the ninja was completely broken, he stood back up and turned to the rest. The 5 were silently watching. I'd recommend you come at me together, Naruto declared, before rushing his opponents. He targeted a ninja supported by 2 others wielding tantos. Naruto used Earth Nature Chakra to pull the guarded ninja in the middle, then grabbed and threw him, sending him and the ninja on his right sprawling. He swiftly dodged a slash, ducked a follow-up, and delivered a knife hand strike to the ninja's exposed side, breaking ribs. Naruto was forced to block an incoming kick from the 5th ninja. With lightning speed, he grabbed the foot and slammed the ninja to the ground. As Naruto moved to finish him, the 2 he'd thrown earlier charged forward. One attacked with a tanto, the other with a fist glowing with lightning nature chakra. The tanto-wielding ninja was channeling wind chakra, so Naruto knew better than to touch the blade, risking a lost finger or hand. He deftly swayed to avoid the tanto, waiting for an opening. The second ninja with the lightning fist attacked as Naruto swayed back, a mistake Naruto savored. He seized the incoming wrist and forced it into the path of the wind blade, creating an explosion as the elements clashed. Naruto saw the lightning fist ninja lose his hand and moved in for the kill. Naruto jumped and kicked the disarmed ninja in the chest, sending him flying back. He then warped behind the ninja and delivered a full-force punch to his back, cracking and breaking all the bones in his torso. The ninja with the ruined tanto blade resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Naruto parried a punch, landed 6 quick strikes to various points on his body, and finished with a spinning kick to the neck, sending him tumbling out of the fight. The 2 remaining ninja, one with broken ribs and the other he'd thrown, stood on guard, side by side. Naruto noticed the tanto ninja drew another blade, now dual-wielding. Naruto shot forward, feigning an attack on the unarmed ninja but striking both, the blade ninja with a kick and the unarmed one with an elbow. The blade ninja tried to slash while the other attempted a punch. Naruto parried the punch and seized the wrist holding the blade. He pulled the wrist forward and knee struck the ninja's face, rattling his skull and shattering his nose. The last ninja, recognizing defeat, pulled out a roll of explosive notes and rushed him. Naruto grinned, coated his hand in chakra, grabbed the notes, and flooded them with so much chakra that it destabilized the seals, causing them to catch fire instead of exploding. Naruto then leg swept the ninja, following up with a hammer arm smash that drove him into the ground, creating a crater. Wiping his hands, Naruto surveyed the 6 down ninja. That was fun. Now go. Tell everyone about my amazing power. I'll happily beat any of you into the ground again. Naruto laughed, watching them struggle to their feet and drag each other into the forest. Jiraiya approached, a thoughtful expression on his face. That was different from your usual boasting. More calculated. Naruto nodded. After the invasion, and the old man, we need a new bogeyman to deter foolishness from our rivals. I took them down without ninjutsu as a statement of strength. I do still plan to be Hokage, after all. Jiraiya nodded. Smart. Though you should settle for 6th Hokage. You're too valuable to be relegated to the job now. That's actually why we're rushing to get Tsunade. She's perfect for the job, strength and reputation in spades, and we won't lose any manpower since she hasn't been active in decades. Naruto's face gave nothing away as he acknowledged Jiraiya's words. He didn't want to voice his disfavor for someone who ran from her duties becoming Hokage. He'd have to test her when they met. Gotcha, Naruto replied as they continued their walk. Tanzukagai, one of the 4 major cities in the Land of Fire, boasted numerous attractions, with its entertainment district holding more gambling houses than anywhere else in the country. Naruto and Jiraiya walked through Tanzukagai's bustling nightlife, their eyes curious as they observed their surroundings. Naruto was curious, while Jiraiya seemed to be back in his element. Soft, warm lantern lights illuminated the footpaths, and shops and stands lined the streets of the district. Bars and restaurants were filled with laughter and cheers as patrons celebrated. The city's atmosphere differed drastically from anywhere else in the country. While energetically positive, the Leaf was a hidden village, and even civilians knew it was primarily a military city where ninja dictated all rules. Fun was available, but only if approved or sanctioned by the ninja. The capital was extremely positive, even for civilians without power or influence, who found it a pleasant place to live, if only because the rules were more relaxed than in the Leaf, with no seemingly all-knowing ninja enforcing laws. The capital was run on pleasure and money, for better or worse. Tanzukagai struck a happy medium. Enforced by a regiment of warriors from the capital and patrolling Chunin squads, its streets were relatively safe from crime, yet offered the freedom for entertainment that wouldn't have been strictly permitted in the Leaf. These people are all so happy, Naruto thought with a grin. Jiraiya mentioned they were approaching Tsunade and had them wait on the village outskirts until nightfall, believing she'd be drunk enough not to notice their entry. Naruto suspected that even with chakra suppression, he couldn't fully hide his presence due to his vast chakra, not ideal for a ninja, something he'd work on. In here, Jiraiya said, pointing to a bar at the end of a lane. The lights were dimmer, and the sounds lower than the other bars in the village center. Naruto followed Jiraiya into the bar, curious. Only 2 customers sat at a booth in the corner, one of whom stood as they entered. Jiraiya! Tsunade shouted upon their entry. Jiraiya smiled. Long time no see, Tsunade. Sheesh, I'm exhausted from all the walking. He moved to join her and Shizune at the booth. Naruto followed, hands in his pockets. I don't know anything about this woman except what's in the books. I'll let Jiraiya do the talking. They're looking at each other as more than former teammates, he thought, raising an eyebrow. After sitting, Jiraiya gestured to him. This is Naruto, he came with me to meet you. Yo, Naruto said with a salute as he accepted food from the waiter and ordered more. Tsunade barely spared him a glance, but Shizune's eyes widened momentarily before she turned away. Naruto only glanced at her, he was too captivated by Tsunade. Her chakra is unlike anything I've ever seen. Every muscle fiber has traces of enhancement that's controlled on a level I didn't think someone could achieve without a bloodline. Naruto thought, his 6 eyes absorbing everything about her. I bet that even without actively molding chakra to strengthen herself, she's stronger than the average jonin. At her max, she could shatter a mountain. It's crazy that someone so strong is so weak-minded to need a genjutsu to look younger. Jiraiya drank some sake from the table and sighed happily. You've grown even more beautiful, Tsunade. I've missed you, even if you spend so much effort to avoid me. He grinned. Surprisingly, Tsunade laughed. Maybe if you tried a bit harder, it wouldn't have been 2 years since we've seen each other. She smiled. Naruto's eyes widened. Wouldn't have called that. Jiraiya has the hots for this woman. I thought his true love was the ladies at the entertainment district back home. He chuckled to himself. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. It has been a while. He frowned. We'll have to pick up where we left off at the Moon Resort, she replied with a hiccup. I haven't had a good. Her eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. Oh god, I am drunk, she said morosely. Jiraiya burst into laughter, confusing Naruto and eliciting a tired sigh from Shizun. I'll say, we were at that resort nearly 10 years ago, though those were the best times, he said with a melancholic smile. Naruto tilted his head, quickly connected the dots, and then burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention at the table. You're kidding, Jiraiya. You and her. That's wild. He turned to Tsunade. You must be something to snag this one, he said, pointing to Jiraiya, who was rapidly growing nervous. I mean, there can't be too many out there who would settle for a genjutsu-clad old woman, much less Jiraiya of the Sunin. Somehow, Naruto managed to hit every single conversational landmine Tsunade possessed, and he seemed even more thrilled as he finished speaking. Shizun pulled her pet pig, nestled in her arms, closer with a worried look, while Jiraiya was sweating bullets. Tsunade glared at him with a thunderous look that even Naruto found a tad scary. Who do you think you are, you little shit, she shouted, standing up. Why are you here, Jiraiya? If you wanted to drink, you shouldn't have brought a snot-nosed little punk. Naruto's grin softened as he felt a bit of irritation flare from her words. He would normally shut down someone talking like this, but he wasn't in front of a normal ninja, so he'd offer leeway. Honestly, she was still pretty drunk, and he found it quite funny. Jiraiya sighed. Honestly, I wish I were here for fun times. I'm here to request you return to the village. Sensei hurt himself bad using the jutsu to deal with Orochimaru during the invasion. Tsunade's eyes hardened. So that old fossil used that, huh? Never would have thought he still had it in him, she mused cruelly, causing Naruto's eye to twitch. Well, you can stuff it, You've been named 5th Hokage, Jiraiya interrupted. It's not so simple as blowing me off. Shizun gasped, and Tsunade's eyes widened for a moment before she glared fiercely at him. You dare, you hunt me down to demand I return to that place, and even worse, you convince those people to make me Hokage, me. Tsunade jumped to her feet. You can both fuck off, she shouted, slamming a hand onto the table, cracking it. Naruto stared blankly at the table while Jiraiya finished his saucer of sake. Neither of them seemed intimidated. Too much, she said lowly as she sat back down. That hellhole took too much from me, and now you want me to die like those fools, like Sensei? That's all the Hokage position is. A chair for a fool to kill themselves at the appropriate time. Naruto clenched his fist. Fools? Big words from a weak woman like you wallowing in self-pity, he said venomously. There are many who have lost everything for the leaf and still happily protect it. I had my ticket torn less than an hour after I was born, and you don't see me drowning in alcohol. Tsunade snapped her head to him. That's enough, she shouted, jumping back to her feet. Naruto mirrored her actions, a slight glare from behind his glasses. Think you know everything, twerp? Then let's take this outside, she growled before stomping out of the bar. Jiraiya sighed and tossed the barkeep a roll of money before following her out, with Shizun and Naruto right behind him. The two ninja faced each other on the empty road. The bar was far enough from the main street that no civilians were around to get in the way. You think your hero worship of the Hokage makes them less of fools? I'll show you just how shallow your thoughts are on the real world, Tsunade said while stretching her arms. Naruto scoffed. I'm going to say it right now. Apologize and take back what you've said about the Hokage, and I won't smash you into the ground and drag your old ass back to the leaf. He frowned. As he spoke, he observed her chakra purge the alcohol from her system at lightning speed. Yeah, sure, you little shit. Tell you what, land a hit on me and I'll acknowledge you as a ninja. Until then, you can settle for being the twerp genin with too loud a bark, she taunted with a smirk. Naruto tilted his head. Twerp genin, huh, I'm the future Hokage of the leaf. I'm too young right now for it, so they're giving it to a useless ninja like you who won't cost us battle power to put in the chair, he responded while limbering up. Tsunade's eyes widened momentarily at his words, then she returned to anger. Also, Naruto began before shooting forward at his absolute top speed, shocking everyone and slamming a devastating punch into Tsunade's gut, launching her off the street and through a building. One hit isn't going to be all that tough, he said, gazing dispassionately in the direction she flew. Shizun, off to the side, leaned over to Jiraiya. So he's the one I heard about? Probably. Tsunade clearly doesn't pay attention to new developments in the ninja world, Jiraiya said with an amused laugh, thinking she was paying for it now. A pulse of chakra emanated from the building's rubble, then green wisps of chakra began rising into the air. Naruto popped his neck as his 6 eyes informed him that the rust on Tsunade's abilities was quickly being removed. Guess we'll see if the legendary fighter is all she's cracked up to be. Rubble blasted into the air as Tsunade shot to her feet, chakra consolidating around her gut, healing the damage inflicted by Naruto. Healing of that level without physically directing the chakra, you're pretty good, Naruto complimented as he watched it happen, knowing such a feat was currently beyond him. Tsunade cracked her neck and limbered up. Who are you? You're not much older than a fresh graduate, she asked, then turned to Jiraiya. Who is he? Naruto Uzumaki, I introduced him earlier, he answered helpfully with a smile. Naruto didn't wait any longer and shot forward. This time, Tsunade caught the punch and delivered one of her own. Naruto deflected her punch to the right, however, the sheer force of it cracked the wall of the building in its path. Naruto went for an uppercut that was caught. He ducked under a hook, threw a jab to her gut that was redirected, and was caught in the side by her follow-up strike, making him wince. Naruto backed off, then raised a knee to her face. She slammed a palm to stop him, then followed up with a jab at lightning speed that Naruto only barely dodged. He launched 3 punches as fast as he could. She dodged the first, blocked the second, and took a hit to the kidney. She grunted at the force, then went on the offensive with her own combo that Naruto struggled to deflect and dodge. He swayed around the first punch, caught the second and winced from the power, and barely ducked under the last, feeling his hairs sway from the force. Tsunade didn't let up the pressure. She stomped the ground, creating a crater that took away Naruto's footing, which she exploited by landing a devastating punch to his stomach, launching him away. Naruto caught himself mid-air and landed in a crouch, a stream of blood flowing from his mouth. Her raw skill with taijutsu is on a whole other planet than my own. I'm a solid shinin, but she could go toe-to-toe with the rakeage and skill. What a pain, not to mention her chakra enhancement body is better than mine. In hand-to-hand, I'll lose. Okay, you're good, Naruto commented as Tsunade rushed forward with flaming green chakra now flowing from her fists. Chakra enhancement jutsu red, Naruto said, powering up a glowing red orb at his fingertip. Before he could fire the jutsu, Jiraiya jumped between them, both hands raised. Let's stop it here. You two will destroy the town if you keep at it. Tsunade stopped immediately, while Naruto sighed as he halted red before it went off. It was about to get good, Jiraiya. Naruto whined. I think she may be a worse matchup for me than Jiraiya. How interesting. I need to get Infinity usable. I'm scraping the surface of S-Class, but I'm not fully there yet if this is what type of monsters await me. Tsunade stared at the ground in shock. I didn't think to go that far, she muttered to herself, completely shocked by the boy's ability and her own lack of thought in getting so serious. She knew he was likely Kushina's son, but to think he was so strong. Jiraiya, let's go, we need to talk, she demanded before stomping off. Shizen sighed as she took in the destroyed environment, then rushed to catch up to her master. Jiraiya watched her leave with a wistful smile. Her breasts are a wonder, but that ass isn't bad either. He smiled. Naruto turned to him with a deadpan expression. Yeah, I'm going to bed. Don't pull something, old man. He trailed off, feeling gross for even thinking like that. I'll get a room at an inn. With that, master and student separated for the night, confident their mission would conclude in the coming days, unaware of what awaited them. It was nearing noon when Jiraiya and Tsunade decided to eat together. Both had caught up after the impromptu fight the night before and were enjoying each other's company. They found solace in one of the only people in the world who had been there for them throughout their lives. Jiraiya smiled to himself as he watched his old teammate and lifelong flame eat. There was a time when this was the dream I would die for, he mused wistfully, then grew more serious. Tsunade, I hope you know that you're the best person for the job, otherwise I would have never suggested you. Tsunade smiled at first, then glared to the side. We can't just have a meal, huh? Always focused on work. First it was your network that didn't let you settle down, now you won't even let me settle on my own, she said with a downcast expression. I told the kid, and I'll tell you, I don't think I have any more to give the village. That's not true. I saw it last night when you fought with Naruto, Jiraiya said, making an effort to lock eyes with her. You're lost in the past, but if you look to the present, you'd see there are people who love you and believe in you. I failed all the people I love and who loved me, Tsunade said with a glare. I couldn't save Dan, Naruto died before I got there, and she trailed off quietly and shook her head. We couldn't have a family 10 years ago, both of us failed at that, Jiraiya snorted. Too late for you and too much baggage, but I did have a family, he declared with a grin and slightly misty eyes. In every way that matters, Minato was my son. I certainly taught and loved him like he was my own, and I felt like Kushina was my daughter when they married, he said with a small smile, reminiscing. Tsunade's eyes softened. Jiraiya couldn't comprehend the vastness of infinity, the mere thought made his head spin. Tsunade frowned, absorbing the information. Strange, I haven't heard about it until now. Naruto encountered Orochimaru during the Chunin exams, and our teammate interfered with Naruto's seal, Jiraiya explained, eliciting a surprised look from Tsunade. Before that, Naruto didn't have the 6 eyes and was just a promising genin. Naruto-sensei, and I suspect the 9 tails chakra was affecting his body, preventing him from awakening it until it was separated. Tsunade snorted, a nasty smirk on her face. So Orochimaru inadvertently empowered an enemy? What was Naruto like before? Jiraiya smirked, echoing Tsunade's words. He was pretty much the same, but without the power to back it up, a knucklehead twerp genin with too loud a bark. He laughed, and Tsunade snorted in response. By the way, I think I may have pulled something last night, Jiraiya commented, stretching, which earned him an eye roll from Tsunade. I didn't really make a great impression on you, huh? Naruto asked uneasily as he and Shizune walked through the forest while their masters talked. Shizune gave him a side-eye before sighing. No, you did not. But I'm not ignorant to Lady Tsunade's abrasiveness, she reluctantly admitted. Naruto smiled. It's not like I was a bully or anything. She was about to smash me into the ground. He laughed, acknowledging he could have used a jutsu, but that would have been a loss since they were supposed to fight hand-to-hand. Very true, few in the world can take my lady on with their bare fists, Shizune proudly proclaimed, her little pig oinking in agreement. I'm sure. They continued to walk in silence for a while, taking in the lush green scenery, with the sun peeking through the canopy of leaves. Naruto suddenly turned to Shizune. I'm sure Jiraiya will convince her to come back. Shizune nodded absent-mindedly. I'm sure that he, of all people, could. Would you be happy to return home after so long? I'm quite content, she said, glancing at him. I've maintained my Jonin position by communicating with Lord Hokage through my summons. Katsuyu has a summon nest in the village, making it easy to send and receive mission scrolls. Naruto nodded. Not a bad idea. I guess that's how Jiraiya managed to keep in touch too, he mused. But I meant seeing your friends. Aren't you happy to return home? Yes, she said softly. I've loved learning from my lady all this time, but I do miss the leaf. However, should Lady Tsunade decide not to return, I will not fight her decision. Naruto could only listen, he didn't want to argue. While her words were likely genuine, she seemed unaware of the loneliness in her eyes. It appeared the time away had taken its toll, and only her love and respect for Tsunade kept her silent. A growl and a blur of motion appeared in Shizune's blind spot. Naruto barely reacted in time, stepping in front of her to intercept an incoming kunao slash. He registered the ninja's sound village headband and sensed the chakra of nearly 3 dozen more surrounding them. Shizune, please stay back. There are a lot of them, Naruto said, gripping the ninja's wrist. I'll deal with this trash. In a blur, Naruto's free arm lashed out with a palm strike to the ninja's chest. After a slight delay, the ninja coughed up a large glob of blood and collapsed, dying if not already dead. It was then that the rest of the ninja became visible to the two-leaf ninja. Naruto whistled as he removed his glasses. Who would have thought Orochimaru still had this many followers after that failed invasion? He laughed. Shizune glanced at him in shock, he was far too calm despite being outnumbered. Naruto performed 3 unfamiliar hand signs. They weren't entirely new, but one hand executed different seals from the other. The molding of negative chakra was so alien that he had to completely rework hand signs to manage it. A single hand ram seal with his left hand, followed by an open palm facing a group of ninja and a savage grin from Naruto, was the only signal of his attack. A nearly invisible chakra pulse occurred between the 6 ninjas, then they were all pulled together with such force their bodies were crushed into paste. The jutsu left a 5-meter diameter circle of empty space, devoid of leaves, tree limbs, or even blood and body parts. From the moment the dozens of ninjas appeared to the moment Naruto killed 6 with his jutsu blue, barely 4 seconds passed. Shizune watched in shock. I knew he was declared S rank, and his bounty from Orochimaru was 50 million. The reports came out in the bounty hunter circles. But seeing his ability in person, last night and now, all my doubts due to his age are gone. He's one of those monsters, she thought as Naruto began literally tearing apart the sound ninja with his bare hands and a few applications of blue. Jiraiya growled to himself as he and Tsunade rushed out of town, occasionally smashing random sound ninja into the ground. He didn't consider them tough, and fighting them wasn't much of a hassle. It was an unnecessary loss of life but not a significant threat. What is Orochimaru thinking? He can't believe he can take on the 3 of us with just his foot soldiers, Jiraiya wondered with a frown. Tsunade kicked a ninja away and frowned. Whatever it is, it must make him quite confident to launch an offensive of this level. He must have some kind of leverage, whatever it is, it's given him confidence, and fighting him is never as simple as punching each other, Jiraiya said as they cleared the town and began jumping through the forests. They landed in a clearing, covering each other's backs. Jiraiya glanced around and hummed. About 4 dozen, maybe more out of my range or lumped together so I can't tell, he said quietly. Tsunade kept her eyes on the surrounding ninja. None of them are a real threat, but there are so many that this could be a problem. All it takes is a lucky kunao, she said with a grimace. The ground beneath them rumbled, and they both steadied themselves as explosions erupted and the forest's trees were blown into the air, and dust and debris flew everywhere. Once it cleared, the veteran ninja were greeted by the sight of half a dozen massive snakes closing in on them. Dozens of sound ninja readied themselves to attack, and half a dozen massive snake summons looked hungry. Jiraiya began molding chakra internally and grinned. Now it's a party, he said, slamming a hand to the ground, creating a massive plume of smoke. Naruto, slightly covered in blood, and Shizune, slightly terrified but still calm, hastened through the forests. I don't know Orochimaru's plan, but keeping us separated from Jiraiya and Tsunade was part of it. We have to get back to them, Naruto shouted as he rushed through the trees. Yes, Shizune agreed. A sound ninja wielding a katana sliced through the air towards Naruto, who pointed a finger in his direction, creating a small raised non on its tip. Chakra jutsu, sinister spiraling shot. Naruto watched his jutsu being dodged with a slightly impressed expression. The ninja likely had considerable experience. Not that it mattered, as Naruto throat punched him, followed by a devastating knee to the head. This continued throughout their journey through the forests. Ninja ambushed them, and Naruto dispatched them quickly. That was until Naruto and Shizune were forced to stop as the sight before them filled them with unease. About a dozen ninjas stood before them. Their numbers weren't shocking. No, it was the fact that their chakra was corrupted, changing their bodies. Naruto's six eyes told him everything. The chakra is corrupting them with nature chakra and mutating them. This damage is irreversible. Their minds are going into a frenzy as the chakra overtakes them. Naruto grimaced as he made another realization. They're fighting it. I can see it. Chakra trying to push the foreign chakra back, but they're not doing it right. They're fighting it. They don't want it. Naruto's body shook slightly as he glared at the ninja with fury on his face and a slight wetness in his eyes. I'm sorry, he muttered to them, knowing they couldn't hear him. I noticed it recently, Naruto thought, readying himself to fight them. Ever since I woke up in the forest with these eyes, I've become more ruthless. Thinking back, I wasn't the kind of person to kill people without a very good reason. I had to force my resolve to kill Haku on the bridge, but now, I don't think too deeply. Maybe because I've noticed that all the ninja I've killed were loyal to that madman Orochimaru, but now, the first and central ninja was hunched over, horns protruding from its spine. It howled loud enough to disrupt the air as it charged towards Naruto. He met the charge with a clash that cratered the ground beneath them. Naruto felt his body rattle from the collision. While its strength was devastating, its mind and speed weren't, and Naruto quickly shoved a Rasengan into its head before it could react. Blood and gore from the impact covered the front of Naruto's shirt, and he felt his eye twitch. I don't want to kill them. Two more attacked him, both with massive claws poised to shred him. Naruto jumped up at the last moment, letting them crash into each other. Two Rasengan, one in each hand, were slammed into the heads of the mutated ninja beneath him. Naruto stood and watched as he was rushed by the rest. He glared and charged his chakra. In front of his right hand, a swirling, malevolent ball of red energy burst into existence. But they want me to, and I have to. Chakra enhancement jutsu red, he said before unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that tore the forests asunder. Trees in the jutsu's path were ripped from the ground, sweeping the incoming ninja in the shockwave. Naruto could only watch dispassionately before rushing into action. Jiraiya heel slammed a sound ninja with monstrous mutations, its head instantly cratering into the ground, dead. He absorbed a tackle, parried the momentum into the ground, and slammed a Rasengan into its body, killing it. What a pain, Jiraiya thought as another ninja approached him. This one was kicked away as he was forced to parry the slash of the next, duck the third, and counter the fourth. Jiraiya, with uncommon speed for someone his size, jumped into the air before weaving two hand signs to unleash a fire-style dragon flame bomb directly below him into the four mutated ninja. In the distance, the three remaining snakes battled Gamabunta and Gamaken. Gamabunta was likely sufficient for snakes of this caliber, but he wanted to be sure in case Manda showed up, as Orochimaru hadn't appeared yet, indicating the boss snake would likely arrive later. Behind him, a kneeling, catatonic Tsunade was protected by two horse-sized toads with swords on their backs. She had managed to take out three ninjas before one of them sliced their arm open to cover her face with blood, causing her to collapse from trauma. It's bad enough they have these numbers, then there are the cursed mark mutated ninja. I had to summon two boss-sized toads, then two soldier toads. If I'm conservative in my assessment, I've used about a third of my chakra. If it gets worse, I may need Ma and Pa for Orochimaru, Jiraiya thought with a grimace. He didn't want to go that far for something like this. He then turned to the hill overlooking the battlefield where a single figure observed the battle. A young ninja Jiraiya recognized from invasion reports, Kabuto Yakushi, overseeing the battle with a sound headband, openly declaring his affiliation. Guess the report was true, he was a traitor, Jiraiya thought before gritting his teeth. I'm really wanting to smash that smirk off his face. As more mutated ninjas were about to rush Jiraiya, the entire field was overcome by a menacing and terrifyingly powerful chakra. Even the mutated ninja froze in place from instinct. Naruto Uzumaki, six eyes glaring at the world and powerful chakra flowing from his body, emerged from the tree lean, a small tear track falling from both eyes. Jiraiya looked over at him with a worried expression. Naruto, the boy turned to his master with wide, enraged eyes. I've killed a lot of people that I really would have rather not have, Naruto said blankly before his eyes settled on Kabuto in the distance. Hand signs were woven in a flash, and Naruto warped directly in front of Kabuto, whose brain couldn't process Naruto's sudden appearance before he was punched directly in the chest with all of Naruto's strength. Blue chakra flowed from his fists in thick wisps, trailing the path of his attack. Kabuto vomited blood and was blasted off the hill and into the tree line behind him. Gamabunta managed to kill the last snake while Gamaken dismissed himself as the fight finished. Just as Gamabunta was about to announce his farewell, the ground in the center of the clearing exploded, and a massive purple snake slithered into the air. Naruto warped over to Jiraiya, barely sparing a glance at Tsunade behind them, and watched as the massive boss snake entered the fray. Dozens of meters in the air, the menacing head of Manda hovered over them, gazing down with malicious intent. "No way," Jiraiya muttered in shock. Why would he go back? Naruto frowned as he looked back at Manda and noticed the figures standing on his head. There were three. First, Orochimaru, covered in bandages and gazing down at them with furious glee in his eyes, his sword already out and ready. Next to him were two more figures, all three interestingly wearing similar black coats with red clouds. As Naruto looked closer, he recognized the two beside the snake. The first was young, only about 5 years older than himself. He was stoic and bore a striking resemblance to his teammate Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha gazed down at them with his Sharingan active and no emotion. The second seemed particularly thrilled to be there. His skin was strangely blue, his teeth sharp and shark-like, and a massive, bandaged sword hung from his shoulder. The monster of the hidden mist, the tailless-tailed beast, Kisame Hashigaki, looked like Christmas had come early as he surveyed the battlefield. Naruto wasn't sure what team or group they belonged to, but he wasn't excited to see three ninjas of their caliber on the same side against him. What a mess, Naruto muttered as he poured all his mental energy into summoning infinity. A debate has persisted as long as ninja have killed each other, dating back thousands of years before many clans even existed, since the first Senju killed the first Uchiha. It was a simple question: which ninja is the strongest? Over centuries, terms for the best changed: special, elite, legendary, or simply strong. Unfortunately, it has never been easy to determine. During the era of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the lords of the 5 great countries created letter rankings to tier clans they wished to hire. This allowed them to gauge opponents, determine who to hire, and establish ninja payment values. Initially, rankings ranged from D to A. D rank signified common ninja, useful for non-ninja jobs, usually first or second generation ninja without real clan techniques or renown. C rank included more renowned families, like the Shimura clan, known for wind jutsu but only boasting 1 or 2 strong ninja. B and A encompass today's known clans. The Naras were B, and Hayagaze. Clans with these ratings typically possessed unique skills or bloodlines that distinguished them. However, the Uchiha and Senju clans broke the A scale, necessitating an entirely new grade to quantify them. Thus, the S rank was created, signifying special. From there, the same ranking system caught on for individuals. But the questions remained, even with changed wording: what constituted achieving S rank? Many debated it was by easily killing elite ninja like Jonin. Others cited chakra amount, jutsu knowledge, or secret arts. While those factors played a role, S-rank achievement wasn't self-declared but determined by public opinion, particularly from enemies. If a cage could declare their own ninja S-rank, there would be dozens, breaking the scale. So today, for a ninja to be considered and accepted as S-rank, their enemy must overcome pride and ego to declare to the world that said person was so powerful they were head and shoulders above other elites. This declaration usually came with anger and a very high bounty. That being said, determining the strongest was never clear-cut. One S rank was not equal to another. The third Hokage was so far above his rival Kage that he was named the god of shinobi. The legendary Sannin were all considered Kage level in strength and reputation. Hanzo of the Salamanders was so feared and powerful that merely surviving a battle with him could make you a legend, see the Sannin for reference. Then there were Hashirama and Madara, again the Uchiha and Senju, who broke the scales. Both, in their time and to this day, were so powerful that entire nations feared them. Thus, they were given the rank of S+, signifying otherworldly power, with no one matching them save each other. Even then, Hashirama prevailed and was declared the strongest Kage in history and god of shinobi. Why is this important? It clarifies that scales of strength aren't fixed, and measuring strength isn't easy. Experience, personal knowledge, talent, and intelligence also factor in. A veteran could lose to a novice if the matchup was bad. A kunao could kill a Kage. Just because someone used water jutsu didn't mean they always won against someone using fire jutsu. Which brings focus back to the Battle of Tanzuka Hills. In a battle of 5 S-class ninja, all declared above elite by the world, with abilities and power so great one could change a battlefield with their presence, this battle should have a clear winning side since it was 3 against 2. It should be obvious. Should be. A grunt of pain echoed through the fields as Kisame Hashigaki was chokeslammed into the ground by Jiraiya before being kicked into the distance through a distant hill. Orochimaru was being barraged by Naruto Uzumaki's ruthless hand-to-hand combat. Though it wasn't completely one-sided. Orochimaru was called a snake even before his summoned partners debuted. It was in his ruthlessly efficient attack methods, coiling then striking vital points, twisting and maneuvering to disorient opponents. He was as lethal and meticulous as the snakes he represented. Naruto had been forced to dodge and parry more attacks today than ever before, though he was improving. Orochimaru slashed towards Naruto's neck, but a single-handed hand seal raised by Naruto's right hand stopped the blade instantly. Then, with his left, he punched Orochimaru's gut, followed by 2 rapid palm strikes to his stomach, causing the snake to vomit blood and his bandages to slip from his head. The blonde wasn't finished, his 6 eyes flashed dangerously, and he fired a chakra enhancement jutsu red directly into Orochimaru's chest, crushing parts of his chest and sending his body flying in a blur. Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya of the Sunin were currently winning the 3v2. Itachi Uchiha, arguably the strongest of the three, merely observed the fight, offering occasional ranged support. Neither Naruto nor Jiraiya understood why Itachi held back, especially with Tsunade incapacitated and vulnerable. The critical question remained, would Itachi engage before Tsunade recovered? Naruto disengaged from Orochimaru, landing beside a fuming Jiraiya. What's the plan? Naruto asked, eyes fixed on their opponents. I need to take one of them out, Tsunade won't be much help, Jiraiya replied gravely. Kisame's sword is a major issue, it's drained a lot of my chakra. Any more, and I can't call for backup. We're lucky they're just testing us, once that shark unleashes rapid A-rank jutsu, we're in trouble. Naruto grimaced, watching their regrouping enemies. Jiraiya was right, Kisame was a formidable opponent, his endurance and large-scale jutsu a significant problem alongside the slippery Orochimaru and Itachi. This situation could quickly turn dire. Leave Kisame to me, just execute your plan, Naruto declared with a frown. Jiraiya eyed him. He's not an opponent you just fight. He has more chakra than any of the 5 Kage, and a sword that feeds him more, he warned. I got it, Naruto assured him with a grin before warping away. Naruto reappeared between the 3 ninjas, his wild, dense chakra causing them to brace for a massive attack. His intention, however, wasn't to fight all of them. I'll take the blue one, you two have fun. Naruto yelled, a killer grin spreading across his face as he unleashed a point-blank red attack that blasted Kisame out of the clearing and into the surrounding forest. Interesting jutsu, Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi commented, his expressionless gaze following his partner's trajectory. Naruto glanced at Itachi, prepping his warp. Itachi Uchiha was an enigma, a once-in-a-generation genius from a clan of geniuses, capable of incredible feats like layering illusions over ninjutsu, mastering 3 elements while proficient in others, and lethally skilled in hand-to-hand combat without any discernible weakness. His motives and goals were equally mysterious. Naruto only knew him as a psychopath who murdered his entire clan for power, meticulous in his actions, and, most importantly, the greatest threat on the field due to his eyes. Speaking of which, Naruto noticed that the moment he met Itachi's gaze, the Uchiha attempted to ensnare him in a half-dozen illusions. It was as if a swirling mass of chakra shot from Itachi's eyes towards his own at light speed, each tendril having a different frequency, signifying intertwined illusions, resembling a rope with each thread a distinct jutsu. Kurane Ui, the Leaf's premier genjutsu user, could double-layer B-rank illusions, an unprecedented feat for anyone without a bloodline, earning her elite status. Yet, Itachi Uchiha, a genius from a clan of geniuses, wielding a legendary bloodline, tripled that feat with a mere glance. Naruto was thoroughly impressed. No one should be able to instantly weave and cast 6 genjutsu simultaneously. A single B-rank genjutsu was as complex as an advanced calculus equation, performing 2 at once garnered renown and praise. But no one praised Itachi anymore, now, he was simply feared. But I'm not exactly normal either, Naruto thought with a grin. His 6 eyes dismantled the incoming swirling mass of chakra, revealing everything about it, allowing him to completely negate its effects before they took hold. Defeating a genjutsu was theoretically simple, the challenge lay in knowing you were caught and how deeply. For Naruto, who could rapidly process advanced chakra mechanics, he merely needed to harden his chakra into a barrier around his body, preventing external chakra penetration. Such was the advantage of his eyes, the ability to repel 3 C-rank and 3 B-rank genjutsu before they could even root. Itachi's eyes widened as a smirking boy, his little brother's age, completely nullified his attack before teleporting away after his partner. Interesting indeed, Itachi muttered, turning towards Jiraiya, who had summoned 2 small toads to his shoulders. He narrowed his gaze with a minuscule frown. Orochimaru approached with a glare, having just vomited himself twice to heal the damage from Naruto's attacks. That boy. He then noticed Jiraiya in the distance, grimacing. That's a problem, Itachi. We need to coordinate to take on a sage of his caliber. Indeed. Naruto's mind reeled as he warped into the clearing where he'd sent Kisame. Instead of a groaning, smoldering shark man, he found a grinning Kisame, sans cloak, sitting on a fallen tree with his massive, now unbandaged, sword Same Hata beside him. When Orochimaru came to us after his laughable invasion, we doubted his words about you, Kisame said, standing and cracking his neck. He said you could give anyone a run for their money and would only become more problematic thanks to those strange eyes you've awakened. Naruto listened, noting the yin chakra channeling through Kisame's body, healing his internal injuries and reducing fatigue. It differed from Tsunade's methods, hers were precise, like purified water meticulously cleaning without a trace. Kisame's lacked finesse, relying on brute force healing, akin to using a water dragon to clean a window. It gave Naruto an idea. "I didn't think a blockhead like you could use medical jutsu," Naruto commented, stretching his arms and neck. "But if you can do that, at least you'll last longer than I thought." He finished with a grin, adopting a stance. "It's same Hata using stored chakra to heal me, not me doing it." Kisame grinned, rising to his full height, nearly 7 feet tall and stacked with thick muscles that dwarfed Naruto's frame. "Don't die on me, brat, we still need the fox within you." Naruto wasted no more time, shooting forward with blinding speed, landing a punch and then a knee to Kisame's stomach. The massive sword slammed where Naruto had been standing, but he evaded it, though he felt some chakra being pulled away. Same Hata swung in a wide arc that Naruto leaped over, then came down with a kick to Kisame's face, which he blocked with a forearm. Pushing off the arm, Naruto sent a second kick to the side of Kisame's head, which was blocked by his headband-clad forehead, producing a metallic clang. Naruto pushed 2 fingers into Kisame's grinning face and fired off a point-blank red. The power was significantly reduced but still impacted Kisame, sending him back a few meters. Kisame shot back towards Naruto with a savage grin and waves of killing intent. Naruto took a deep breath at the pressure and prepared his next jutsu. At his fingertip, he formed a small orb of blue chakra. "Let's see," Naruto thought, firing off chakra jutsu sinister spiraling shot. It was a small Rasengan that flew towards Kisame with incredible speed, too fast for a ninja below Jonin to follow. However, Kisame was not below Jonin level, so he slapped it away with his sword. The jutsu made contact for a moment before being snuffed out against the legendary sword's blue scales. Naruto shot forward, infusing his arms with even more chakra than his normal peak. Instead of internalizing it to enhance himself and risk muscle damage, he hardened it externally. His arms appeared incredibly hot, with a haze wafting off his fists. Kisame didn't waste time, executing an upward slash that tore through the ground as if it weren't there, sending debris into the air with the massive blade. Naruto gritted his teeth and punched the incoming blade with all his strength. The clash of sword and fist produced a thunderous boom that distorted the air and sent out a shockwave, blasting away all loose debris. Though competitive, the clash clearly showed Naruto's inferiority in raw strength as his bones shuddered under the force. Naruto, being the quicker of the two, recovered from the clash, jumped up, and kicked Kisame in the face, creating space. He rapidly formed hand seals, prepping his next jutsu. Kisame, preparing to re-engage, felt the air the very world around him begin to shift. As the world itself pulled in on itself to overcome the lack of space created by blue, Kisame managed to reduce the effects enough to dodge thanks to Same Hata absorbing the power, but not without taking damage. Naruto noticed that Kisame's only injury, a fractured leg, was healing almost instantly due to his sword's stored chakra. The crude medical jutsu method was still efficient enough to heal him in seconds. "I see, I believe I understand how that sword works now," Naruto thought, his stance relaxing slightly. "He's perfect," he thought with a smile that unnerved Kisame, as it wasn't malicious but thankful. "What the hell is with that smile, boy? You're creeping me out," Kisame said with a shark-like grin, resting his massive sword on his shoulder. "I'll admit your jutsu are strong, but they don't mean anything if Same Hata eats all the power before it hits me." Naruto took a deep breath and held up a single-handed ram seal. "Don't worry, I'm gonna start hitting you now, shark face," Naruto said as the chakra around him changed. Kisame blasted off the ground, cratering the earth beneath him, swinging his legendary chakra-eating sword at Naruto's face with murderous intent. Naruto raised his right arm to block the blow, his 6 eyes blazing. Kisame's eyes narrowed as the boy seemed intent on blocking his sword with one arm. In a clash of strength, he had already proven superior, and any chakra enhancement would dissipate once he was close enough. As Same Hata neared, Naruto planted his feet and took the hit, or rather, it looked and felt as if he did to Kisame. The instant the sword came within an inch of Naruto, it completely stopped. Kisame glared, as if his sword were being stopped by the strongest shield in the world, but he could feel the blocking chakra begin to weaken. An instant later, his sword contacted Naruto's arm, shredding the sleeve and gouging out a chunk of skin, spraying blood into the air and onto the ground. Naruto shot forward, going on the offensive, not even acknowledging the damage. He punched forward, though his fist was blocked by Same Hata. Kisame felt the same resistance as before, but the force from Naruto was pushing him back. Until the chakra shield weakened, and Kisame pushed back, taking more skin from Naruto and sending blood into the air. Kisame went to attack with a textbook two-handed downward swing that Naruto met with an X-shaped block. As before, the same shield took the hit. Naruto pushed the attack to the side, but at the end of the parry, more skin and blood were taken from the blonde's arms. This back and forth continued for several exchanges until Naruto's arms, legs, and chest were all profusely bleeding. Through it all, Kisame grew increasingly confused. Instead of becoming nervous and scarred, Naruto became happier with each exchange. He suspected the blonde was trying to suppress his nerves and appear strong in the face of certain defeat, until the grin of supreme confidence returned to Naruto's face. Kisame watched as Naruto, streams of blood trailing behind him, rushed forward, a fist at the ready. Kisame knew what to do, he'd done it dozens of times. He readied his sword and swung towards the blonde's midsection. Just like the other exchanges, the sword was stopped by the same invisible shield. However, unlike last time, there wasn't that split moment of chakra draining, allowing Kisame to damage the blonde. This time, Naruto pushed forward, not even acknowledging the sword, and slammed a punch into Kisame's chest. Unlike Naruto's previous punches, which relied purely on physical enhancement from chakra enhancement body, this time he had all that force behind the invincible jutsu infinity. Kisame's entire chest cracked and broke from the hit, and he was blasted out of the small, blood-soaked clearing and through several trees. Kisame's same hata absorbs chakra, but there is a limit on speed. I tested it with all my techniques, all of which have different areas of effect, speed, power, and chakra types. Thanks to my eyes, I was able to figure out that he was the perfect training dummy for infinity. Speed is irrelevant for my jutsu if it's done right, after all, it's literally time chakra. Clashing with Kisame gave me the perfect training to perfect my use of time chakra and control of infinity, Naruto thought with a grin, wiping some blood from his face. He then moved to address his wounds. Steam began to rise from his body as he crudely healed all the wounds inflicted by Kisame. It was a partial mix of Tsunade and Kisame's healing methods, but he did it differently. Unlike most medics whose top-level control allowed them to harness yin chakra to heal, Naruto could go a step further. He combined yin chakra and pure positive chakra. Crude and inefficient at the moment since he was new to this, but it was healing him far more completely than he'd ever seen, nearly twice as powerful as normal healing thanks to the positive chakra enhancing the yin chakra. With time, he bet he could do this perfectly and in mere moments. For now, this was enough. I can use infinity now, I can cover my body completely, Naruto thought with a satisfied smile. It takes a lot of focus to maintain, but this is a massive step forward, from a small torso-sized shield to my entire body. Naruto grinned, looking to the west, the direction he had sent the shark flying. He felt a rumbling and sensed a metric ton of chakra building up. Trees and stones blasted into the air as something approached, destroying everything in its path. The air grew humid, and trees were torn from the earth with thunderous rumbling. A massive blue shark of water blasted through the trees into the clearing at blinding speed. Instead of running or blocking, Naruto simply held his hand up in a single ram seal. A massive trench was ground into the earth in front and behind Naruto as the water shark impacted and blasted past him. The attack continued from one end of the clearing, through where it hit him, and to the other end, smashing and uprooting trees. After a few seconds, the water stopped, the mist began to clear, and the ground was completely soaked. Kisame walked into the clearing, a serious frown on his face as he took in Naruto's completely unscathed appearance. That strange shield of chakra, how did I not break through it? Kisame couldn't help but ask as he walked closer. If Samehata could shave through it, then it shouldn't have held up. Naruto laughed. No, you've got it all wrong. My jutsu was being drained and weakened, not broken. I wasn't able to properly form it how it was supposed to be and needed practice getting it right, he explained, gesturing to the sword. Kisame instantly understood. You're a crazy kid, I'll give you that, he said with a savage grin. Using my blade Samehata to train a jutsu is a first, you even managed to heal all those wonderful reminders. Yep. I don't want to get more blood on my clothes, you know? Naruto replied, looking down at the tattered, blood-stained remains of his hoodie and shirt. Despite his healed wounds, he didn't look great. I'll say this now, I can't lose to you. I figured out how to perfectly hold my jutsu under your blade's assault, and with that, I've become capable of fully utilizing it. Kisame flashed through seals. We'll see about that, he shouted, manipulating all the water in the air and on the ground into a massive, swirling vortex dozens of meters tall. Naruto stood in the epicenter of the incoming attack, watching it form with a bored expression. The water vortex then tightened and collapsed on top of Naruto. The sheer weight of the water would pulverize stone, much less the highly pressurized nature of the attack. The earth shuddered under the weight of the jutsu, but instead of dispersing the water that covered Naruto in a swirling, violent bubble, Kisame spawned dozens of sharks that rushed to consume the submerged blonde. As before, all attacks that came within a few inches of Naruto were halted in place, never reaching him. While the jutsu weren't affecting him, Naruto was actually getting a bit worried about the lack of air. With a ram seal, Naruto pushed Infinity's effective range from a few inches to its current maximum diameter of 1 meter, giving him a bubble of breathing room. Maintaining Infinity at this range is very tough, something to work on if I have to protect someone else, Naruto mused, holding firm under Kisame's never-ending assault of water sharks and now water drills. After a few moments, the attack slowed, and Naruto felt it was time to re-engage. With a single seal, he warped out of the death bubble and appeared directly behind a huffing Kisame. The shark man had no chance to dodge a spinning kick to his head that sent him tumbling away. Unlike before, where Naruto let him recover, he continued his assault, shooting forward and landing atop Kisame with a double leg drop, cratering the ground and eliciting a silent scream of agony. Kisame didn't let it stop him for long, throwing himself to the side and rapidly getting to his feet, his sword out front to protect him. He looked to where Naruto had been a moment ago and frowned. The blonde was gone. "You're not super fast." Kisame flinched as Naruto's words came from directly behind him. The boy stood back to back with him, completely unconcerned. "In fact, I would say that is your biggest weakness." "Here, let me elaborate." Kisame couldn't move in time as he felt his kidneys blasted by a vicious punch. While he was sent flying, it was followed by a kick to the chest, a kick to the back, 5 punches to his face and upper chest, a spinning kick to his chin, and a double hammer arm to the top of his head. Blood flew into the air as Naruto mercilessly beat Kisame at his absolute top speed. Samehada had long since been thrown away by Naruto, who continued his barrage while Kisame could only block and defend. "He's faster than before," Kisame thought as his skull rattled under a kick. "I can say he may even be stronger, but it's more than that. It's like the difference between a metal gauntlet and a large fist. Even if thrown by someone weaker, the metal would hurt more. Whatever his protective jutsu is, it's making his attacks far more dangerous and solid." Naruto punched Kisame, causing him to spin, but reached out to grab his arm to hold him in place, then followed up with a ruthless barrage of palms to the shark's stomach, each eliciting blood from Kisame's mouth. Not done there, Naruto let the last hit propel Kisame into the air while he pointed his pointer and middle finger at him, forming a swirling ball of bright red chakra. "Chakra enhancement jutsu red," he said as the airborne Kisame was fully hit by the jutsu, sending him flying away. The forest in the direction of the attack was completely ruined. No trees, stones, boulders, or loose earth remained in its wake as the shockwave tore the very world asunder. Naruto watched the outcome of his attack with a smile before blinking. "Wait, did I send him back to the field with Jiraiya and the others?" he asked himself with a blink. Oh, he said before warping in that direction. Naruto arrived back in the clearing to see Jiraiya and 2 shoulder-riding toads deadlocked against Orochimaru and Itachi. Orochimaru blocked ranged water jutsu from the toads, while Itachi defended and attacked Jiraiya with a massive chakra avatar surrounding him. Naruto's eyes told him it was some innate jutsu related to the Sharingan that he wouldn't be able to mimic. A rumble was heard, getting the attention of the others as Kisame was blasted into the clearing through the trees, landing in a heap at the edge. "Ha! I beat him here, that's hilarious," Naruto thought with a snicker. It was then that everyone noticed his return as well. The battlefield fell silent. The resurgence of Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of the hidden mist, and the emergence of Naruto Uzumaki, a rising star and wild card, disrupted the status quo. All involved parties decided to regroup and strategize. Itachi Uchiha exhaled, his chakra avatar dissipating as he turned to his slowly recovering partner. Even without his Sharingan, Itachi could clearly see Kisame's extensive wounds. Itachi believed the battle's deciding factor wouldn't be Jiraiya and his devastating sage jutsu, nor the 2 sages assisting him. Instead, the outcome hinged on Naruto's capabilities and what transpired between him and Kisame. Whatever occurred left one of the world's most dangerous men incapacitated, while Naruto appeared unfazed. Kisame's sword would need a few minutes to restore him. Orochimaru was not at his peak. Injuries from his clash with the 3rd Hokage had severely limited his jutsu arsenal. He remained a chaotic element for the Leaf Ninja, striking with devastating poisons in his blade, but would not be a major force in direct combat. Currently, his own chakra reserves held steady. He needed to conserve his Mangekyou Sharingan use, avoiding premature blindness that could jeopardize his long-term plans. "Orochimaru," Itachi addressed his perturbed comrade, who was glaring at the young blonde. "Listen closely." Across the battlefield, Naruto and Jiraiya caught their breath. Naruto murmured, "I have it active now, but it demands constant focus, which means..." Jiraiya nodded, "You can't use other jutsu." He mused, "Still, they shouldn't be able to penetrate it, so I'll support your assault." "Have what mastered?" the male toad calmly inquired. The female toad was more agitated. "Jiraiya, why is a youngster in a battle like this? These are the boogeymen of the ninja world. This is no place for a child." Naruto would have been offended if he didn't sense her anger stemmed from worry. Jiraiya groaned, "Ma, I don't have time to explain, but Naruto is more than capable. He fought Kisame earlier, himself," he placatingly explained. Ma's tongue lashed out, striking his head. "He did what?" she exclaimed. Now, Ma, no need to be angry at Jiraiya boy. We should trust his judgment." "Thanks, Pa," Jiraiya said with a smile. Naruto turned to them. "Done?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Because I don't think they plan on letting the 3 of you sort this out." He gestured to a now refreshed Kisame, Samehada on his back, with a furious expression as he amassed a colossal amount of chakra. "We can't let him rampage," Naruto shouted, blasting forward, with Jiraiya following. "Where's the old lady?" he asked, suddenly noticing her absence. "Shizen got her away. She has 2 toads guarding her if there are more sound ninja nearby," Jiraiya answered, looking in Shizen's direction. Got it. Orochimaru's extended sword lunged directly at Naruto's chest. Naruto allowed it to strike infinity, pushing past without hesitation. As he neared the snake, whose sword had already reverted, Itachi and Kisame assailed him from both sides. Samehada furiously tried to saw through infinity, while Itachi stabbed it with a kunao, his piercing Sharingan analyzing the jutsu. Naruto ignored Kisame, who was then slammed by Jiraiya, and moved to punch Itachi. He vaguely noticed Orochimaru moving to assist Kisame. As Naruto's fist moved toward Itachi, he assessed his deadliest opponent. The Uchiha genius's taijutsu was said to be as majestic as a river, his movements so fluid and perfect that only the best jonin could touch him. Naruto's fist was parried at the wrist and redirected, Itachi's other hand instantly back-fisted toward Naruto's jaw. However, the attack halted just before connecting. Odd, Naruto grimaced. Without pausing, Itachi pulled back, formed a single hand sign, and attacked again, his fist swirling with chakra. Naruto's eyes noted the fiery nature of the swirling chakra. As before, infinity stopped Itachi's attack, while Naruto moved to counter. Itachi weaved around Naruto's punch and follow-up kick, his eyes glowing an eerie red. His arms blurred, sending a dozen shuriken toward Naruto, who sighed and let them impact his barrier. The instant the shuriken hit infinity, a double drop kick from Itachi blasted him in the back. The force didn't breach infinity, but Naruto's eyes widened at losing sight of Itachi and feeling the impact through his barrier. I think, Naruto pondered as Itachi quickly re-engaged. Itachi might actually be faster than me, he's certainly slippery. I'll have to be clever, my eyes won't lose him again. Itachi flashed through hand signs, instantly unleashing a roaring fire dragon that superheated the air, creating steam from Kisame's residual jutsu. The massive fire dragon crossed the 6 meters between them, instantly incinerating the grass. Naruto knew even a glancing blow would kill a normal ninja. He made a single hand sign, frowning as the fire dragon impacted his infinity. As expected, the jutsu halted, its excess energy bypassing him and setting the surrounding area ablaze. Naruto closed his eyes, grimacing as he wove 3 hand signs to warp to the other side of the clearing, escaping the jutsu's epicenter. The moment he landed from the warp, Orochimaru stabbed him through the chest from behind. Naruto coughed a glob of blood, glaring at the now smirking snake. So it was a clone chasing Jiraiya. It did seem odd that nature chakra is strange, Naruto commented, staring at the sword protruding from his chest. Luckily, no vital organs were hit. The goal was likely the paralytic poison, not death. Itachi moved slowly toward them, his eyes still glowing as he analyzed Naruto. Now, Naruto, I believe I'll be taking those eyes, Orochimaru hissed with glee. Tell me, how does it feel to lose so spectacularly after feeling so confident? Naruto grinned, a trail of blood escaping his mouth. Oh, I'll be fine. I think I understand what Itachi was aiming for. This will be the last time it works, Naruto explained with a grin that didn't hide the fury in his eyes as he stared directly at Itachi. So you've realized your weakness? Itachi asked rhetorically. I admit I was wary of this strange barrier around you, but I believe I have 2 ways to overcome it. No jutsu is perfect, everything has a weakness, Naruto. The blonde merely rolled his eyes at Itachi, then looked over his shoulder at Orochimaru. Thanks for the breather, I'm ready to go again, he said with an easygoing smile. The snake glared. What do you? Itachi's mind and eyes worked in a flash, and he frowned, rushing forward. However, Naruto was too fast. With neck muscles straining and teeth clenched, Naruto closed both fists and then quickly swiped them outward with open hands. To the naked eye, no visible chakra explained what was happening. Itachi, with his Sharingan, glimpsed the jutsu Naruto used and felt the hairs on his neck stand up. In the next instant, Orochimaru and Itachi were sent flying in opposite directions, as if yanked by the strongest magnet. Both tumbled toward the clearing's edges, while Naruto moved to heal himself. He couldn't remove the poison completely, but he was no longer in danger of paralysis. Naruto looked down at his hands with a relieved smile. That was a gamble based on assumptions and theories made in the heat of the moment. His calculations were too quick to be perfect, and he'd never really done that before, but it was technically easier than his normal application of that jutsu. Blue is a strange jutsu. Its deadliest application is hypercondensing negative chakra into a single point of space, creating a negative space zone that reality immediately rushes to fill, causing a condensing collapse of space like a miniaturized black hole. However, at its base level, it influences space through vectors. With my warp jutsu, I can remove the space between 2 things from myself and another point in space, something so difficult it takes me hand signs. At an easier level of this jutsu, I can move things through space by using the initial target as point 1 and removing the distance between another point or myself as point 2. Naruto grinned at the slowly rising Uchiha and snake. I can essentially move them through space, not really offensive unless I smash them into something, but it is really disorientating. The 6 eyes flared menacingly. Naruto pointed his open hand toward Itachi, then pulled it back and clenched his fist. Itachi was pulled off his feet back to him at high speeds. Itachi raised his guard and absorbed Naruto's downward fist, which distorted the air around them. The Uchiha grimaced, and Naruto grinned fearfully, feeling bones crack. Orochimaru reappeared, his sword halted by a now reactivated infinity. He was then punched into the ground, causing him to immediately vomit a new body that coughed blood. Naruto moved to stomp his skull but noticed Itachi returning, swirling with bright flaming orange chakra, and jumped away. Something's off about that chakra, it's the same as that avatar from before, Naruto thought warily. Naruto moved his arm to block Itachi's incoming attack with a frown. The instant Itachi's fist contacted infinity, there was a brief moment before it broke through, impacting Naruto's forearm block. The chakra of the Yata mirror, my second method, Naruto, Itachi said, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing red. Naruto blasted Itachi off his feet with a palm strike. I see, earlier he exploited my inexperience with infinity, attacking right after I blocked something and was subconsciously weaker on the opposite side. Now this Yata mirror chakra, something from that avatar he can coat his hands in. It seems to somehow possess the amazing ability to nullify any type of chakra it contacts. Naruto felt a bead of sweat fall down his forehead before he smirked. But like me with infinity, he can use the chakra or his regular jutsu, not both, and unlike infinity, his is much more obvious when he's using it. Naruto took a stance, dissecting Itachi with his 6 eyes. Itachi, on the other end of the clearing, took slow breaths while reigniting the orange chakra of the Yata mirror. Neither acknowledged Orochimaru slithering away. Jiraiya stomped the ground and formed a snake hand sign, causing a massive stone wall to rise, blocking the tidal wave of water. He jumped to the top of the wall, seeing Kisame blasting across the water, sword in hand, with a menacing smile. He's relentless, Ma shouted in disbelief. Jiraiya just pounded him into the ground. Jiraiya wove 2 hand signs, and the ground beneath the water exploded with such force that all the water was blasted into the air and over the forest, creating a brief mock downpour. Without breaking a sweat, Jiraiya wove 4 more signs and extended both palms toward a falling Kisame. 2 bright blue lightning bolts cut through the air toward the shark. Kisame managed to deflect one with Samehada but took the other, screaming in pain. Samehada worked overtime to convert the chakra into healing energy, but Jiraiya's chakra was slowing the sword down. Just as he reoriented himself from the shock, Kisame looked up to see a massive Rasengan descending on him. It took every ounce of willpower and strength to jump and speed out of range. Even then, the explosion from the jutsu hitting the ground knocked him off his feet, sending him flying into a tree, uprooting it. Jiraiya noticed Kisame had been sent into the forest and sighed. His blade is very slow to convert sage chakra into usable energy to heal him. Pa rubbed his goatee. I'm shocked he can do that much. I suppose whoever made that sword really knew their way around sealing jutsu and chakra mechanics. We need to back up Naruto. He's fighting those 2 alone, can't you sense it? Ma shouted worriedly. Orochimaru isn't in top condition, so he's more of an annoyance right now. Itachi and Kisame are the problems, Jiraiya said seriously. Pa, can you sense Tsunade? She must be out of my range. Pa hummed, you need to finish your training, Jiraiya boy. She's 400 meters east, with Shizun girl and those troublesome twins. Good. I was worried about leaving them alone. 3 massive water drills blasted into the air, cutting through the distance toward Jiraiya. He didn't recognize the exact jutsu, but its pressure and density would effortlessly rend metal. He clearly needed to act. Jiraiya of the Sunin, the sage from the mountains, the wandering toad, the super pervert from the leaf. Many names, many legends. Strangely, it was rarely his powerful jutsu that earned him accolades. The battle against Hanzo of the Salamanders earned him and his teammates their titles and shortly after, S-class status. But his victories were never from some unblockable jutsu. He wasn't Minato, with 2 perfect jutsu making him fearless worldwide, or the third, who knew practically everything. No. Jiraiya of the Sunin's power stemmed from his battle experience and his lack of concern for flashiness. Despite his personality, when it was time to work, he was focused and got the job done. As the 3 water drills descended upon Jiraiya, he waited until the last moment before rocketing off the rock wall he stood on, closing the distance to Kisame, who was already focusing chakra for his next jutsu. The 2 toads fired water and wind bullets at the drills to dissipate them, while Jiraiya focused on the shark. Kisame slammed the water he and Jiraiya stood on, creating hundreds of sharks from the depths that rushed to shred the 3 toad sages. 3 hand signs, a flare of chakra. Kisame noticed it was the strange, thick chakra Samehada struggled to filter beneath nearly 10 meters of dense water. The earth erupted in a massive explosion. Jiraiya thought, sage art, land devastation. Kisame demanded more than subtle tactics. A thick mist filled the clearing as water blasted east and west. The earth-shattering explosion, muffled by the massive pool, vibrated through everyone's bones. A jagged crater, as if 100 paper bombs detonated, now marked the ground. Both Kisame and Jiraiya plunged 20 meters, but only Kisame was surprised. Jiraiya formed a single tiger hand sign, unleashing a large flame bullet that sent Kisame screaming into the ground. Samehada wiggled nearby, eager to reconnect and heal its master. For more hand signs, and a ring of light around Kisame exploded into a small bubble of fire. That won't finish him, but he won't get up soon. Naruto's battlefield will feel the earth and water's aftereffects. Hopefully, Shizun and Tsunade were far enough away. Just as Jiraiya moved to finish Kisame, a malevolent presence rapidly neared Tsunade and Shizun, detectable only at the edge of his sage senses. He instantly recognized Orochimaru's twisted chakra. "We have to go," Jiraiya muttered, receiving strange looks from the toads before they stretched their senses and nodded. Before rushing off, Jiraiya slammed the ground, transforming the ruined earth into a hyperdense bog to slow Kisame further. Jiraiya sped through the forests, each step shattering branches as he gained speed. "Hurry, Jiraiya boy, he's been on them for over 2 minutes," Pa shouted, worried. Jiraiya's face soured, sensing he was almost there. He smashed through a tree with a powerful punch, landing among the 3 ninjas, his eyes widening in horror. Orochimaru stood over a grimacing Tsunade, his blade piercing her gut. A distressed Shizun was healing Orochimaru, assisted by a smug-grinning Kabuto. Jiraiya felt twisted satisfaction seeing dried blood on Kabuto's face and shirt from Naruto's previous attack. "Ah, Jiraiya, right on time," Orochimaru said with his nasty smirk. "Young Shizun has learned so much from Tsunade. I thought only Tsunade could heal me, but alas, the student was enough. Marvelous, isn't it?" He wiggled his sword, eliciting a groan from Tsunade. "Don't get too close, they're performing a delicate procedure, and I wouldn't want to hurt our dear teammate anymore." Jiraiya glared. "Let me guess, this was the plan from the start? Kisame and Itachi to stretch Naruto and I thin, your lackey and his soldiers to spread us out? All to get to Tsunade when we were busy with the other 2. So there is a brain in there, very good," Orochimaru chuckled. "Yes, that was my plan. Itachi and Kisame are here to confirm my intel on Naruto. My colleagues will need a lot of intel to retrieve the 9 tails from him. After all, you really went crawling back to the Akatsuki?" Jiraiya asked, genuinely surprised. Orochimaru nodded. "Indeed. I am, unfortunately, not enough to deal with all my enemies on my own. Something I learned in my invasion. I was set to deal with Sensei, as strong as he turned out to still be, until Naruto decided to ruin things. Not to mention, the goals of the Akatsuki and their leader are truly fascinating. Any chance you'd tell your former teammate what those are?" Jiraiya asked, his expression flat. Orochimaru chuckled. "Why would I do that?" Jiraiya shrugged with a smile. "Worth a shot." As he spoke, an earth spear shot from the ground, separating Orochimaru from Tsunade and Shizun, and Jiraiya blitzed to stand between them. Kabuto stood beside Orochimaru, scanning his body. "While not a full recovery, you are far better off. We can certainly treat you from here without them." "Good, then let us deal with Jiraiya," Orochimaru said, radiating killing intent. Jiraiya took a deep breath. "I'm going to need you here, Tsunade. You're more than capable of healing from that wound and helping me out. Kisame will join us soon, and I can't deal with both of them and protect you," he said lowly. Right on cue, Kisame blasted into the clearing, shredding a tree with Samehada. "You're going to die, you old wart," he shouted, his visible chakra covering him in a blue aura, weighing down on everyone with its sheer size. Jiraiya finally confirmed that Kisame was truly a tailed beast. "Jiraiya boy, we should retreat if Tsunade girl can't fight," Pa said seriously. Just as things were about to worsen for Jiraiya, a massive orange chakra avatar blasted through the tree line, shaking the earth. Itachi coughed roughly within the avatar as he stood. A blood-soaked Naruto stood atop a tree, breathing heavily, staring down at Itachi and surveying the scene. Naruto sped over to Jiraiya. "Itachi is a handful, he's got ways around infinity." As he spoke, Naruto slowly healed himself. Itachi was also receiving aid from Kabuto on the other side. "What?" Jiraiya asked incredulously. "He has a jutsu unique to his Mangekyo Sharingan that seals infinity's chakra, letting him hit me," Naruto said with a petulant frown. Jiraiya shook his head. "Well, no jutsu is perfect. I'm aware," Naruto shouted, the steam from his injuries tapering off as he finished healing. Jiraiya critically eyed the now closed wounds. "Are you healing yourself?" Shizun gaped at Naruto, having silently composed herself after Orochimaru's sudden appearance, then Jiraiya, then the rest. Naruto showing up covered in wounds and then healing himself somehow was no longer surprising. Unseen, Tsunade's fingers twitched. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, see, I was watching Tsunade heal herself that night, then Kisame and Samehada's healing method. I decided to copy them and add my own flair." Tsunade's twitch became stronger. "I heal with yin chakra enhanced by positive-natured chakra. It's like super healing," Naruto shouted with a massive grin. "Idiot," a small voice muttered, drawing the attention of the 3 ninjas. Naruto turned to a now awake and deadpan Tsunade, who was looking at him like he was an enormous moron, his face twisted into comical disgust. "Ha! I can't hear you down there," Naruto shouted. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched as she sat up to glare at Naruto's face. You're an idiot for using that combination of chakra to heal yourself, Tsunade explained haughtily. If you think you're the only one to look into positive-natured chakra, you're a fool. If you keep doing it, you're going to fry your chakra coils and possibly your brain. Why should I trust the word of a weak, defenseless old woman that needs us to protect her? Naruto asked with a laugh, smirking down at her. Jiraiya, next to them, watched with a hopeful and amused expression, while both Toads and Shizune gaped at the exchange. Tsunade's temper, something she usually kept a lid on in her 50s, seemed to erupt when it concerned Naruto. In her anger at the young blonde's disrespect, she shot to her feet and head-butted him, causing him to sway back. So shocked, he didn't even raise infinity. Naruto blinked a few times as Tsunade glared down at him. I know more about healing in the human body than anyone alive, especially not some jumped-up twerp who won the genetic lottery. Laughing to himself, he got to his feet and smiled at her. I like the energy, but let's focus on them, huh? Naruto said, pointing to the 3 Akatsuki members moving to attack. Kisame roared and blasted a massive tidal wave in their direction. Shizune's small gasp was ignored as Naruto and Jiraiya tilted their heads to figure out the best course to deal with the incoming attack. The massive water wave loomed, easily 15 meters tall. Its force and size made it an A-rank jutsu. Naruto smiled, amused. Kisame, though a fellow 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, was leagues beyond Zabuza. Oh, give me a break, Tsunade shouted, shooting forward, her arms glowing with flaming green chakra. As the massive tidal wave crested, casting an ominous shadow over the Leaf Ninja's ground, Tsunade arrived at its base, reared back, and unleashed a devastating punch. Naruto's 6 eyes glowed, his face splitting into a massive grin before he laughed wildly. Jiraiya rubbed his head with a chuckle. Shizune's eyes were awed by her master's display. The 2 Toad sages gaped at her monstrous strength. The massive tidal wave, capable of wiping out a village with its force and volume, was obliterated by a single punch. First, a massive hole appeared at the point of contact, then the shockwave blasted the rest of the water away. Orochimaru's form emerged from the mist, his sword missing, as he wove hand signs. A hurricane-force gale windstorm erupted around him, shredding the ground and closing the distance in a blink. Naruto snorted at the attack. He quickly grabbed Shizune and Jiraiya, landing next to Tsunade before flexing Infinity's shell into a dome around the 4 of them plus 2 Toads. What in the Shizune muttered as they remained completely safe from Orochimaru's jutsu while the entire clearing was torn to shreds. In a blur of motion, the 6 eyes caught Itaki appearing in front of Infinity's barrier. Just as the orange chakra was about to impact his perfect shield, Naruto released the jutsu and met Itaki's attack with a glowing fist of his own. Their mutual impact sent a small shockwave through the immediate area. Jiraiya slammed the ground, causing dozens of stone spikes to rise, targeting Orochimaru, Itaki, Kisame, and Kabuto. All 4 were forced to jump away rapidly to avoid repeated implement. I'll take Itaki, Naruto said with a smile. Tsunade and Shizune whipped their heads toward him in alarm. Oh, don't give me that, none of you can deal with the genjutsu he can cast. Take care of the old bat and Shizune, Naruto shouted to Jiraiya, earning an uneasy laugh from him as the 2 women glared at him. 3 hand signs later, he warped away to where Itaki was recentering himself from the onslaught of earth spears. Itaki lowered himself and reactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto mimicked his stance. 2 ninja from the same village, from prestigious clans, wielding ocular jutsu of immense power, hailed as geniuses with untold potential. Neither, since coming into their own, had truly been pushed. Now, as Sharingan and 6 eyes stared at each other for a moment, both grinned. Naruto shot forward, and Itaki matched, meeting in a flurry of punches and kicks. They had found a rival. Itaki jumped, a shadow clone emerging behind him, both weaving hand signs at dizzying speeds. Naruto's eyes deciphered a combo of wind and fire. 2 streams of the respective elements shot from Itaki and his clones' mouths, swirling and combining into a white-hot beam of fire that superheated the environment. Naruto activated Infinity, letting the attack dissipate with a sigh. Itaki blurred behind him, at the exact opposite end of where the jutsu impacted, and went to stab with a kunao. Naruto knew, unfortunately from experience, that the kunao would break through. Just as the kunao touched the barrier, he released it and spun around with a Rasengan in hand. Itaki couldn't avoid the spiraling sphere, and the swirling blue chakra attack smashed into his chest. Naruto smirked and jumped straight into the air as the Rasengan destroyed the clone and the real Itaki smashed into the ground where he had been standing. Itaki was forced to block a punch and parry a kick, then counterpunched Naruto, who swayed around the hit. Naruto jumped back, flicking his hand towards Itaki, who encased himself in his chakra avatar to take the hit from blue. As soon as the avatar appeared, Naruto smirked and concentrated on forming a dense red. Itaki, with his Susanoo, raised his second sacred treasure, the Totsuka blade, and swiped it down toward Naruto. Naruto's forehead dripped with sweat as he charged a fist-sized red and shot it toward the avatar, hoping it would be enough like last time. The shockwave from the jutsu impacted against the ethereal blade, dissipating it and smashing into the avatar's chest. Itaki roared and increased his guardian's armor, holding his ground. As the shockwave hit the Susanoo, Naruto moved to get to its flank and create a truly massive Rasengan, easily double his own size, and smash it into the unprotected and unfocused side of the massive orange chakra avatar. Unlike Red, which was like a straight line of pure force, a Rasengan's impact was like a bomb and a drill combined. One of this size detonating was enough for the entire side of the Susanoo to crack and shatter open, blasting everything within 100 meters away and trembling the ground beneath them. Itaka's eyes bled from the effort as he spun to Naruto, who had managed to break into his perfect, invincible defense. Something that should be impossible. Naruto didn't stop at breaking in, he pulled Itake toward him with a gesture, then smashed him in the face with a devastating left. Itaka's brain rattled from the attack. Then, rivals don't just push someone to get stronger, rivals can also be inspiration. Itaka's mind cleared, and the concussion left him in a second as he grabbed Naruto, spun him, and threw him away. Steam rose from his body, and his glassy eyes resharpened. Having seen it several times, is it any question that the genius Itaki? Naruto wiped blood from his mouth and grinned. "You bastard, you copied my healing," he said with a laugh. Renewed, the two shot back at one another. Naruto flicked his finger, forcing Itake to jump from where a sinister spiraling sphere impacted the ground. Naruto jumped to meet him and punched him right in the kidney. Itake responded by grabbing the fist and slamming a knee into Naruto's face, sending them both plummeting to the ground. Unlike Naruto, who preferred fighting alone, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen stayed together in the clearing. "Sharky is mine," Jiraiya said before stomping on the ground, causing dozens of stone fists to fly at Kisame, who gleefully smashed them one by one with his sword. Orochimaru regurgitated his sword and moved to kill Tsunade, who just looked at him blankly. She ducked under the swipe of the poisoned blade, then grabbed it. She didn't flinch at the poison or the blood as she pulled Orochimaru closer. With immense reluctance, Orochimaru let go of his prized sword. Tsunade chuckled, then with all her power, threw the sword toward the horizon. She then kicked off the ground to close the distance with the snake. Orochimaru hissed as he moved to meet her in hand-to-hand combat. While Orochimaru had been an active combatant while Tsunade was retired, Orochimaru slithered around Tsunade's opening combo and moved to counter with a knife hand to her throat. Tsunade grabbed his wrist, then hammered-fisted him into the earth, shaking the ground from the force. Tsunade was regarded as a goddess of the fist, and time had not dulled her edge. Orochimaru coughed blood as he was smashed by 3 punches. She kneed him in the gut, then kicked him away. The snake instantly regurgitated himself to heal some of his shattered bones. He was running low on snake shells to heal himself, so he would need to let the others know it was a mission accomplished. Turning to the side, he noticed that Kisame was without his sword and had just taken a Rasengan to the stomach. Just as he was about to get moving, Tsunade came falling from the sky with a raised leg for one of her signature attacks. Orochimaru knew what was coming and moved as fast as possible. He shot out a snake, using it like a rope to pull himself out of the epicenter's way, but he was still sent tumbling away. He didn't give himself a second to recover and shot up to attack his former teammate. For going hand-to-hand combat, he shot a dozen snakes toward her. Without even pausing to watch the fallout, he wove through half a dozen hand signs and chopped the air in a downward motion. Tsunade had just finished killing the last snake when her senses screamed for her to move. She managed to avoid a head hit, but a blade of wind shredded through her shoulder, severing her right arm. Without a scream of pain, she held a hand sign and released the seal on her forehead, causing a swirling line of black chakra to cover her forehead and body. She reattached her arm, and all her injuries healed instantly. "Time for you to die, Orochimaru. We've borne your disgrace long enough," she declared as her body glowed with chakra, and she shot forward to finish the traitorous snake once and for all. As her fist blasted through his chest, his body turned into mud. She looked around the clearing and noticed that Orochimaru was harassing Jiraiya enough that Kisame was able to heal enough to run away. In her expert opinion, Kisame would need weeks of rehabilitation, even with a skilled medic helping him. Jiraiya groaned as he smashed yet another mud clone, revealing that the real Orochimaru was gone. "How'd they get away?" he asked with a shake of his head. Both Toad Sages had dismissed themselves when the fighting was finished. Tsunade walked up to him with a tired sigh. "Orochimaru has always been a slippery one. I'll be sure to send the Alpha Squad after him when I'm in office." Jiraiya turned to her with a curious expression. "So you're coming back?" he asked as they walked over to where Shizen was taking shelter. "I feel like I have no other choice," she said with a snort. "You're hopeless without me, and the brat is going to kill himself using complex chakra mechanics on his body, on top of being a little disrespectful brat." Jiraiya let out a full belly laugh. "That's Naruto all right." Tsunade glared at him. "Don't laugh. There's a strong possibility that he causes a war with that attitude. We need to have a firm hand with him," she argued, while Jiraiya raised his arms in surrender. Shizen moved to Tsunade's side with a relieved smile. She looked at the two of them for a moment before frowning. "Where is Naruto?" Naruto's face rippled from the force of Itaka's orange chakra-clad fist. He responded with a kick to attack his knee that destabilized his stance, allowing Naruto to grab Itaka's arm, then spin and throw him away. Itaka sent a massive fireball at him without a single hand sign. Naruto pointed a palm at the incoming jutsu, then a spark of blue chakra sparked across his hand. The force of the jutsu destroyed the center of the fireball, causing the rest of it to dissipate. He wove 3 hand signs in a blink to warp behind Itaki. With a pulling motion, Itaki was yanked off his feet into a kick from Naruto. Itaki coughed from the kick, then threw a handful of shuriken from his sleeve that Naruto was forced to block with infinity. Orange chakra swirling to life, Itaki moved to engage the blonde through infinity. Itaki punched through the chakra shield, smashing into Naruto's solar plexus. Both of them engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks. While Itaki was the far better combatant, Naruto was able to bridge some of the distance between them with applications of blue and Raiznan variations. Itaka sighed before throwing dozens of smoke bombs on the ground. Naruto blinked a few times and rapidly looked around, his 6 eyes working overtime to decipher Itaka's next move. He readied himself to summon a red if the avatar was about to return in full glory. After a full 2 minutes, Naruto stood up with a frown. What the, did he fucking run? Naruto shouted in disbelief. No. They accomplished their mission, came Jiraiya's shout in the distance as he and the 2 women walked into the ruin clearing. Naruto popped up in front of them from a warp. Well, I guess all that's left is to knock the old bat out and drag her home. Shizune, you can walk if you behave. Behave, Shizune muttered as she glared at him, while Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm going home, brat, she said after a deep breath. It's time I move on and make sure a fool like you doesn't kill. The intense battle had ended, and the 4-leaf ninja began their journey back to town. Jiraiya was completely unscathed. He'd initially worried his low chakra reserves would be an issue, but summoning the elders allowed them to replenish his energy. He subtly glanced at Tsunade, having held back his full sage mode to avoid appearing like an unsightly toad in front of her. It wasn't even necessary. While Kisame posed a threat to most, Jiraiya, a master of earth-style jutsu infused with nature chakra, found large water jutsu easily manageable. My lady, are you okay? Shizune asked, noticing Tsunade's disheveled state and dried blood. Tsunade nodded, rubbing her shoulder. That snake ripped my arm off, but my jutsu healed it right up. Still hurts, though. She then turned to Jiraiya. You okay, you old fool? Jiraiya offered a small grin. Not a scrape, princess. She then looked at Naruto, whose back was to them. And you, brat? Are you hurt? Is your head feeling alright? Blurry vision. Naruto briefly glanced at her. I'm fine. I need to go. I'll meet the 3 of you in town. Without waiting for a response, he warped out of the clearing. Tsunade frowned. What was that all about? Shizune looked worried. I think he's going back to where those mutated ninja were. She said sadly. He mentioned that he could tell it wasn't voluntary, and killed them quickly. Jiraiya looked down sadly. He arrived at the battle quite upset. Tsunade frowned at him. I need to have a talk with him, and we need to check his brain. Both Shizune and Jiraiya turned to her in surprise. The battle was hard fought. Naruto had to delve deep to make his infinity work against Kisame. Then there was Itaka's chakra avatar, its ability to negate chakra, and its power to seal anything away, an absurd combination. These tough confrontations had remarkably distracted him from what he'd endured earlier. Naruto sighed, blasting a hole in the ground. Since that day in the forest, his mind felt clearer, like looking through a freshly cleaned window after months of neglect. Not to mention his natural excitement for battle and showing off his strength. He had never killed before his 6 eyes awakened. Not since his mind cleared and he began to mature a bit. Even before he knew it would be an eventuality, it wasn't supposed to happen for Genin. Yet, after his awakening, he was thrust into fights where death was inevitable, and if he was right, he would only be put in fights where death was the conclusion going forward. Such was the nature of his position now. Another hole was blasted into the ground, then hollowed out. These ninja, whether taken or willingly following Orochimaru, didn't want to become experiments. The strong, the S-class, attracted people in droves, and even someone like Orochimaru would draw many followers hoping to gain strength from his greatness. However, no one would want to turn into a mindless beast sent out to die. Naruto knew he was strong, stronger than most, but he wasn't strong enough. He didn't have a way to stop these men without killing them and was forced to put them out of their misery. If he were faster and more knowledgeable about chakra and the human body, perhaps something could be done. The last hole was finished, and Naruto sighed. He then began to place all the dead mutated ninja into their holes. Alas, he wasn't able to help, so he did all he could, give them a grave. As he finished covering the last filled hole, he stared out at the dozens of newly dug unmarked graves. I'm sorry this was your fate. This is not a fate fit for anyone. I will kill that snake, I promise. Naruto said seriously, his 6 eyes glowing powerfully. As Naruto walked back to Tanzuka-gai, he cleared his mind and reflected on the battle. He made a startling discovery about his current jutsu arsenal. Red, while having the most devastating output of force and destruction, was remarkably limited in use. Blue was far more useful and versatile, despite being less outwardly destructive. The space-natured color jutsu duo were empowered by positive and negative chakra, respectively. Red was easier to understand, essentially an explosion of force in a set direction. Blue was more difficult and complex due to how negative chakra interacted with space-natured jutsu. He'd have to ponder it more and conduct tests, as he was beginning to think he had underestimated his creation. Not to mention infinity, it was unwieldy, and his instincts fought against it. He was unwittingly weakening it in places as he instinctively reinforced the point of impact of a jutsu. Itaka somehow deduced that and began exploiting it to get through. Furthermore, he couldn't use other jutsu while maintaining it currently. More tests, more training. He wasn't there yet, he wasn't the strongest. It will take time, but he'll get there. Not only are many visitors running from our village, but you've destroyed so much of the surroundings and buildings it could take months to get back to where we were literally yesterday, shouted the mayor of Tanzuka-gai. Shizun looked appropriately apologetic. Jiraiya listened stoically, while Tsunade and Naruto barely paid attention. Naruto took a breath as the man continued his tirade about damages and costs. Okay, Naruto shouted with a whine, what do you want? Want us to go find them and ask them to pay for damages, he said with a raised eyebrow. We fought them outside the village and there were no civilian casualties. That's a remarkable outcome for a battle of 5 S-class ninja and Tsunade, he said with a cocky smirk. Jiraiya subtly rolled his eyes. Tsunade glared at him before turning to the mayor. I promise that the funds to rebuild the village will be allocated as soon as we return to the Leaf Village. As the incumbent Hokage, it will be among my first actions. She promised. Jiraiya nodded. We will make sure this village does not suffer any more financial harm due to the damages. Naruto remained silent while Shizun tried to smile to reassure the mayor, who could only look angry for a few more moments. The old man sighed. That will have to do. I apologize, he said wearily. It's not like my position has any right to treat you all like that. Even if you were just Jonin, your station would be above me, much less as you actually are. Thank you for protecting this village and offering support. From there, logistical conversations ensued between the two Sunin and the mayor regarding repairs and further developments that had been on hold since the invasion. Naruto had to admit that despite being out of the game for decades, Tsunade handled it with more grace than anyone he'd seen, barring the third. By the time the four of them began their journey out of the village towards the Leaf, it was late afternoon. Unlike their entrance to Tanzuka-gai, the exit was devoid of all life as locals were holed up in their homes, and many tourists had departed. Naruto felt a bit of pity for the innocent people who had sought to escape the normalcy of their lives for a fun trip, only for a devastating battle to take place and terrify them. This was supposed to be peacetime. Such things hadn't been commonplace in nearly 14 years. After a few hours of walking, they decided to set up a small camp to rest. Jiraiya, the seal master extraordinaire, unsealed a variety of items and food, making their night as comfortable as possible without being in a hotel. Soon, they sat around a fire, with Jiraiya regaling them with hyperbolic stories of his journeys. Suddenly, Tsunade interrupted him to ask Naruto a direct question. How are you using that healing jutsu? She demanded, her steely eyes staring directly into his sunglass-covered 6 eyes. Naruto turned to her with a raised eyebrow. I told you I'm powering yin-natured healing jutsu like yours with positive chakra to hypercharge the healing effects. Tsunade frowned. That's what I thought. I'll tell you this now, if you do it too much without knowing proper healing techniques, you're going to fry your brain. It's working perfectly fine. My injuries were quickly healed, and I haven't felt any pain in my head. Tsunade walked forward. Naruto frowned but allowed her to place her palm on his forehead. Jiraiya and Shizun watched silently. She activated a yellow glowing bubble of chakra and placed it over his head for a few moments. In a lightning-fast motion that took Naruto by surprise, Tsunade scratched his cheek with her nails. What the hell, lady? He shouted in shock as he touched his scratch and saw blood on his finger. Tsunade kept the yellow jutsu active and stared at him. Heal. Naruto sighed, figured that was what she was getting at, he thought before activating his healing technique. Since they were very light and small injuries, it took less than a second to fix, all the while Tsunade nodded with a frown. As I thought, you are failing to properly heal yourself. Your brain, the parts that control your chakra, are far more developed than any human I've scanned, barring some Uchiha, likely due to your 6 eyes. However, it is being strained trying to use the chakra ratios you are using to heal yourself. If a normal person like me or Jiraiya were to try what you were doing, our brains would melt out our nose after a few minutes. Naruto stared at the ground in surprise. He was sure he had gotten the math right. Positive chakra was very tricky to harness and even more so to manipulate, but he was getting the result he wanted, so why? As I said during the battle, you are not the first to look into pure positive chakra being used in a healing capacity. It is just too strong to heal something as delicate as the body. It is too volatile to keep within the body like that, elaborated Tsunade. Jiraiya decided now was the time to ask the question that had been on his mind for a while. Naruto, you mentioned using positive and negative chakra for jutsu, but what exactly does that mean? I have a very rudimentary understanding of what those chakras are. Shizune looked like she agreed. Naruto leaned back. It's not like fire or earth nature jutsu, it is far deeper. So think of the chakra you use every day like water. Positive and negative chakra are more akin to the hydrogen and oxygen molecules that make up that water. Shizune frowned in thought. So a deeper form of yin and yang chakra, she asked. No, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Yin and yang are spiritual and physical aspects of chakra. Yin being the spiritual part that illusions and healing make the most use of creation and formation, while yang being the physical that chakra enhancement body and clans like the Akimichi make use of power and life. He continued, so if I were to break it down and how I use it, I'd have to tell you that the jutsus blue and red are space nature jutsu. This confused them even more, but he continued. Think of a jutsu like a flashlight. The nature of the jutsu like space, yin, fire, or whichever is like the battery, and finally, the positive and negative chakra are the charge within the battery. He didn't bother explaining how infinity was time-based chakra mixed with space-natured chakra. It was why he couldn't use it properly before his fight with Kisame. He was thinking that to halt incoming attacks he would only need time chakra, but he actually needed mostly space nature with time chakra sprinkled in. It wasn't space-time, it was space and time, which is immensely difficult. I see now, Jiraiya said with a low rumble. Naruto, you need to refine your knowledge of the human brain and human body as well as healing jutsu. Like before when we told you your greatest weakness, you have gaps of knowledge that don't let you take advantage of your innate comprehension of chakra. Now Naruto was surprised. I don't understand, if I don't use it too much, I should be fine, right? Tsunade sighed. Right now, the strain on your brain would likely be completely gone in a matter of days due to your genetic vitality. But if you were ever to truly push your healing, your mind will start to overheat, and you'd slowly lose fine-tuned control of chakra. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Fine, not like I'd really need it anytime soon. Fighters like Itachi Uchiha don't grow on trees. At that, the three others agreed. Naruto then shot up. Wait, Itachi managed to replicate my healing. What about him? Does this mean I won the fight, and he's gonna die? Tsunade frowned. Seeing as how he has a very powerful ocular ability, his brain is likely as developed as yours, so he shouldn't die that quickly, but the fact that he managed to copy it at all means he has experience with positive chakra. Unless he is secretly a medic or doctor, I'm not sure how that would be possible. Jiraiya looked down with a frown. He had the answer to that, but that wasn't something he'd share verbally with anyone. Could that type of healing fix a disease? Asked Jiraiya out of the blue. Naruto didn't know, and Tsunade hummed. It would need to be perfected, and it would very much depend on the disease. Healing isn't cut and dry like that, and some are just not curable through chakra. Chakra can expedite the process, but it isn't a miracle. At the end of the day, it's the body healing itself. So no, Naruto said with a flat stare. She took too many words to answer a yes or no question. Jiraiya frowned but didn't say any more. Naruto yawned and stood up. On that note, I'm getting to bed. With that, he moved to his tent while the three older ninjas stayed by the fire to continue talking. He got the point from Tsunade. He was careless and tried something risky in the heat of the moment. Regardless, it was one more thing to master, and he will master it. As Naruto and the rest made their way home, the rest of the world was reeling from the news of the Leaf's newest monster. That Tsuchikage, Oniki the fence-sitter, one of the very few first-generation ninja left in the world and one of the three legendary pillars of the old guard, the other two being the third Hokage and Hanzo of the Salamanders, was not happy. In front of him was one of the unmarked ninja. They are a shadow group that works independently of any of the Great Five Nations and sells information. For instance, anytime a new S-class is announced, they are the first to challenge to gauge their skill and sell the intel. Oniki looked over the stack of paper. The report covered the entirety of the now dubbed Battle of Tanzuka Hills. Apparently, they utilized the many dying sound ninja to conceal themselves under seals and illusions and continue gathering information. Smart. So those Leaf ninja have a new bloodline, and a powerful one at that, the old man hummed. The distorted voice of the unmarked spoke. He is powerful, and he is young, already contending with other S-class ninja. The price for this information is set at 10 million. Oniki waved him off as he looked over the documents and wrote some notes down before snapping his finger. Take this to the administration office. I want his face and this information in our next bingo book. He ordered one of his masked guards who sped off. Oniki growled. The Leaf was becoming a force once again. After losing the fourth, he wasn't worried about them getting greedy, but now that they have Uzumaki and Tsunade back, he wasn't going to let this go. It was time to get his forces back into shape and kick up Kuratsuka's training. The winds of change were howling. The Raikage, the Berserker of Thunder, the Living Lightning Bolt, the A of the dreaded combo. He was considered the strongest of the Great Five Kage in the world. With the Hokage and Tsuchikage being out of their prime, the Kaze Kage irrelevant to him, and the Mizu Kage either dead or insane, it wasn't that much of a claim anymore. Something that annoyed him non-stop. Regardless, as he paid off the unmarked ninja and glared at the information in front of him, recall B. Bring me Darui, C, Yujito, and Samui, now, he demanded to one of his assistants who scurried off with a squeak. This Naruto Uzumaki was clearly the son of his rival Minato Namikaze and that fiery redhead Kushina Uzumaki. Now he was in possession of a new bloodline and holding his own against the monsters of the shinobi world at 12. He wasn't going to hold back anymore. That meddlesome Tsuchikage had been poking at his territories for the last few years, and now it was time for him to start kicking his forces into top gear. The stone and the leaf needed to be reminded that the cloud was the strongest. He furiously scribbled down some notes and handed them off. It was time Naruto Uzumaki was added to his bingo book. More money would cause more eyes to be put on him. He wanted every interested party with a knife to be going after him. Itachi Uchiha sat down in a meditative position as he activated the jutsu given to him by Pain to communicate with the rest of the organization for their meetings. He looked over at Kisame, who was medically knocked out, to allow him to heal. What a mess! Space distorted, and he could see the colorful blurry images of his fellow Akatsuki members. Itachi turned to his leader, who was gazing at them through the legendary eyes of the sage. His staunch and absolutely stunning partner, Konan, stood next to him silently. Thank you all for making it on short notice, started Pain, his baritone voice and powerful gaze unnerving Itachi slightly. I would like us all to hear the report from Itachi and Orochimaru, as I understand Kisame is unable to join due to injuries. That got reactions out of the group, the more unstable ones laughed. Itachi knew it was his turn to speak. It was a successful assignment. Naruto Uzumaki's abilities were as Orochimaru said them to be, if not better. However, he showed no signs of the nine tails in his abilities. I estimate that if he is out of our reach for too long, it could become a group effort to bring him in. His abilities, the gravelly voice of Sasori of the Red Sands spoke up. He possesses jutsu that can manipulate space in a variety of ways and a full body barrier that protects him from any and all harm. However, it is imperfect at the moment, as I was able to exploit some holes. Very well, Pain said. Orochimaru's intel was confirmed as legitimate, and he has been brought back into the fold. As of now, Kisame is out of commission, so Orochimaru will partner with Itachi. I want a written out list of strengths and weaknesses for Naruto, Itachi, as I may decide to bring him and myself in the future. Continue your assignments and recon, we will reconvene in 1 month's time. Dismissed, ordered Pain, and the many blurry silhouettes blinked out, leaving only Pain and Konan. The boy is good, the deep voice of a masked man spoke from the shadows. I observed the fight. Itachi will lose if they fight again due to his sickness and Naruto's growth rate. What do you suggest? Asked Konan. We wait and put pressure on the boy. He is in a position that will not allow him much rest. The S-class are always in demand, we must constantly apply pressure. Then, when it is time, he will be brittle. The masked man's lone eye hole glowed red with a blazing Sharingan. The village hidden in the leaves was a welcome sight after what felt like an endless mission for Naruto. While realistically only about a week or so, it felt like months. Naruto looked around with a laid-back expression and an easygoing smile. His sunglasses glinted in the light, and the people they passed looked at the group in awe. Tsunade was leading the charge, walking with purpose, Shizen faithfully by her side, while Jiraiya calmly walked a few steps back. Naruto rolled his eyes as he noticed the real reason he let Tsunade lead. Unlike normal returns, they weren't headed for the Hokage Tower to report, they were going to the hospital to immediately treat the old man. The two Umbu guarding the third Hokage's door seemed unimpressed. We're here to heal the old man, honestly use your eyes, Naruto said, rolling his eyes, earning thumps from Tsunade and Jiraiya that he pointedly ignored. The brat is right, please open the door, Tsunade stated with authority. Silently, the two Umbu performed hand signs and slammed their hands on the ground, deactivating various seals on the floors and walls before ushering them inside. Man, we sure took our time, Naruto murmured, seeing the third state. He was noticeably smaller and weaker, his breathing short and shallow, and the wrinkles on his face deeper than ever. Naruto suppressed the urge to grasp the old man's hand, unsure if it was for his own comfort or the third's. Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder, standing silently as Tsunade and Shizen began their work. They can fix him up, Naruto declared. Jiraiya turned to him. Are you asking or telling me? I'm telling myself, he replied. It was quicker than Naruto expected. Tsunade placed glowing green hands over the old man's chest, then moved down his limbs, finishing on his head. With her touch, color and life returned to the third. He wasn't entirely restored, but he no longer looked half dead. After only 20 minutes, Tsunade sat back in a chair by the bed, while Shizen continued to jumpstart his body back to full function. Naruto held his breath as the old man's breathing normalized and his face twitched a few times. After a moment, his eyes opened, and he let out an undignified yawn. That was quite the rest, the third said tiredly. Ah, Tsunade. It's wonderful to see you, my girl. I must have overdone it more than I thought for you to come back. Naruto darted forward before anyone could interrupt. You nearly killed yourself, old man, he shouted indignantly. What were you thinking? You're too old for jutsu like that. You ask your assistant to cool your soup. The third glared at him. What did I say about bringing that up in front of people? He gritted out, pointedly ignoring Shizen's disbelieving look and his two students' snickers. Naruto looked at him in wonder. That's what you're worried about, those two knowing you're old? They still see their magnificent sensei, don't take that from them. Jiraiya and Tsunade interjected flatly. Who are you fooling, sensei? Hiruzen's head dropped, and he returned to business. How bad? Tsunade sighed sadly. Your days of large-scale jutsu are gone. I was able to undo a lot of the damage, but you won't have half the power you did before. Your coils are just too strained to put that much chakra through them without risking permanent damage. How tiresome, Hiruzen muttered. I suppose I really must find a successor. Jiraiya stepped forward. We've got that covered. It'll be Tsunade, it's the other reason she returned, he said, gesturing to the woman. Hiruzen turned to her in surprise. Tsunade nodded. These two idiots tracked me down and convinced me to come home. Though I wouldn't have been able to if Naruto wasn't so reckless, it snapped me out of my issues. I still have a bit to work through, but I think I'm back in shape, she stated proudly. Hiruzen couldn't have looked prouder. Under her sensei's gaze, Tsunade had a nearly unnoticeable blush that she quickly shook off. Jiraiya smiled softly and pulled Naruto out of the room, with Shizen following. Hiruzen and Tsunade, engrossed in catching up after decades of separation, didn't notice their departure. Naruto frowned. He had wanted to talk with the old man, but even he could acknowledge that it could wait. Once they were back in the hallway, Jiraiya turned to them. Shizen, you don't have to do anything, so you can wait here or explore the village and reunite with your friends. Naruto, we should let the council know of our success. Naruto stared at Jiraiya for several seconds. No. Then he warped away. He'd much rather catch up with his team than be anywhere near those old fogies. As soon as Naruto warped away from Jiraiya and out of the hospital, he headed towards the training grounds. He desperately wanted to reunite with his team and tell them what happened, especially Sasuke, but he wouldn't begrudge Sakura and potentially Kakashi from hearing the juicy news. There was nothing particularly out of the ordinary in the village as he sped towards the designated training areas. There were more Chunin patrols than usual, even squads of genin led by older, more experienced Chunin were seen in the innermost patrols of the village. Naruto noticed that even though their numbers were supposed to be the lowest of the Great Five Nations, there were more ninja in the village than he thought they had available. Hundreds were actively patrolling, either hidden or on the ground with civilians. It seemed the lockdown would continue until the old woman took the hat and tension settled. Shaking his head, Naruto pressed on towards the training grounds. He arrived, pleased to see his entire team there. Even more surprisingly, Kakashi was home and on the training grounds Team 7 used to frequent during their D-class mission days. In front of Kakashi was Sakura, her face a mix of anger and determination as she held both hands on the ground. Sasuke was heavily breathing from his spot on the ground, his hair wildly sticking up, and he appeared to be shaking slightly. He easily deduced that Sakura was working on mastering earth-natured chakra, while Sasuke was suffering from overuse of lightning-natured chakra. It seemed Kakashi was finally taking his role as a teacher seriously. Naruto nodded. Sakura was showing remarkable progress in utilizing earth-natured chakra after only a few weeks of practice. He decided now was a good time to announce his presence, with a flare. Sakura felt a bead of sweat roll from her forehead in exertion as she molded layers upon layers of chakra to harden and solidify into a strong rock foundation. Just as she felt progress, Naruto, of all people, popped into existence right in front of her face. Hey! Naruto shouted, eliciting a shriek from his female teammate and looks of surprise from the two males. I missed you guys. Sakura shot to her feet and immediately went for a punch. Much to her shock, her fist stopped right in front of Naruto's face, and he only chuckled at her fury. What the hell is this? She asked in shock. No matter what she did, her fist wouldn't close the last bit of distance. Oh, that? It's infinity, Naruto answered nonchalantly, not bothering to elaborate despite her follow-up what, and turned to Kakashi and Sasuke. The mission was a success, but it got a little crazy towards the end. We ran into Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha who were backing up Orochimaru. Naruto's delivery of those words, completely devoid of seriousness, threw Kakashi into such a loop he felt slightly lightheaded. Coupled with Naruto's lack of injuries, it just didn't make sense. That lineup should have caused some sort of injuries. Sasuke had a more visceral response. Itachi, what happened? He shouted. I kicked his ass. Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Though he kept up for the most part, Naruto added offhandedly. Sasuke twitched from the ground, trying to comprehend what he was hearing. For once in your damn life, be straight with me. What happened with Itachi? Naruto blinked at his usually silent and apathetic teammate. Well, it's like I said, I fought with Itachi, Naruto answered. He's good, very good. If I were to put it honestly, if I'm a 10, he's a 9.5. Naruto then turned to Kakashi with a thoughtful expression, making the man in question look at him curiously. Kakashi would be a 7 on this scale. Kakashi, instead of a sarcastic or condescending remark like he was known for when teasing his students, actually hummed at that assessment. That's quite generous, Naruto. So I'm closer to Itachi than I thought. After all, I'm quite out of shape compared to what I used to be in my Umbu days. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a narrowed gaze. You're a capable Jonin, not to mention your Sharingan further enhancing you. I'd say outside of the S-class, you're the second strongest. That got a look out of all of Team 7, so Naruto elaborated. If Might Guy can use the 8 inner gates, then he's stronger than even me when going all out. For now, he added quietly at the end. Kakashi nodded. That's very true. Can you tell us anything about Itachi's jutsu? He asked, subtly eyeing a silent Sasuke glaring into space. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, his Mangekyou Sharingan has a fearsome ability. It's a chakra avatar that's massive and can take some incredibly strong attacks without flinching. In fact, the only jutsu he had that would break it open was a full-powered red or a massive Rasengan. Sasuke looked down with a frown. Sakura, who had silently listened this whole time, finally spoke up. How about his genjutsu? She asked. Naruto waved her off. For anyone besides me, it would be a way harder fight. I can see the buildup of chakra for his genjutsu and negate it from entering my system. Sakura nodded her head in a daze, she wasn't even sure why she asked. He then turned to Sasuke. You and I are going to start playing together. I've seen how he fights and the jutsu he favors. Ninjutsu, he has a very wide arsenal, and in taijutsu, he's better than everyone in this field. Six eyes flared, and he made sure to make eye contact with Sasuke. His genjutsu is unparalleled, he instantly tried to ensnare me in 6 genjutsu from a single glance. Kakashi's eye widened. That's unheard of, he said in shock. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fist so hard his nails pierced into his palm. Naruto knew that some dark thoughts were swirling around in his teammate's head and flicked a micro-red at him that hit with the force of a thump. Hey, I just said you and I are going to train, I'll beat you until you're strong. Relax. Naruto chided with a smirk. Now that the Ataka stuff was out of the way, he could address the other mission details. So we have a new Hokage, it's that old woman Tsunade. Not sure how I feel about it, but she's about the only candidate that would do it. Kakashi nodded silently at the news. He didn't seem too surprised, so he must have expected this outcome or just flat out knew it was coming. Naruto wasn't sure how in the know Kakashi was, not that it really mattered much. Sakura smiled. Wow, I've always admired Lady Tsunade, it would be fantastic if she started teaching new medic ninja. She's not all that great, Naruto said flatly, but she could be, who knows? Sakura didn't seem convinced as she rolled her eyes. Lady Tsunade is one of the greatest ninja alive. Naruto nodded, there was no denying that, even if she left much to be desired in his opinion. Regardless, that's the news. More will come, I'm sure, as the old woman gets pushed through the system to take the hat. The old man is up again, she fixed him quite quickly. 3 relieved sighs left his teammates at the news, even Sasuke looked relieved to hear that the third was okay. Naruto had no idea that Sakura and Sasuke were that invested in the old man's survival. Beyond passing out a few missions and the graduation speech, he didn't think they ever spoke to him. Sure, that was their leader, but Sasuke didn't strike him as the most patriotic individual. Unknown to Naruto, the thought passing through his 2 teammates was a bit different. Thank goodness, someone who can control Naruto is still alive. Deciding not to dwell on that and move on, Naruto smiled. So with that in mind, I have some training I want to start as a team. I need help, my infinity is giving me trouble, and I need some added assistance. Beyond that, I will help all 3 of you with your weaknesses. Kakashi tilted his head. What would you help me with? He didn't sound offended, more genuinely curious. He'd once been the youngest and strongest in the room, so he wouldn't begrudge Naruto too harshly. Naruto smiled. Glad you asked. You have a stamina weakness, your chakra capacity is actually above the average for Jonin, believe it or not. It's just that the usage of the Sharingan is so high. I actually think you have staggering reserves, you just get drained so fast. I'll show you how to control the flow of chakra to that eye. Kakashi seemed impressed at the thought. He then turned to Sakura. You're on your way to being strong. I need to continue where we left off on Taijutsu, and I'll help with your chakra enhancement body technique. Kakashi and I will help you with ninjutsu and whatever you want to specialize in from there. Now Sasuke, Naruto said while turning to the last teammate, who waited with a scowl on his face. There are many areas we need to improve, basically every area. If your goal is to surpass Itachi, then I hate to say that you have a long way to go. But, Naruto shouted with a happy grin at Sasuke's furious expression, I have a plan. I'm going to beat you into the ground every day until I force your eyes to mature. I will help you with chakra control, and you will work with Kakashi on controlling those funny red eyes of yours. Naruto's grin became predatory as he started to think of all the ways to beat up Sasuke in the name of training. Many memories flowed into Naruto's mind of their time in the academy and after when Sasuke would ruthlessly beat him down in every spar. Oh, how exciting it was to be on this end of it. He was sure Sasuke would get stronger in the process. Yeah, it would work. What about you? Sasuke asked. What are you improving on? What's infinity? Naruto smiled. Well, it's a jutsu I developed. It's based on space-natured chakra and forming a barrier around myself while adding a small stream of time-natured chakra into it. Put simply, anything that comes into contact with it is slowed down and never touches me. Think of it like the infinite number of fractions between 1 and 2. The three listeners looked truly astonished, but Naruto scowled. It's far harder than it sounds. It took some crazy work to get the ratio right and to operate how I wanted it to. Yet even then, now my subconscious is messing with the jutsu. If the barrier is in place, nothing can penetrate it, but I subconsciously reinforce the area of impact and, in turn, weaken the opposite side. Itachi instantly took advantage of that to break through in our fight. Naruto pointed at them. That's why I need you three, with different jutsu and tools, to attack me from different angles while I fight my own clones in hand-to-hand combat. I need to make the barrier automatic, he declared with a grin. If infinity becomes something I can subconsciously maintain, then I will be able to use jutsu while it is active, another current weakness. Kakashi felt lightheaded. You'd be invincible. He trailed off, looking faint. Naruto shook his head. No, nothing is perfect, and infinity, while close, isn't either. I did learn of a weakness. At the end of the day, it is still a chakra barrier and will fall victim to the same things as other barriers, he said seriously. Sakura looked nonplussed, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Neither of them was all that knowledgeable about barriers. Kakashi hummed. I suppose a stronger barrier could override it, he mused in thought. Naruto nodded. Probably, and sealing jutsu. There are ways to cancel out any jutsu, seals, and barriers. Forcibly turning off jutsu, and one more, but I don't think anyone outside of masters of sealing jutsu could do it, creating an empty barrier of chakra that infinity would fill on contact while attacking, thereby negating the jutsu. Naruto rattled off. He wanted to tell his team of the weaknesses for one reason: if they could see the chinks in his armor, then maybe they could find more that he wasn't seeing. Doubtful, but he was going to see what came of it. Beyond that, I just need to refine my current arsenal and explore areas I'm lacking in, Naruto finished with a nod. So I think tomorrow we can get started. From there, Kakashi discussed what he would like to begin working on with the three of them. Sasuke added in places that he could help with, thanks to the scrolls from his family he still had access to, and Sakura chimed in when needed. Naruto felt that this was the start of a completely new and terrifying Team 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly in his hospital bed. It had been about 3 days since he woke from his coma, and he was already regaining his strength. He'd never reached the height of his power again, or even half, but he was sure he could run some jonin into the ground if he had to. There was a small flash of fury within him, a tiny part that wished to die on the battlefield like his predecessors and successor, not living to become a weak shell of what he once was. The god of shinobi, bedridden. What a joke. Some good did come from his continued existence. He'd been able to see the return of Tsunade, the student he was most fond of. She had been by his side until she fled from the ninja life all those years ago. She helped him run the village since she was a young teenager, having been practically bred for the position. He was sure of the 3 options for Hokage. She was currently the best. Jiraiya wouldn't take the hat, too many responsibilities and hang-ups in the way. Not to mention some questionable orders would come from him to the women of the village if he was given autonomy. Danzo was his age and just didn't have the charisma of a Hokage. He was too militant and couldn't inspire loyalty, something the second Hokage also saw in their youth. It was the main reason Hiruzen gave command of Umbu to Danzo during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. He was truly good at commanding forces, just not leading people. There was a fourth option that wasn't even considered by the High Council, but Hiruzen knew it was a possibility. After all, those fools in the desert were pushing for Gaara to take the mantle of Kaze Kage, from what little intel they managed to receive. Naruto, while young, inexperienced, hot-headed, and foolish, and, okay, Hiruzen had to acknowledge that maybe Naruto wasn't an option. The boy was simply too strong and too young, that brashness had to be beaten out of him. He was thinking from experience, he too was a young man with too much talent and power. It took the first Hokage smacking him around for Hiruzen to learn humility. There were many things Naruto still needed. Then there was that which had been pushed aside for a while, and who knew what it would do to the 6 eyes. Also, from what Jiraiya had told him, Naruto had become a bit too curious about his past and unturned stones that were meant to stay hidden until he was older. The door to the hospital room opened, and of all people to visit, Naruto walked in with a downcast expression. They hadn't had a chance to speak since he woke up, almost as if the boy had been avoiding him. Naruto took a breath. We need to talk, old man. Hiruzen felt the urge to smoke, but the nurses had confiscated his pipe. He could only nod. "Indeed we do, my boy. I know about Mom and Dad," Naruto said lamely. He knew the old man knew that he knew, but it felt right to say it. "I just want to know why. Sure, my dad had enemies, but just knowing that I came from a loving family would have helped," he finished in a whisper. Hiruzen wasn't that surprised that Naruto came right out and said it. The boy had always been straightforward, so all he could do was exhale tiredly and feel all too old in this moment. "It was more for the sake of the village than yours," Hiruzen said, feeling now was the time to be completely honest rather than telling one of their strongest people half-truths that could blow up later. "Believe it or not, I've made some truly terrible and downright horrible decisions as Hokage for the betterment. It's the unfortunate burden of the hat, Naruto. The best and most terrible decisions come directly from you. For instance, ordering an attack that kills thousands, or condemning a small boy to a lonely life to ensure his and the village's safety." "Now what?" "Everyone knows now," Naruto muttered, no longer feeling strong, but like a small child asking the old man for advice after flunking an academy test. "I'm furious. So incredibly angry that my whole life I spent not knowing why I was alone, why nobody, wanted me." He removed his glasses to meet Hiruzen's gaze. "Now I have these special eyes everyone cares about, and now I learn about my family, and suddenly everyone wants to be around me. What if I'd never gotten these eyes?" he shouted. "Then I'd be dead," Hiruzen stated frankly, widening Naruto's eyes. "My boy, I would have died on that roof, and you would still be alone. Perhaps in the future, you would have grown strong and turned people away from their fear and hatred, but without those eyes, it would have taken much longer." Naruto hissed and looked down. "Then I'm glad I have them. I want you here to see me, to watch me become the strongest. You're the only one I know in the whole world who's been there the whole time," he said seriously, making sure not to look at the old man, not wanting him to see his eyes welling up. Hiruzen, however, wasn't looking at him, his misty eyes fixed on the ceiling. "I'm thankful that you still feel that way. I'm truly thankful you were there to help me, my boy." Neither spoke for a while, both lost in thought, grappling with emotions they rarely experienced. Naruto wasn't sure how to proceed. He was still very angry about the situation, but he couldn't bring himself to be mad at the old man, which just left him feeling tired. Hiruzen felt a burden on his heart lighten slightly, as a conversation he dreaded for over a decade didn't end with someone he considered family cursing him. It might not be perfect, but he'd take it over what it could have been any day. "Did they leave anything behind?" Naruto suddenly asked. Hiruzen was jolted from his thoughts and smiled. "Indeed, while most of their things were destroyed in the Nine Tails attack, I managed to salvage quite a bit and put it into storage. I'll show you." Hiruzen moved to get up, but Naruto looked at him worriedly. "Don't think of me as a frail old man," Hiruzen snapped, making Naruto hastily nod. Hiruzen shakily got to his feet at first, but after a few seconds, he became more steady. Naruto noticed the old man had been slowly funneling chakra through his body to strengthen himself. He was ready to go. The Umbu, knowing he should still be in bed, were in an awkward position. They had no authority over Hiruzen but knew he was breaking the rules. Naruto snickered as the masked guards fidgeted, trying to figure out what to do. "Enough," Hiruzen ordered in his Hokage voice. "Accompany us or stay, you are my elite." Stop fidgeting like schoolgirls waiting to confess to their crush. That stopped them, and they silently fell into step behind their leader. Naruto felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel from holding back a laugh. Hiruzen didn't hide his smirk. They made their way to the Hokage Tower, where the high-security storage lay. Many things were kept inside, mostly sacred tools, scrolls, and treasures that couldn't be stored elsewhere. This included gold from the Land of Stones during the Third War, and ore from the Land of Water so valuable that 1 kilo could support a family for 4 generations of luxury. Among these, Hiruzen led Naruto to a large box. Inside weren't scrolls or jewels of immense wealth, which Naruto didn't really want anyway. There were clothes, pictures, and a notebook with burned edges. The pictures spanned different times in his parents' lives. Some showed his dad during his academy days, then with his teammates, and another with Jiraiya. There was even one where his parents looked like fresh genin. His mom had pictures with an older woman with long red hair, by herself at graduation, then with his dad and Jiraiya. Finally, there were pictures of them as a couple, from dates to their wedding photo. Naruto's mouth quivered at the last one, and he noticed his eyes stung. The final frame was a picture of his mother and father, his mom heavily pregnant, and next to it, a slot without a picture, beneath which were carved the words "Our son Naruto." All he could do was hold the frame tightly to his chest. Hiruzen had long dismissed the guards from the room and was sadly walking away. He didn't want to intrude on the Uzumaki Namikaze family any more than he already had. He would let the boy grieve for his lost family in peace. He hoped Naruto would find some closure from this. Hiruzen felt an interesting meeting awaited him. About a week after taking Naruto to the archives, he and everyone on the High Council were summoned to discuss the transition of power from himself to Tsunade. As he strolled into the large meeting room, he noticed most were already there. The Inoshikacho heads quietly conversed in their seats. Not far, Shibuya Barame waited, not engaging in conversation. Similarly, Hayashi Hayaga sat stoically, idly listening. Asuma, as the Sarutobi clan head, sat next to the Inoshikacho group, listening rather than speaking. Semenyazuka was talking with the Umbu commander, whom Hiruzen couldn't tell if he was participating or just forced to listen. Jiraiya lounged in a chair, scribbling in a notebook, his large scroll occupying the seat beside him. Tsunade wasn't far, listening to her teammates and Danzo prattle on. She turned to Hiruzen with a small, relieved look when she noticed he entered. The heads of the hospital, Barrier Corps, and Intel were seated along the sides of the room. Shizun, as the most senior doctor besides Tsunade, had taken over the hospital. An elderly man named Shinso, hunched in his chair, headed the Barrier Corps, while Ibiki sat silently, a frown etched on his face. I believe it's time we begin, Tsunade said, taking a seat at one head of the table, with the elders surrounding her on both sides of that end. Hiruzen took the other end, with Jiraiya and his empty chair on one side and his son on the other. The rest of the table was occupied by everyone else. Kohara nodded, yes. First she was interrupted by the door opening. Everyone instantly recognized the chakra presence. Naruto walked in with a serious expression and a new look. His glasses were gone, revealing his face. He'd shed his baggy blue jumper, keeping the black shirt underneath and dark blue baggy pants. Over his shirt was a new addition, a large white haori with red edges, and on both shoulders and the back were the red spirals of the Uzumaki clan. That's his mother's clan haori she used to wear, Hiruzen thought fondly. Even though his mother wasn't the tallest of women, her coat was still a bit big on Naruto. The sleeves, meant to reach the elbow, went halfway down his forearm, and the bottom reached nearly to his knees. Then there was the genuinely serious look on his face as he silently moved forward and took the seat next to Jiraiya after the man moved his scroll. Hiruzen nodded. It seemed Jiraiya had expected this. What are you doing here? Sam asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto turned to her. I'm a clan head. The Uzumaki clan was recognized by this village as a clan over 40 years ago, he answered. Not until you're either a jonin or 17 can you take the mantle of clan head, Hayashi interjected. Otherwise Sasuke Uchiha would be here as well. I'm S-class as well, Naruto responded flatly. No one could dispute that or argue against it, as Jiraiya was on this council for the same reason. Many disliked it, but that was how it worked, so they moved on. Very well, then as of now, Hiruzen Sarutobi has agreed with the selection of Tsunade Senju to take the mantle of 5th Hokage. Is there anyone on this council with a nominee they believe is better suited for the position? Koharu asked. It was mostly a formality at this point, a debate would only arise if Hiruzen had died, and even then, the Fire Lord would have the final say. Hiruzen had full autonomy to declare his successor. I believe that Tsunade Senju is not a good fit for the position, declared Inoichi. Do we ignore that she abandoned this village after the Second War? Authorized or not, he added at the end with a glare toward Shivi, who was about to speak up. Hayashi seemed to agree. No one would seek to minimize her loss as family and fiancé, but despite many of us losing family and spouses, only she was allowed to abandon this village and not return when the Third War began. Are we certain that this is what we want from a Hokage? He asked, gesturing with an open hand towards a stoic Tsunade. Hiruzen could only sigh as they continued to make, unfortunately, good points. The Umbu commander's distorted voice spoke next. She was pardoned by the Hokage, and we won the war. This is an unnecessary argument. Ino glared at the commander. How many lives were lost due to her not being here? She trained Shizen Kato just fine, she could have stayed and trained medics. Naruto couldn't fault their argument here, he didn't want her to be Hokage for the same reasons. But he wouldn't add fuel to this fire, he'd just watch. Jiraiya next to him was silently listening, it seemed he wasn't going to interfere either. If you're to be Hokage, you must earn their loyalty, Tsunade, Hiruzen thought as he listened. The elders didn't look like they wanted to add anything, and Shizun, representing the hospital and medical corps, looked like she was restraining herself from speaking up. You're right, Tsunade said suddenly, catching Inoichi off guard. I abandoned this village. I ran from my pain and tried to ignore the world for all these years. Many died from my actions and inaction, and I will work with the remaining years I have to atone for that. She made sure to make eye contact with everyone in the room. Then she continued, I know there is a long road ahead of me to regain the respect of this group and likely a number of ninja bearing the leaf headband. Already I'm working to repair problems that I feel would benefit the whole village. If all of you put your trust in me, I will show you that the fire within me that nearly went out has been reignited. I don't want to wallow anymore, and drown my sorrows in sake. I want to work to make sure that the next generation doesn't suffer the fate of mine and yours. But to do that I need all of your cooperation, I need all of you to put your trust in me, if only for a little while as I show you my worth. No one could mistake the passion and fire in Tsunade's eyes as she spoke. She poured every bit of spirit into her words, ensuring they resonated with everyone in the room. Both Inoichi and Hayashi fell silent as they listened. Naruto took a breath and looked at the old man. Bad choices that were regretted didn't mean they were bad people who didn't deserve a second chance. He knew what he had to do. He turned to Tsunade. "I'll help where I can, Lady Fifth," he announced, cutting through the room's silence like a blade. Next to him, Hiruzen couldn't keep the proud smile off his face, and Jireya's grin was wide and bright. Inoichi could only sigh tiredly as he slumped in his chair, while Hayashi stood stoically in his own. The elders, again, remained impartial in this conversation, while the rest knew this was merely a formality anyway. "Then the matter is settled," announced Koharu. "Then we can. I have something I would like to bring up to the council and to the now fifth Hokage," Danzo announced, causing Koharu to twitch at being interrupted again. "What are we to do about the sand and sound? Action must be taken against those who invade our village." Hiruzen spoke. The sand weren't entirely at fault. Orochimaru posed as their leader and ordered the attack. They retreated as soon as they learned the truth. "The sound needs to be dealt with," Tsunade declared firmly. "I agree that the sand can receive leniency in this case, but Orochimaru must not have control over forces. Commander, I'm ordering you and Alpha Squad into action with Jiraiya. I want to know what numbers the sound has and what kind of infrastructure. Effective immediately. I have already sent a missive to the sand that I want to meet with their leadership for discussions. I will be traveling once we get a location. Naruto and Kakashi will be my guards while Sensei oversees the village," Tsunade announced. Not excited about that, Naruto thought lamely. He'd just gotten back after all. Danzo was as stoic as ever, so no one knew what he was thinking, but Hiruzen could tell he wasn't thrilled with these decisions, especially those involving the sand. Only time would tell what would happen from here. Naruto looked tiredly at the vast expanse of land. The meeting point for the leaf and sand contingents was in the Land of Rivers, a neutral country between the lands of fire and wind. Nothing particularly interesting lay within the Land of Rivers besides several fishing villages and port towns for trade. It was also a country ravaged by the Great Five Nations during the many battles of the Great Ninja Wars. The group was small, as Tsunade mentioned during the council meeting where the transition of power was formalized. Tsunade, the now fifth Hokage, was accompanied by two guards, Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Hatake. It was rare for a sitting cage to leave their lands and people, usually only for the most crucial occasions like a ceasefire for war. In this case, it was to avoid an all-out war and to discuss reparations for the attack on the village hidden in the leaves and the loss of civilian life. "What can we expect from this?" Naruto asked out of the blue. "Are they really going to give us anything for their actions? I can see them trying to say that Orochimaru was the real perpetrator of the attack." Kakashi hummed. "They will need to provide something of value, as they know their military might took a massive hit with the death of the fourth Kazekage. While Pakura is a renowned S-class ninja, she's the only one left still in her prime." Naruto had never heard of Pakura and merely hummed. "They have metals unique to their lands," Tsunade said from in front of them. "Metal?" Naruto asked in a bored tone. Kakashi blinked in surprise then nodded. "Oh, that's right," he said gravely, looking into the distance. Tsunade turned back to Naruto. "Don't underestimate the rarity of the metals harvested in the northern corners of the Land of Wind. Unique from anywhere else in the world. The metal known as shining iron, refined into ivory steel, is the most coveted or globally." Naruto frowned. "Don't tell me it's for some noble in the capital who wanted some fancy jewelry," he said with a snort. "No," Tsunade answered firmly. "They only want moon gems from the south. Ivory steel is something I want for the village." "Oh, why?" "Well, they can be made into blades known for incredible sharpness and chakra affinity. Their rarity makes it nearly impossible to get one unless you are granted elite Jonin status as a sand ninja. Even then, they are more ceremonial due to an event in the First Great Ninja War," explained Tsunade. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Which was?" "Well," Kakashi started hesitantly, "my father stole one from a defeated enemy." Naruto tilted his head in thought for a moment before his eyes shot open. He knew of the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, Sakumo Hatake, renowned for his white chakra saber and its unique capabilities. "Wait, you mean to tell me that the Sand Village has had access to white chakra sabers this whole time? I've only ever heard of the one used by us." "Well," Kakashi hummed. Tsunade snorted. "They use them, but there aren't many ninjas as prolific as Sakumo Hatake. I've requested enough metal for 5 blades. Hopefully, in time, we will produce ninjas capable of bringing out their potential once again." Naruto blinked. That was a great move. It would give the Leaf highly coveted weapons and endear the Hokage to her forces, who would jump at the chance to wield a legendary weapon made famous by one of their country's most deadly ninjas. "I've also requested a look at Gaara of the Desert." Naruto snapped his eyes towards Tsunade. "I want to look at his seal as a show of good faith. I have experience with sealing jutsu and notes from Jiraiya. I'd also like for you to speak with him for obvious reasons." Tsunade shot a look towards Naruto, then his stomach where a seal he was trying to forget about lay, then back forward. "Got it," Naruto grunted with a frown. Flashback, just after the transfer of power council meeting, Naruto stood before the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, who stared at him intently. Kakashi, summoned shortly after the meeting, leaned against the wall behind him, while Jiraiya sat against the window behind Tsunade. Hiruzen was in a chair off to the side of the Hokage desk, picking at his pipe. "What do you need, old lady?" Naruto asked with a frown. "Didn't we just get out of a meeting? Why do we need another one?" Jiraiya shook his head at his lack of respect and smirked, while the third chuckled. It was quite a change from his public backing of her in the meeting. Tsunade ignored it and moved on. "Because there's something you and these three have been ignoring, or haven't yet informed me of the current plan." Four sets of eyes landed on her with varying degrees of confusion. She sighed. "What are we currently planning to do with the 9 tails?" Naruto grunted and turned away, while the third sighed tiredly, having already had this conversation during the Chunin exams. "Naruto isn't really interested in removing the seal placed on him by Orochimaru," he explained. Naruto snorted. "Why would I? I'm hundreds of times stronger without that damn fox. Like it or not, keeping it separate from me is actually quite helpful." "It's an asset," Jiraiya piped in with a frown. Naruto glared in his direction. "One I couldn't hope to control. I don't know if I made it clear, but the Six Eyes let me understand chakra better than all of you, and that thing is beyond human control. It's pure chaotic, inhuman chakra." "Killer Bee of the 8 tails did it," Kakashi added lightly. Tsunade's eyes glinted. "He has been in control of his tailed beast for well over 20 years, if not more. If he can do it, I'm confident you can as well." Naruto frowned. "What would I even gain? I'm confident I'm more than strong now and continue to grow stronger every day. Why should I rely on some beast to enhance me? Who could be so terrible that I, of all people, need that kind of help?" He locked eyes with the third. "Do you think that a being of pure malice and chaos let's ignore that it's incomplete with only its yang half right now would be an actual asset? That I would be able to operate as anything more than a mindless beast on a battlefield? Tell me of one high-level ninja that wouldn't know how to handle such an adversary." Naruto took a deep breath as he started pacing. "Let's just talk about the ones I've faced already. Orochimaru is so slippery that I think he'd poke and prod a mindless beast before running away. Kisame would enjoy the fight as he stole all of its chakra for himself, turning it into a battle of attrition that he would eventually win. Itaki has the Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto pointed at himself. "I beat Orochimaru at every confrontation so far. After a few back and forths, I tore Kisame apart. Itaki was a genuine threat, but that was only for our first fight. If we were to meet tomorrow, I'd kill him." Feeling he had made his point, Naruto sat into the chair in front of Tsunade with a sigh. The three elder ninja had a silent conversation with a few glances. He anticipated an enjoyable time with Naruto Uzumaki. The leaf and sand contingents entered the meeting hall, a vast chamber within an abandoned fortress. Unlike nobles who favored extravagant settings for discussions, ninjas prioritized a spacious, neutral area for their gatherings. The Sands delegation consisted of 3 individuals. First was Baki of the Sands, a premier jonin and renowned A-class ninja, whom Naruto considered the Sand Village's equivalent of Asuma or Kakashi. Beside him stood 2 women, an elder, whose gaze met Tsunade's with a mutual huff of disdain, and a younger woman with distinctive orange and green hair. Her torso was bandaged, and she wore a loose, open kimono draped over her shoulders. Naruto had heard that the younger woman rarely left the village after a past, unsuccessful assassination attempt. The village elders, wary of losing her and her unique bloodline, had since restricted her movements. "The old bat is Lady Cho, a famous puppet master," Tsunade whispered to Naruto. "The younger woman is Pakura." Naruto assessed both women. Neither possessed particularly impressive chakra signatures. Cho's chakra flowed remarkably slowly compared to most ninjas he'd observed, likely a result of decades of meticulous chakra control honed through puppetry. Pakura's chakra emanated a sensation of heat, akin to the shimmering haze of a hot summer day. While their chakra was certainly above average, Naruto didn't perceive either of them as a significant threat, at least not to himself. Gaara sauntered in from the back, scanning the room impassively before offering Naruto a small, almost imperceptible nod, to which Naruto smirked in return. The 7 ninjas gathered around a large table and took their seats. Naruto positioned himself to Tsunade's right, while Kakashi took her left. Both men appeared disengaged, seemingly paying little attention, whereas Tsunade fixed an intense gaze on the 4 sand ninjas opposite them. "Thank you all for coming. Let us begin," Tsunade initiated. "The Leaf is fully prepared to commit to a ceasefire and re-establish our mutually beneficial inter-country friendship, provided the Sand delivers the requested materials as compensation for the attack." Naruto mused that Tsunade certainly didn't waste time on pleasantries, though he knew such pleasantries would be insincere anyway. That was a habit for nobles, with their honeyed words and deceptive politics. Ninjas, in contrast, weren't inclined towards negotiations riddled with vague statements and half-truths. They'd simply resort to violence if they deemed it necessary. At least, that was Naruto's perspective. He didn't need to lie, he was strong enough. Surprisingly, it was Pakura, not the elder Cho, who spoke for the Sand. The sand extends our sincerest apologies for the events of the invasion, Pakura said smoothly, bowing slightly to Tsunade. She then produced a scroll. The requested materials are sealed within. I would like to propose a recalibration of mission distribution between our lands. Naruto sighed and mentally tuned out the rest of the conversation. It seemed to be a verbose way of explaining that the Leaf was taking nearly 60% of the Sand's missions due to the nobles' severely diminished faith in their village. The third Hokage had briefed Naruto that he expected the Sand to approach them in the coming years due to their resulting economic woes. Naruto didn't particularly care. It appeared the fourth Kazekige's iron-fisted rule had failed to inspire confidence in his leadership. Essentially, it was their own damn fault. I suppose the exchange is acceptable, Pakura conceded with a bow. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Suppose? I am doing this in the interest of peace, not because I believe we owe it to your village. The decline in faith from your capital was a direct consequence of your Kage's actions, not ours, and he is rotting in the desert. To Naruto's shock, Gaara interjected, surprising the other Sand ninjas. Our village suffered due to my imbalance and the fourth's lack of foresight. We will recover our strength and image if given the opportunity. Tsunade turned to Gaara. Do you feel you've recovered from a low-powered, if not broken, seal? She asked. Yes, the elders have since strengthened my seal, and I've managed to recover much of my mind as a result. Naruto? Tsunade prompted, turning to him. With a sigh, Naruto hooked a finger around his glasses and peered into Gaara with his 6 eyes. The Sand ninjas felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand up at the sight of the bloodline. Yeah, would you look at that, Gaara? You managed to calm that chakra of yours. I'd say you could be a competent ninja now, Naruto said with a grin. Honestly, if you're fully in control of yourself, I'd say you're stronger than the old woman over there and your sensei. Tsunade's head snapped to him, glaring. Naruto, she snapped. Kakashi merely looked upwards, trying to conceal his exasperation. He knew he was in for a lecture due to Naruto's behavior. He was still technically Naruto's sensei, and Naruto's actions reflected on him, even if Naruto was now uncontrollable. Cho snorted in a rather undignified manner. Ah, the young Spitfire of the Leaf I've heard so much about. Son of the fourth and wielder of a new ocular jutsu. I'm sure your arrogance will lead you to an early grave like all the cocky bloodline wielders, she retorted. Lady Cho. Pakura snapped, shocked. Beiki, who had been completely ignored by the room, stared at the ceiling in exhaustion, hoping that the entirely predictable breakdown of peaceful talks wouldn't result in his death. Naruto was about to retort, but Gaara interrupted. Naruto Uzumaki, I have to thank you, he said, drawing everyone's attention, especially Naruto's, who couldn't recall doing anything for the redhead. Thanks to the fourth, I was stuck being an attack dog for my village, unable to live. I would have destroyed myself in the attack if you hadn't stopped me. I've since been able to reconnect with my siblings and become the ninja I should have been, Gaara continued in a monotone voice, though a slight warmth flickered in his eyes. I will endeavor to ensure the Sand Village is a capable part of our mutual friendship. Should the Leaf need assistance, I will offer my help. No one knew what to say. Pakura tiredly rubbed her face, having lost all control over her side of the negotiations, and just wanted to go home. Cho looked as if she wanted to throttle the boy, and Beiki had already mentally checked out. Tsunade smiled at Gaara. The Leaf will do the same. I'm not ignorant of Orochimaru's manipulations. As you upheld your end of the ceasefire, the Leaf will continue this allyship. As the leaders of the two villages continued to discuss the alliance, Naruto felt something at the edge of his senses. He didn't know what it was, but he was suddenly on edge. Naruto flung his glasses aside,